Alibi Ike by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Lohner. His right name was Frank X. Farrell, and I guess the X stood for excuse me, because he never pulled a play, good or bad, on or off the field, without apologizing for it. Alibi Ike was the name Carrie wished on him the first day he reported down south. Of course, we all cut out the alibi part of it right away for the fear he would overhear it and bust somebody. But we called him Ike right to his face, and the rest of it was understood by everybody on the club except Ike himself. He asked me one time, he says, "What do you all call me Ike for? I ain't no yid." "Carrie gave you the name," I says. "It's his nickname for everybody he takes a liking to." "He mustn't have only a few friends then," says Ike. "I never heard him say Ike to nobody else." But I was going to tell you about Carrie naming him. We'd been working out 2 weeks, and the pitchers was showing something when this bird joined us. His first day out, he stood up there so good and took such a reef at the old pill that he had everyone looking. Then him and Carrie was together in left field catching fungos, and it was after we was through for the day that Carrie told me about him. "What do you think of Alibi Ike?" asked Carrie. "Who's that?" I says. "This here Farrell in the outfield," says Carrie. "He looks like he could hit," I says. "Yes," says Carrie, "but he can't hit near as good as he can apologize." Then Carrie went on to tell me what Ike had been pulling out there. He dropped the first fly ball that was hit to him and told Carrie his glove wasn't broken good yet, and Carrie says the glove could easy have been Kid Gleason's grandfather. He made a whale of a catch out of the next one, and Carrie says, "Nice work," or something like that, but Ike says he could have caught the ball with his back turned, only he slipped when he started after it, and besides that, the air currents fooled him. "I thought you'd done well to get to the ball," says Carrie. "I ought to have been setting under it," says Ike. "What did you hit last year?" Carrie asked him. "I had malaria most of the season," says Ike. "I wound up with 356. "Where would I have to go to get malaria?" says Carrie, but Ike didn't wise up. I and Carrie and him sat at the same table together for supper. It took him half an hour longer than us to eat because he had to excuse himself every time he lifted his fork. "Doctor told me I needed starch," he'd say, and then toss a shovelful of potatoes into him. Or, "They ain't much meat on one of these chops," he'd tell us, and grab another one. Or he'd say, "Nothing like onions for a cold," and then he'd dip into the perfumery. "Better try that applesauce," says Carrie. "It'll help your malaria." "Who's malaria?" said Ike. He forgot already why he didn't only hit 356 last year. I and Carrie began to lead him on. "Whereabouts did you say your home was?" I asked him. "I live with my folks," he says. "We live in Kansas City, not right down in the business part, outside a ways." "How's that come?" says Carrie. "I should think you'd get rooms in the post office." But Ike was too busy curing his cold to get that one. "Are you married?" I asked him. "No," he says. "I never run round much with girls, except to shows once in a while, and parties and dances and roller skating." "Never take him to the prize fights, eh?" says Carrie. "We don't have no real good bouts," says Ike, "just bush stuff. And I never figured a boxing match was a place for the ladies." Well, after supper, he pulled a cigar out and lit it. I was just going to ask him what he'd done it for, but he beat me to it. "Kinda rests a man to smoke after a good workout," he says. "Kinda settles a man's supper, too." "Looks like a pretty good cigar," says Carrie. "Yes," says Ike. "A friend of mine gave it to me, a fellow in Kansas City that runs a billiard room." "Do you play billiards?" I asked him. "I used to play a fair game," he says. "I'm all out of practice now, can't hardly make a shot." We coaxed him into a four-handed battle, him and Carrie against Jack Mack and I. Say, he couldn't play billiards as good as Willie Hop, not quite, but to hear him tell it, he didn't make a good shot all evening. I'd leave him an awful-looking layout, and he'd gather 'em up in one try, and then run a couple of hundred, and between every carom he'd say he'd put too much stuff on the ball, or the English didn't take, or the table wasn't true, or his stick was crooked, or something. And all the time he had the balls acting like they was Dutch soldiers and him Kaiser William. We started out to play 50 points, but we had to make it 1,000, so as I and Jack and Carrie could try the table. The four of us sat round the lobby a while after we was through playing, and when it got along toward bedtime, Carrie whispered to me and says, "I could like to go to bed, but can't think up no excuse." Carrie hadn't hardly finished whispering when I got up and pulled it. "Well, good night, boys," he says. "I ain't sleepy, but I got some gravel in my shoes, and it's killing my feet." We knowed he hadn't never left the hotel since we'd came in from the grounds and changed our clothes. So Carrie says, "I should think they'd take them gravel pits out of the billiard room." But Ike was already on his way to the elevator, limping. He's got the world beat, said Carrie to Jack and I. I know lots of guys that had an alibi for every mistake they made. I heard pitchers say that the ball slipped when somebody cracked one off at them. I heard infielders complain of a sore arm after heaving one into the stand, and I saw outfielders took and sick with a dizzy spell when they misjudged a fly ball. But this baby can't even go to bed without apologizing, and I bet he excuses himself to the razor when he gets ready to shave. And at that, said Jack, he's going to make us a good man. Yes, says Carrie, unless rheumatism keeps his batting average down to 400. Well, sir, I kept whaling away at the ball all through the trip till everybody knowed he'd won a job. Cap had him in there regular the last few exhibition games and told the newspaper boys a week before the season opened that he was going to start him in Kane's place. You're there, kid, says Carrie to Ike the night Cap made the announcement. There ain't many boys that wins a big league berth their third year out. I'd have been up here a year ago, says Ike, only I was bent over all season with lumbago. It rained down in Cincinnati one day, and somebody organized a little game of cards. They was shy 2 men to make 6, and asked I and Carrie to play. I'm with you if you get Ike and make it 7-handed, says Carrie. So they got hold of Ike, and we went up to Smitty's room. I pretty near forgot how many you deal, says Ike. It's been a long while since I played. I and Carrie gave each other the wink, and sure enough, he was just as ignorant about poker as billiards. About the second hand, the pot was open 2 or 3 ahead of him, and they was 3 in when it came his turn. It cost $1, and he throwed in 2. It's raised, boys, somebody says. Gosh, that's right, I did raise it, says Ike. Kick out $1 if you didn't mean to tilt her, says Carrie. No, says Ike, I'll leave it go. Well, it was raised back at him, and then he made another mistake and raised again. There was only 3 left in when the draw come. Smitty'd opened with a pair of kings, and he didn't help him. Ike stood pat. The guy that raised him back was flushing, and he didn't fill. So Smitty checked, and Ike bet and didn't get no call. He tossed his hand away, but I grabbed it and give it a look. He had king, queen, jack, and 2 tens. Alibi Ike, he must have seen me peeking, for he leaned over and whispered to me. I overlooked my hand, he says. I thought all the while it was a straight. Yes, I says, that's why you raised twice by mistake. There was another pot that he come into with 10s and 4s. It was tilted a couple of times, and 2 of the strong fellows drawed ahead of Ike. They each drawed 1. So Ike throwed away his little pair and come out with 4 tens, and they was 4 trays against him. Carrie looked at Ike's discards, and then he says, "This leggy bum busted 2 pair." No, I didn't, says Ike. Yes, you did, says Carrie, and shows us the 2 4s. What do you know about that, says Ike. I'd have swore one was a 5-spot. Well, we hadn't had no payday yet, and after a while everybody except Ike was going shy. I could see him getting restless, and I was wondering how he'd make the getaway. He tried 2 or 3 times. I gotta buy some collars before supper, he says. No hurry, says Smitty. The stores here keep open all night in April. After a minute he opened up again. My uncle out in Nebraska ain't expected to live, he says. I ought to send a telegram. Would that save him, says Carrie. Nope, it sure wouldn't, says Ike, but I ought to leave my old man know where I'm at. When did you hear about your uncle, says Carrie. Just this morning, says Ike. Who told you, asked Carrie. I got a wire from my old man, says Ike. Well, says Carrie, your old man knows you're still here, yet this afternoon, if you was here this morning, trains leaving Cincinnati in the middle of the day don't carry no ball clubs. Yes, says Ike, that's true, but he didn't know where I'm going to be next week. Ain't he got no schedule? Asked Carrie. I send him on opening day, says Ike, but it takes mail a long time to get to Idaho. I thought your old man lived in Kansas City, says Carrie. He does when he's home, says Ike. But now, says Carrie, I suppose he's went to Idaho so as he can be near your sick uncle in Nebraska. He's visiting my other uncle in Idaho. Then how does he keep posted about your sick uncle? Asked Carrie. He don't, says Ike. He don't even know my other uncle's sick. That's why I ought to wire and tell him. Good night, says Carrie. What town in Idaho is your old man at? I says. Ike thought it over. No town at all, he says, but he's near a town. Near what town? I says. Yuma, says Ike. Well, by this time he lost 2 or 3 pots and he was desperate. We was playing just as fast as we could because we'd seen he couldn't hold him much longer. But he was trying so hard to frame an escape that he couldn't pay no attention to the cards, and it looked like we'd get his whole pile away from him if we could make him stick. The telephone saved him. The minute it began to ring, 5 of us jumped for it, but Ike was there first. Yes, he says, answering it. This is him. I'll come right down. And he slammed up the receiver and beat it out of the door without even saying goodbye. Smitty'd ought to lock the door, says Carrie. What did he win? Asked Carrie. We figured it up, 60-odd bucks. And the next time we ask him to play, says Carrie, his fingers will be so stiff he can't hold the cards. Well, we sat round a while talking it over, and pretty soon the telephone rings again. Smitty answered it. It was a friend of his'n from Hamilton, and he wanted to know why Smitty didn't hurry down. He was the one that had called before, and Ike had told him he was Smitty. Ike had ought to split it with Smitty's friend, said Carey. No, I says, he'll need all he won. It costs money to buy collars and to send telegrams from Cincinnati to your old man in Texas and keep him posted on the health of your uncle in Cedar Rapids, D.C. And you ought to heard him out there on that field. There wasn't a day when he didn't pull 6 or 7, and it didn't make no difference whether he was going good or bad. If he popped up in the pinch, he should have made a base hit, and the reason he didn't was so-and-so. And if he cracked 1 for 3 bases, he ought to had a home run, only the ball wasn't lively, or the wind brought it back, or he tripped on a lump of dirt rounding first base. There was one afternoon in New York where he beat all records. Big Markward was working against us, and he was good. In the first inning, Ike hit one clear over that right field stand, but it was a few feet foul. Then he got another foul, and then the count come to 2-2. Then Rube slipped one across on him, and he was called out. What do you know about that? He says afterward on the bench. I lost count. I thought it was 3-1, and I took a strike. You took a strike, all right, says Carey. Even the umps knowed it was a strike. Yes, says Ike, but you can bet I wouldn't have took it if I knew it was the third one. The scoreboard had it wrong. That scoreboard ain't for you to look at, says Cap. It's for you to hit that old pill against. Well, says Ike, I could have hit that one over the scoreboard if I knew it was the third. Was it a good ball? I says. Well, no, it wasn't, says Ike. It was inside. How far inside? Says Carey. Oh, 2 or 3 inches or half a foot, says Ike. I guess you wouldn't have threatened the scoreboard with it then, says Cap. I'd have pulled it down the right foul line if I hadn't thought he'd call it a ball, says Ike. Well, in New York's part of the inning, Doyle cracked one and Ike run back 1.5 miles and caught it with one hand. We was all saying what a whale of a play it was, but he had to apologize just the same as for getting struck out. That stands so high, he says, that a man don't never see a ball till it's right on top of you. Didn't you see that one? Asked Cap. Not at first, says Ike, not till it raised up above the roof of the stand. Then why did you start back as soon as the ball was hit? Says Cap. I knowed by the sound that he got a good hold of it, said Ike. Yes, says Cap, but how'd you know what direction to run in? Doyle usually hits 'em that way, the way I run, says Ike. Why don't you play blindfolded, says Carey. Might as well with that big high stand-up bother a man, says Ike. If I could have saw the ball all the time, I'd have got it in my hip pocket. Along in the 5th, we was 1 run to the bat, and Ike got on with 1 out. On the first ball throw to Smitty, Ike went down. The ball was outside, and Myers throwed Ike out by 10 feet. You could see Ike's lips moving all the way to the bench, and when he got there, he had his piece learned. Why didn't he swing? He says. Why didn't you wait for his sign? Says Cap. He give me a sign, says Ike. What is his sign with you? Says Cap. Picking up some dirt with his right hand, says Ike. Well, I didn't see him do it, Cap says. He done it all right, says Ike. Well, Smitty went out, and there wasn't no more argument till they come in for the next inning. Then Cap opened it up. You fellows better get your sign straight, he says. Do you mean me? Says Smitty. Yes, Cap says. What's your sign with Ike? Sliding my left hand up to the end of the batting bag, says Smitty. Do you hear that, Ike? Asked Cap. What of it? Says Ike. You says his sign was picking up dirt, and he says it's sliding his hand, which is right. I'm right, says Smitty. But if you're arguing about him going last inning, I didn't give him no sign. You pulled your cap down with your right hand, didn't you? Asked Ike. Well, suppose I did, says Smitty. That don't mean nothing. I never told you to take that for a sign, did I? I thought maybe you meant to tell me and forgot, says Ike. They couldn't none of us answer that, and they wouldn't have been no more said if I could shut up. But while we was getting there, Carey got on with 2 out and stole second clean. There, says Ike, that's what I was trying to do, and I'd got away with it if Smitty'd swang and bothered the Indian. Oh, says Smitty, you was trying to steal then, was you? I thought you claimed I'd give you the hit and run. I didn't claim no such a thing, says Ike. I thought maybe you might have given me a sign, but I was going anyway because I thought I had a good start. Cap probably would have hit him with a bat, only just about that time Doyle booted one on Hayes and Carey come across with a run that tied. Well, we go into the 9th finally, 1-1, and Markward walks McDonald with nobody out. Lay it down, says Cap to Ike. And Ike goes up there with orders to bunt and cracks the first ball into that right field stand. It was fair this time and we're 2 ahead, but I didn't think about that at the time. I was too busy watching Cap's face. First he turned pale, and then he got as red as fire, and then he got blue and purple, and finally he just laid back and busted out laughing. So we wasn't afraid to laugh ourselves when we seen him doing it, and when Ike come in, everybody on the bench was in hysterics. But instead of taking advantage, Ike had to try and excuse himself. His play was to shut up, and he didn't know how to make it. Well, he says, if I hadn't hit quite so quick at that one, I bet it'd have cleared the center field fence. Cap stopped laughing. It'll cost you plain 50, he says. What for? Says Ike. When I say bunt, I mean bunt, says Cap. You didn't say bunt, says Ike. I says lay it down, says Cap. If that don't mean bunt, what does it mean? Lay it down means bunt all right, says Ike, but I understood you to say lay on it. All right, says Cap, and the little misunderstanding will cost you 50. Ike didn't say nothing for a few minutes. Then he had another bright idea. I was just kidding about misunderstanding you, he says. I knowed you wanted me to bunt. Well, then why didn't you bunt? Asked Cap. I was going to on the next ball, says Ike, but I thought if I took a good wallop I'd have 'em all fooled. So I walloped at the first one to fool 'em, and I didn't have no intention of hitting it. You tried to miss it, did you? Says Cap. Yes, says Ike. How'd you happen to hit it? Asked Cap. Well, Ike said, I was looking for him to throw me a fast one, and I was going to swing under it. But he come in with a hook, and I met it right square where I was swinging to go under the fast one. Great, says Cap. Boys, he says, Ike's learned how to hit Markward's curve, pretend a fast one's coming, and then try to miss it. It's a good thing to know, and Ike ought to be willing to pay for the lesson. So I'm going to make it 100 instead of 50. The game wound up 3-1. The fine didn't go because Ike hit like a wild man all through that trip, and we made pretty near a cleanup. The night we went to Philly, I got him cornered in the car, and I says to him, forget them alibis for a while and tell me something. What'd you do that for? Swing that time against Markward when you was told to bunt. I'll tell you, he says. That ball he throwed me looked just like the one I struck out on the first inning, and I wanted to show Cap what I could have done to that other one if I knew it was the third strike. But, I says, the one you struck out on in the first inning was a fastball. So was the one I cracked in the ninth, says Ike. You've saw Cap's wife, of course. Well, her sister's about twict as good looking as her, and that's going some. Cap took his missus down to St. Louis the second trip, and the other one come down for St. Joe to visit her. Her name is Dolly, and some doll is right. Well, Cap was going to take the two sisters to a show, and he wanted a beau for Dolly. He left it to her, and she picked Ike. He'd hit 3 on the nose that afternoon, off'n Sally, too. They fell for each other that first evening. Cap told us how it come off. She began flattering Ike for the star game he'd played, and of course he began excusing himself for not doing better. So she thought he was modest, and it went strong with her, and she believed everything he said, and that made her solid with him. That and her makeup. They was together every morning and evening for the 5 days we was there. In the afternoon Ike played the grandest ball you ever see, hitting and running the bases like a fool and catching everything that stayed in the park. I told Cap, I says, you'd ought to keep the doll with us, and he'd make Cobb's figures look sick. But Dolly had to go back to St. Joe, and we come home for a long serious. Well, for the next 3 weeks, Ike had a letter to read every day, and he'd sit in the clubhouse reading it till morning practice was half over. Cap didn't say nothing to him because he was going so good, but I and Carrie wasted a lot of our time trying to get him to own up who the letters was from. Fine chance. What are you reading? Carrie'd say. A bill? No, I'd say, not exactly a bill. It's a letter from a fellow I used to go to school with. High school or college, I'd ask him. College, he'd say. What college, I'd say. Then he'd stall a while, and then he'd say, I didn't go to the college myself, but my friend went there. How did it happen you didn't go? Carrie'd ask him. Well, he'd say, there wasn't no colleges near where I lived. Didn't you live in Kansas City? I'd say to him. One time he'd say he did, and another time he didn't. One time he says he lived in Michigan. Where at? Says Carrie. Near Detroit, he says. Well, I says, Detroit's near Ann Arbor, and that's where they got the university. Yes, says Ike, they got it there now, but they didn't have it there then. I come pretty near going to Syracuse, I says, only there wasn't no railroads running through there in them days. Where this friend of yours got to college, says Carrie. I forgot now, says Ike. Was it Carlisle? Asked Carrie. No, says Ike, his folks wasn't very well off. That's what barred me from Smith, I says. I was going to tackle Cornell, says Carrie, but the doctor told me I'd have hay fever if I didn't stay up north. Your friend writes long letters, I says. Yes, says Ike, he's telling me about a ball player. Where does he play? Asked Carrie. Down in the Texas League, Fort Wayne, says Ike. It looks like a girl's writing, Carrie says. The girl wrote it, says Ike. That's my friend's sister writing for him. Didn't they teach writing at this college where he went? Says Carrie. Sure, Ike says. They taught writing, but he got his hand cut off in a railroad wreck. How long ago? I says. Right after he got out of college, says Ike. Well, I says, I should think he'd have learned to write with his left hand by this time. It's his left hand that was cut off, says Ike, and he was left-handed. You get a letter every day, says Carrie. They're all the same writing. Is he telling you about a different ball player every time he writes? No, Ike says, it's the same ball player. He just tells me what he does every day. From the size of the letters, they don't play nothing but double headers down there, says Carrie. We figured that Ike spent most of his evening answering the letters from his friend's sister, so we kept trying to date him up for shows and parties to see how he'd duck out of them. He was bugs over spaghetti, so we told him one day that they was going to be a big feat of it over to Joe's that night, and he was invited. How long will it last? He says. Well, we says, we're going right over there after the game and stay till they close up. I can't go, he says, unless they leave me come home at 8 bells. Nothing doing, says Carrie. Joe'd get sore. I can't go then, says Ike. Why not? I asked him. Well, he says, my landlady locks up the house at 8 and I left my key home. You can come and stay with me, says Carrie. No, he says, I can't sleep in a strange bed. How do you get along when we're on the road, says I. I don't never sleep the first night anywhere, he says. After that, I'm all right. You'll have time to chase home and get your key right after the game, I told him. The key ain't home, says Ike. I lent it to one of the other fellows and he's went out of town and took it with him. Couldn't you borrow another key off the landlady? Carrie asked him. No, he says, that's the only one they is. Well, the day before we started east again, Ike come into the clubhouse all smiles. Your birthday? I asked him. No, he says. What do you feel so good about? I says. Got a letter from my old man, he says. My uncle's going to get well. Is that the one in Nebraska, says I. Not right in Nebraska, says Ike, near there. But afterwards we got the right dough from Cap. Dolly blew in from Missouri and was going to make the trip with her sister. Well, I went to Alibi Carrie and I for what come off in Boston. If we'd have had any idea what we was doing, we'd never did it. There wasn't nobody outside of maybe Ike and the dame that felt worse over it than I and Carrie. The first 2 days we didn't see nothing of Ike and her except out to the park. The rest of the time they was sightseeing over to Cambridge and down to Revere and out to Brookeline and all the other places where the rubes go. But when we come into the beanery after the third game, Cap's wife called us over. If you want to see something pretty, she says, look at the third finger on Sis's left hand. Well, of course, we know before we looked that it wasn't going to be no hangnail. Nobody was surprised when Dolly blew into the dining room with it, a rock that Ike had bought off in Diamond Joe the first trip to New York. Only, of course, it had been set into a lady-size ring instead of the automobile tire he'd been wearing. Cap and his missus and Ike and Dolly get supper together, only Ike didn't eat nothing, but just sat there blushing and spilling things on the tablecloth. I heard him excusing himself for not having no appetite. He says he couldn't never eat when he was close to the ocean. He'd forgot about them 65 oysters he destroyed the first night of the trip before. He was going to take her to a show, so after supper he went upstairs to change his collar. She had to doll up too, and of course Ike was through long before her. If you remember the hotel in Boston, there's a little parlor where the piano's at, and then there's another little parlor opening off of that. Well, when Ike come down, Smitty was playing a few chords, and I and Carrie was harmonizing. We seen Ike go up to the desk to leave his key, and we called him in. He tried to duck away, but we wouldn't stand for it. We asked him what he was all duded up for, and he says he was going to the theater. Going alone? Says Carrie. No, he says, a friend of mine's going with me. What do you say if we go along? Says Carrie. I ain't only got 2 tickets, he says. Well, says Carrie, we can go down there with you and buy our own seats, and maybe we can all get together. No, says Ike, they ain't no more seats. They're all sold out. We can buy some off in the scalper, says Carrie. I wouldn't if I was you, says Ike. They say the show's rotten. What are you going for then? I asked. I didn't hear about it being rotten till I got the tickets, he says. Well, I says, if you don't want to go, I'll buy the tickets from you. No, says Ike, I wouldn't want to cheat you. I'm stung and I'll just have to stand for it. What are you going to do with the girl? Leave her here at the hotel? I says. What girl? Says Ike. The girl you had supper with, I says. Oh, he says, we just happened to go into the dining room together, that's all. Cap wanted I should sit down with him. I noticed, said Carrie, that she happens to be wearing that rock you bought off in Diamond Joe. Yes, says Ike, I lent it to her for a while. Did you lend her the new ring that goes with it? I says. She had that already, said Ike. She lost the set out of it. I wouldn't trust no strange girl with a rock of mine, says Carrie. Oh, I guess she's all right, Ike says. Besides, I was tired of the stone. When a girl asks you for something, what are you going to do? He started out toward the desk, but we flagged him. Wait a minute, Carrie says. I got a bet with Sam here, and it's up to you to settle it. Well, says Ike, make it snappy. My friend'll be here any minute. I bet, says Carrie, that you and that girl was engaged to be married. Nothing to it, says Ike. Now look here, says Carrie. This is going to cost me real money if I lose. Cut out the alibi stuff and give it to us straight. Cap's wife just as good as told us you was roped. Ike blushed like a kid. Well, boys, he said, I might as well own up. You win, Carrie. Yatta boy, says Carrie. Congratulations. You got a swell girl, Ike, I says. She's a peach, says Smitty. Well, I guess she's okay, says Ike. I don't know much about girls. Didn't you never run around with them? I says. "Oh, yes, plenty of 'em," says Ike, "but I never seen none I fall for." "That is, till you seen this one," says Carrie. "Well," says Ike, "this one's okay, but I wasn't thinking about getting married yet awhile." "Who done the asking? Her?" says Carrie. "Oh, no," says Ike, "but sometimes a man don't know what he's getting into. Take a good-looking girl, and a man generally almost always does about what she wants him to." "I couldn't no girl lasso me unless I wanted to be lassoed," says Smitty. "Oh, I don't know," says Ike. "When a fellow gets to feeling sorry for one of 'em, it's all off." Well, we let him go after shaking hands all around, but he didn't take Dolly to no show that night. Some time while we was talking she'd come into that other parlor and she stood there and heard us. I don't know how much she heard, but it was enough. Dolly and Cap's missus took the midnight train for New York, and from there Cap's wife sent her on her way back to Missouri. She'd left the ring and a note for Ike with the clerk, but we didn't ask Ike if the note was from his friend in Fort Wayne, Texas. When we'd came to Boston, Ike was hitting plane 397. When we got back home, he'd fell off to pretty near nothing. He hadn't drove one out of the infield in any of them other eastern parks, and he didn't even give no excuse for it. To show you how bad he was, he struck out 3 times in Brooklyn one day and never opened his trap when Cap asked him what was the matter. Before, if he'd whiffed once in a game, he'd have wrote a book telling why. Well, we dropped from first place to fifth in 4 weeks, and we was still going down. I and Carrie was about the only ones in the club that spoke to each other, and as all we did was remind ourselves of what a boner we'd pulled. "It's going to beat us out of the big money," says Carrie. "Yes," I says, "I don't want to knock my own ball club, but it looks like a one-man team, and when that one man daubers down, we couldn't trim our whiskers." "We ought to know better," says Carrie. "Yes," I says, "but why should a man pull an alibi for being engaged to such a bear-cat as she was?" "He shouldn't," says Carrie, "but I and you knowed he would, or we'd never started talking to him about it. He wasn't no more ashamed of the girl than I am of a regular base hit, but he just can't come clean on no subject." Cap had the whole story, and I and Carrie was as popular with him as an umpire. "What do you want me to do, Cap?" Carrie said to him before going up to hit. "Use your own judgment," Cap tell him. "We want to lose another game." But finally, one night in Pittsburgh, Cap had a letter from his missus, and he come to us with it. "You fellas," he says, "is the ones that put us on the bum, and if you're sorry, I think there's a chance for you to make good. The old lady's out to St. Joe, and she's been trying her hardest to fix things up. She's explained that Ike don't mean nothing with his talk. I wrote and explained that to Dolly, too. But the old lady says that Dolly says that she can't believe it. But Dolly's still stuck on this baby, and she's pining away just the same as Ike. And the old lady says she thinks if you two fellows would write to the girl and explain how you was always kidding with Ike and leading him on, and how the ball club was all shot to pieces since Ike quit hitting, and how he acted like he was going to kill himself and this and that, she'd fall for it and maybe soften down. Dolly, the old lady says, would believe you before she'd believe I and the old lady, because she thinks it's her we're sorry for and not him." Well, I and Carrie was only too glad to try and see what we could do, but it wasn't no snap. We wrote about 8 letters before we got one that looked good. Then we give it to the stenographer and had it wrote out on a typewriter, and both of us signed it. It was Carrie's idea that made the letter look good. He stuck in something about the world's serious money that our wives wasn't going to spend unless she took pity on a boy who was so shy and modest that he was afraid to come right out and say that he'd asked such a beautiful and handsome girl to become his bride. That's probably what got her, or maybe she wouldn't have held out much longer anyway. It was 4 days after we sent the letter that Cap heard from his missus again. We was in Cincinnati. "We've won," he says to us. "The old lady says that Dolly says that she'll give him another chance. But the old lady says it won't do no good for Ike to write a letter. He'll have to go out there." "Send him tonight," says Carrie. "I'll pay half his fare," I says. "I'll pay the other half," says Carrie. "No," says Cap. "The club will pay his expenses. I'll send him scouting." "Are you going to send him tonight?" "Sure," says Cap. "But I'm going to break the news to him right now. It's time we win a ball game." So in the clubhouse just before the game, Cap told him, and I certainly felt sorry for Rube Benton and Red Ames that afternoon. I and Carrie was standing in front of the hotel that night when Ike come out with his suitcase. "Sent home?" I says to him. "No," he says, "I'm going scouting." "Where to?" I says. "Fort Wayne?" "No, not exactly," he says. "Well," says Carrie, "have a good time." "I ain't looking for no good time," says Ike. "I says I was going scouting." "Well then," says Carrie, "I hope you see somebody you like. And you better have a drink before you go," I says. "Well," says Ike, "they claim it helps a cold." End of Alibi Ike by Ring Lardner. Recording by Ryan Lohner.
A Long Ago Affair by John Galsworthy, 1867 to 1933. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. A Long Ago Affair. Hubert Marsland, the landscape painter, returning from a day sketching on the river in the summer of 1921, had occasion to stay the progress of his two-seater about 10 miles from London for a minor repair, and while his car was being seen to, strolled away from the garage to have a look at a house where he had often spent his holidays as a boy. Walking through a gateway and passing a large gravel pit on his left, he was soon opposite the house, which stood back a little in its grounds. Very much changed, more pretentious, not so homely as when his uncle and aunt lived there, and he used to play cricket on this warren opposite, where the cricket ground, it seemed, had been turned into a golf course. It was late, the dinner hour, nobody playing, and passing on to the links he stood digesting the geography. Here must have been where the old pavilion was, and there, still turfed, where he had made that particularly nice stroke to leg when he went in last and carried his bat for 39 years ago, his 16th birthday. How vividly he remembered his new pads! A.P. Lucas had played against them and had only made 32. One founded one's style on A.P. Lucas in those days, feet in front of the bat and pointed a little forward. Elegant, you never saw it now, and a good thing too. One could sacrifice too much to style. Still, the tendency was all the other way. Style was too much off, perhaps. He stepped back into the sun and sat down on the grass, peaceful, very still. The haze of the distant downs was visible between his uncle's old house and the next, and there was the clump of elms on the far side behind which the sun would be going down just as it used to then. He pressed the palms of his hands to the turf. A glorious summer, something like that summer of long ago. And warmth from the turf, or perhaps from the past, crept into his heart and made it ache a little. Just here he must have sat, after his innings, at Mrs. Monteith's feet, peeping out of her flounced dress. Lord, the fools boys were! How headlong and uncalculating their devotions! A softness in voice and eyes, a smile, a touch or two, and they were slaves. Young fools, but good young fools. And standing behind her chair, he could see him now, that other idol, Captain Mackay, with his face of brown ivory, just the colour of that elephant's tusk his uncle had, which had gone so yellow, and his perfect black moustache, his white tie, check suit, carnation, spats, Malacca cane, all so fascinating. Mrs. Monteith, the grass widow, they had called her. He remembered the look in people's eyes, the tone in their voices. Such a pretty woman! He had fallen for her at first sight, as the Yanks put it. Her special scent, her daintiness, her voice. And that day on the river, when she made much of him, and Captain Mackay attended Evelyn Curtis so assiduously that he was expected to propose. Quaint period. They used the word courting then. Wore full skirts, high stays, and himself a blue elastic belt round his white flannelled waist. And in the evening afterwards his aunt had said with an arch smile, "Good night, silly boy." Silly boy indeed, with a flower the grass widow had dropped, pressed by his cheek into his pillow. What folly! And that next Sunday, looking forward to church, passionately brushing his top hat, all through the service spying at her creamy profile, 2 pews in front on the left, between goat-bearded old Hallgrave, her uncle, and her pink, broad, white-haired aunt, scheming to get near her when she came out, lingering, lurking, getting just a smile, and the rustle of her flounces. Ah, ha, ha, a little went a long way then, and the last day of his holiday, and its night with the first introduction to reality. Who said the Victorian age was innocent? Marston put his palm up to his cheek. No, the dew was not yet falling, and his mind lightly turned and tossed his memories of women, as a man turns and tosses hay to air it. But nothing remembered gave him quite the feeling of that first experience. His aunt's dance, his first white waistcoat, bought ad hoc from the local tailor, his tie laboriously imitating the hero, Captain McKay, all came back with such freshness in the quiet of the warren. The expectancy, the humble shy excitement, the breathless asking for a dance, the writing Mrs. Monteith twice in his little gilt-edged programme with its tiny tousled white pencil, her slow-moving fan, her smile, and the first dance when it came. What infinite care not to tread on her white satin toes! What a thrill when her arm pressed his in the crush! Such holy rapture about all the first part of that evening, with yet another dance to come. If only he could have twirled her and reversed, like his pattern, Captain McKay. Then delirium growing as the second dance came near, making him cut his partner, the cool grass-scented air out on the dark terrace, with the Schaeffers booming by, and in the starshine the poplars wondrously tall, the careful adjustment of his tie and waistcoat, the careful polishing of his hot face. A long breath then, and into the house to find her. Ballroom, supper-room, stairs, library, billiard-room, all draw blank. Estudiantina going on, and he a wandering white-waistcoated young ghost. Ah, the conservatory, and the hurrying there. And then the moment which had always been, was even now such a blurred, confused impression. Smothered voices from between a clump of flowers. I saw her. Who was the man? A glimpse, gone past in a flash, of an ivory face, a black moustache, and then her voice. Hubert, and her hot hand clasping his, drawing him to her, her scent, her face smiling, very set. A rustling behind the flowers, those people smiling, and suddenly her lips on his cheek, the kiss sounding in his ears, her voice saying very softly, Hubert, dear boy. The rustle receded, ceased. What a long silent minute, then among the ferns and blossoms, in the dusk, with her face close to his, pale, perturbed, before she led him out into the light, while he was slowly realizing that she had made use of him to shelter her, a boy, not old enough to be her lover, but old enough to save her name and that of Captain McKay. A kiss, the last of many. Oh, no, not upon his lips, his cheeks. Hard work realizing that. A boy of no account, a boy who in a day would be at school again, kissed that he and she might renew their intrigue unsuspected. How had he behaved the rest of that evening of romance bedrabbled? He hardly knew. Betrayed with a kiss. Two idols in the dust. And did they care what he was feeling? Not they. All they cared for was to cover up their tracks with him. But somehow, he had never shown her that he knew. Only, when their dance was over and someone came and took her for the next, he escaped up to his little room, tore off his gloves, his waistcoat, lay on his bed, thought bitter thoughts. A boy. There he had stayed with the thrum of the music in his ears, till at last it died away for good and the carriages were gone and the night was quiet. Squatting on the warren grass, still warm and dewless, Marsland rubbed his knees, nothing like boys for generosity, and, with a little smile, he thought of his aunt next morning. half arch and half concerned. "It isn't nice, dear, to sit out in the dark corners, and, well, perhaps it wasn't your fault, but still, it isn't nice, not quite," and of how suddenly she had stopped, looking in his face, where his lips were curling in his first ironic laugh. She had never forgiven him that laugh, thinking him a cynical young Lothario. And Marston thought, live and learn. Wonder what became of those two. Victorian age. Hatches were battened down in those days. But innocent, my hat. Aha, the sun was off, dew falling. He got up, rubbing his knees to take the stiffness out of them. Pigeons in the wood beyond were calling. A window in his uncle's old home blazed like a jewel in the sun's last rays between the poplar trees. Hey, dear, a little long ago affair. End of A Long Ago Affair by John Galsworthy. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Mr. Brisher's Treasure by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lord. Mr. Brisher's Treasure by H.G. Wells. "You can't be too careful who you marry," said Mr. Brisher, and pulled thoughtfully with a fat-wristed hand at the lank moustache that hides his want of chin. "That's why," I ventured. "Yes," said Mr. Brisher, with a solemn light in his bleary blue-grey eyes, moving his head expressively and breathing alcohol intimately at me. "There's lots as have had a try at me, many as I could name in this town, but none have done it, none." I surveyed the flushed countenance, the equatorial expansion, the masterly carelessness of his attire, and heaved a sigh to think that by reason of the unworthiness of women he must needs be the last of his race. "I was a smart young chap when I was younger," said Mr. Brisher. "I had my work cut out, but I was very careful, very, and I got through." He leant over the taproom table and thought visibly on the subject of my trustworthiness. I was relieved at last by his confidence. "I was engaged once," he said at last, with a reminiscent eye on the shove-a-penny board. "So near as that." He looked at me. "So near as that. The fact is," he looked about him, brought his face close to mine, lowered his voice, and fenced off an unsympathetic world with a grimy hand. "If she ain't dead, or married to someone else or anything, I'm engaged still." "Now?" He confirmed this statement with nods and facial contortions. "Still?" he said, ending the pantomime, and broke into a reckless smile at my surprise. "Me?" "Run away," he explained further with coruscating eyebrows. "Come home." "That ain't all." "You'd hardly believe it," he said, "but I found a treasure. Found a regular treasure." I fancied this was irony and did not, perhaps, greet it with proper surprise. "Yes," he said, "I found a treasure and come home. I tell you, I could surprise you with things that has happened to me." And for some time he was content to repeat that he'd found a treasure, and left it. I made no vulgar clamour for a story, but I became attentive to Mr. Brisher's bodily needs, and presently I led him back to the deserted lady. "She was a nice girl," he said, a little sadly, I thought, "and respectable." He raised his eyebrows and tightened his mouth to express extreme respectability, beyond the likes of us elderly men. "It was a long way from here, Essex, in fact, near Colchester. It was when I was up in London, in the building trade. I was a smart young chap then, I can tell you. Slim, had best clothes, good as anybody. Hat, silk hat, mind you." Mr. Brisher's hand shot above his head towards the infinite to indicate a silk hat of the highest. Umbrella, nice umbrella, with a horn handle, savins. Very careful I was. He was pensive for a little while, thinking, as we must all come to think sooner or later, of the vanished brightness of youth. But he refrained, as one may do in taprooms, from the obvious moral. I got to know her through a chap what was engaged to her sister. She was stopping in London for a bit, with an aunt that had an ham and beef shop. This aunt was very particular. They was all very particular people, all her people was. I wouldn't let her sister go out with this fella, except her other sister, my girl that is, went with them. So he brought me into it, sort of to ease the crowding. We used to go walks in Battersea Park of a Sunday afternoon, me in my topper and him in his, and the girls, well, stylish. There wasn't many in Battersea Park had the laugh of us. She wasn't what you'd call pretty, but a nicer girl I never met. I liked her from the start, and well, though I say it who shouldn't, she liked me. You know how it is, I dessay. I pretended I did. When this chap married her sister, him and me was great friends. What must he do but ask me down to Colchester, close by where she lived? Naturally, I was introduced to her people, and well, very soon her and me was engaged. He repeated, engaged. She lived at home with her father and mother, quite the lady, in a very nice little house, with a garden, and remarkable, respectable people they was. Rich, you might call 'em almost. They owned their own house, got it out of the building society, and cheap, because the chap who had it before was a burglar and in prison, and they had a bit of freehold land and some cottages and money invested, all nice and tight. They was what you'd call snug and warm. I tell you, I was on. Furniture too. Why, they had a piano. Jane, her name was Jane, used to play it Sundays, and very nice she played too. There wasn't hardly a hymn tune in the book she couldn't play. Many's the evening we've met and sung hymns there, me and her and the family. Her father was quite a leading man in chapel. You should have seen him Sundays, interrupting the minister and giving out hymns. He had gold spectacles, I remember, and used to look over 'em at you while he sang hearty. He was always great on singing hearty to the Lord, and when he got out of tune, half the people went after him. Always. He was that sort of man. And to walk behind him in his nice black clothes, his hat was a brimmer, made one regular proud to be engaged to such a father-in-law. And when the summer came, I went down there and stopped a fortnight. Now, you know, there was a sort of itch, said Mr. Brisher. We wanted to marry, me and Jane did, and get things settled. But he said I had to get a proper position first. Consequently, there was a itch. Consequently, when I went down there, I was anxious to show that I was a good, useful sort of chap, like. So I could do pretty nearly everything, like, see? I made a sympathetic noise. And down at the bottom of their garden was a bit of wild part, like. So I says to him, why don't you have a rockery here? I says, it'd look nice. Too much expense, he says. Not a penny, says I. I'm a dab at rockeries. Let me make you one. You see, I'd helped my brother make a rockery in the beer garden behind his tap, so I knew how to do it to rights. Let me make you one, I says. It's holidays, but I'm that sort of chap. I ain't doing nothing, I says. I'll make you one to rights. And the long and short of it was, he said I might. And that's how I come on the treasure. What treasure?" I asked. "Why," said Mr. Brisher, "the treasure I'm telling you about. What's the reason why I never married?" "What, a treasure? Dug up?" "Yes, a buried wealth, a treasure trove, come out of the ground. What I kept on saying, regular treasure." He looked at me with unusual disrespect. "It wasn't more than a foot deep, not the top of it," he said. "I'd hardly got thirsty like before I come on the corner." "Go on," I said. I didn't understand. "Why, directly I hit the box, I knew it was treasure. A sort of instinct told me. Something seemed to shout inside of me, 'Now's your chance. Lie low.' It's lucky I knew the laws of treasure trove, or I'd have been shouting there and then, I dare say, you know." "Crown bags it," I said. "All but 1%. Go on, it's a shame. What did you do?" "Uncovered the top of the box. There wasn't anybody in the garden, or about, like. Jane was helping her mother do the house. I was excited, I tell you. I tried the lock, and then gave a whack at the hinges. Open it came. The silver coins were full, shining. It made me tremble to see 'em. And just then, I'm blessed if the dustman didn't come round the back of the house. It pretty nearly gave me heart disease to think what a fool I was to have that money showing. And directly after, I heard the chap next door, and he was holidaying too. I heard him watering his beans. If only he'd looked over the fence." "What did you do?" "Kicked the lid on again and covered it up like a shot, and went on digging about a yard away from it like mad. And my face, so to speak, was laughing on its own account till I had it hid. I tell you, I was regular scared like at my luck. I just thought that it had to be kept close, and that was all. Treasure, I kept whispering to myself. Treasure, and hundreds of pounds, hundreds of pounds. Whispering to myself like, and digging like blazes. It seemed to me the box was regular sticking out and showing, like your legs do under the sheets in bed. And I went and put all the earth I'd got out of my hole for the rockery slap on top of it. I was in a sweat. And in the midst of it all, out toddles her father. He didn't say anything to me. He just stood behind me and stared. But Jane told me afterwards, when he went indoors, he says, "That there jackanapes of yours, Jane," he always called me a jackanapes somehow, "knows how to put his back into it after all." Seemed quite impressed by it, he did. "How long was the box?" I asked suddenly. "How long?" said Mr. Brisher. "Yes, in length." "Oh, about so by so." Mr. Brisher indicated a moderate-sized trunk. "Full?" said I. "Full up of silver coins, half-crowns, I believe." "Why," I cried, "that would mean hundreds of pounds." "Thousands," said Mr. Brisher, in a sort of sad calm. "I calculated it out. But how did they get there? All I know is what I found. What I thought at the time was this. The chap who'd owned the house before her father had been a regular slap-up burglar, what you'd call a high-class criminal. Used to drive his trap, like Peace did." Mr. Brisher meditated on the difficulties of narration and embarked on a complicated parenthesis. "I don't know if I told you it had been a burglar's house before it was my girl's father's, and I knew he'd robbed a mail train once. I did know that, it seemed to me." "That's very likely," I said. "But what did you do?" "Sweated," said Mr. Brisher. "Regular run off me all that morning," said Mr. Brisher. "I was at it, pretending to make that rockery, and wondering what I should do. I'd have told her father, perhaps, only I was doubtful of his honesty. I was afraid He might rob me of it, like, and give it up to the authorities. And besides, considering I was marrying into the family, I thought it would be nicer, like, if it came through me. Put me on a better footing, so to speak. Well, I had 3 days before me left of me holidays, so there wasn't no hurry. So I covered it up and went on digging and tried to puzzle out how I was to make sure of it. Only I couldn't. I thought, said Mr. Brisher, and I thought. Once I got regular doubtful whether I'd seen it or not, and went down to it and had it uncovered again, just as her ma came out to hang up a bit of washing she'd done. Jumps again. Afterwards, I was just thinking I'd have another go at it, when Jane comes to tell me dinner was ready. "You'll want it," she said, "seeing all the hole you've dug." I was in a regular daze all dinner, wondering whether that chap next door wasn't over the fence and filling his pockets. But in the afternoon I got easier in my mind. It seemed to me he must have been there so long it was pretty sure to stop a bit longer, and I tried to get up a bit of a discussion to draw out the old man and see what he thought of treasure trove. Mr. Brisher paused and affected amusement at the memory. "The old man was a scorcher," he said. "A regular scorcher." "What?" said I. "Did he—" "It was like this," explained Mr. Brisher, laying a friendly hand on my arm and breathing into my face to calm me. Just to draw him out, I told a story of a chap I said I knew, pretending, you know, who'd found a sovereign in an overcoat he'd borrowed. I said he stuck to it, but I said I wasn't sure whether that was right or not. And then the old man began. Lord, he did let me have it. Mr. Brisher affected an insincere amusement. He was, well, what you might call a rare hand at snacks. Said that was the sort of friend he'd naturally expect me to have. Said he'd naturally expect that from the friend of an out-of-work loafer who took up with daughters who didn't belong to him. There, I couldn't tell you half he said. He went on most outrageous. I stood up to him about it, just to draw him out. Wouldn't you stick to a half sov? Not if you found it in the street, I says. Certainly not, he says. Certainly I wouldn't. What, not if you found it as a sort of treasure? Young man, he says, there's higher authority than mine. Render unto Caesar. What is it? Yeah, well, he fetched up that. A rare hand at hitting you over the head with the Bible, was the old man. And so he went on. He got to such snacks about me, at last I couldn't stand it. I promised Jane not to answer him back, but it got a bit too thick. I'll give it to him. Mr. Brisher, by means of enigmatical facework, tried to make me think he had had the best of that argument, but I knew better. I went out in a huff at last, but not before I was pretty sure I had to lift that treasure by myself. The only thing that kept me up was thinking how I'd take it out of him when I had the cash. There was a lengthy pause. Now, you'd hardly believe it, but all them 3 days I never had a chance at the blessed treasure. Never got out, not even a half-crown. There was always a something. Always. Astonishing thing it isn't thought of more, said Mr. Brisher. Finding treasures, no great shakes. It's getting it. I don't suppose I slept a wink any of those nights, thinking where I was to take it, what I was to do with it, how I was to explain it. It made me regular ill. And days I was that dull, it made Jane regular huffy. You ain't the same chap you was in London, she says. Several times. I tried to lay it on her father and his snacks, but bless you, she knew better. What must she have but that I'd got another girl on my mind? Said I wasn't true. Well, we had a bit of a row. But I was that set on the treasure, I didn't seem to mind a bit anything she said. Well, at last I got a sort of plan. I was always a bit good at planning, though carrying out isn't so much in my line. I thought it all out and settled on a plan. First, I was going to take all my pockets full of these here half-crowns, see? And afterwards, as I shall tell. Well, I got to that state I couldn't think of getting at the treasure again in the daytime. So I waited until the night before I had to go. And then when everything was still, up I gets and slips down to the back door, meaning to get my pockets full. What must I do in the scullery but fall over a pail? Up gets her father with a gun. He was a light sleeper, was her father, and very suspicious, and there was me. Had to explain I'd come down to the pump for a drink because my water bottle was bad. He didn't let me off a snack or two over that bit, you lay a bob. And you mean to say, I began. Wait a bit, said Mr. Brisher. I say I'd made my plan. That put the kibosh on one bit, but it didn't hurt the general scheme, not a bit. I went and I finished that rockery next day, as though there wasn't a snack in the world. Cemented over the stones, I did. Dabbed it green and everything. I put a dab of green just to show where the box was. They all came and looked at it and said how nice it was. Even he was a bit softer like to see it, and all he said was, "It's a pity you can't always work like that. Then you might get something definite to do," he says. Yes, I says. I couldn't help it. I put a lot in that rockery, I says, like that, see. I put a lot in that rockery, meaning, I see, said I, for Mr. Brisher is apt to over-elaborate his jokes. He didn't, said Mr. Brisher, not then anyhow. However, after all that was over, off I set for London. Off I set for London. Only I wasn't going to no London, said Mr. Brisher with sudden animation and thrusting his face into mine. No fear. What do you think? I didn't go no further than Colchester. Not a yard. I'd left the spade just where I could find it. I'd got everything planned and right. I hired a little trap in Colchester and pretended I wanted to go to Ipswich and stop the night and come back next day. And the chap I hired it from made me leave 2 sovereigns on it right away, and off I set. I didn't go to no Ipswich neither. Midnight, the horse and trap was hitched by the little road that ran by the cottage where he lived, not 60 yards off, it wasn't. And I was at it like a good 'un. It was just the night for such games, overcast, but a trifle too hot. And all round the sky there was summer lightning, and presently a thunderstorm. Down it came. First big drops in a sort of fizzle, then hail. I kept on. I whacked at it. I didn't dream the old man would hear. I didn't even trouble to go quiet with the spade. And the thunder and lightning and hail seemed to excite me like. I shouldn't wonder if I was singing. I got so hard at it, I clean forgot the thunder and the horse and trap. I precious soon got the box showing and started to lift it. Heavy, I said. I couldn't no more lift it than fly. I was sick. I'd never thought of that. I got regular wild. I tell you, I cursed. I got sort of outrageous. I didn't think of dividing it like for the minute. And even then, I couldn't have took money about loose in a trap. I hoisted one end sort of wild like, and over the whole show went with a tremendous noise. Perfect smash of silver. And then right on the heels of that, flash, lightning, like the day. And there was the back door open, and the old man coming down the garden with his blooming old gun. He wasn't not 100 yards away. I tell you, I was that upset, I didn't think what I was doing. I never stopped not even to fill my pockets. I went over the fence like a shot. I ran like 1 o'clock for the trap, cussing and swearing as I went. I was in a state. And will you believe me, when I got to the place where I'd left the horse and trap, they'd gone. Off. When I saw that, I hadn't a cuss left for it. I just danced on the grass. And when I'd danced enough, I started off to London. I was done. Mr. Brisher was pensive for an interval. I was done, he repeated, very bitterly. Well, I said. That's all, said Mr. Brisher. You didn't go back? No fear. I'd had enough of that blooming treasure. Anyhow, for a bit. Besides, I didn't know what was done to chaps who tried to collar a treasure trove. I started off for London, there and then. And you never went back? Never. But about Jane, did you write? 3 times? Fishing like? And no answer. We parted in a bit of a off on account of her being jealous, so that I couldn't make out for certain what it meant. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even know whether the old man knew it was me. I sort of kept an eye open on papers to see when he'd give up that treasure to the Crown, as I hadn't a doubt he would, considering how respectable he'd always been. And did he? Mr. Brisher pursed his mouth and moved his head slowly from side to side. Not him, he said. Jane was a nice girl, he said. A thorough nice girl, mind you, if jealous. And there's no knowing, I mightn't have gone back to her after a bit. I thought, if he didn't give up the treasure, I might have a sort of hold on him. Well, one day I looks as usual under Colchester, and there I saw his name. What for, do you think? I could not guess. Mr. Brisher's voice sank to a whisper, and once more he spoke behind his hand. His manner was suddenly suffused with a positive joy. Issuing counterfeit coins, he said. Counterfeit coins? You don't mean to say... Yes, it bad. Quite a long case they made of it, but they got him, though he dodged tremendous. Traced his having passed, nearly a dozen bad half-crowns. And you didn't? No fear. And it didn't do him much good to say it was treasure trove. The End of Mr. Brisher's Treasure by H.G. Wells. Read by Alan Lord.
A Fable by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by anniesmpk, Bangkok. A Fable by Mark Twain. A Fable. Once upon a time, an artist who had painted a small and very beautiful picture placed it so that he could see it in a mirror. He said, "This doubles the distance and softens it, and it is twice as lovely as it was before." The animals out in the woods heard of this through the house cat, who was greatly admired by them because he was so learned and so refined and civilized and so polite and high-bred, and could tell them so much which they didn't know before and were not certain about afterwards. They were much excited about this new piece of gossip, and they asked questions, so as to get a full understanding of it. They asked what a picture was, and the cat explained. "It is a flat thing," he said, "wonderfully flat, marvelously flat, enchantingly flat, and elegant, and oh, so beautiful." That excited them almost to a frenzy, and they said they would give the world to see it. Then the bear asked, "What is it that makes it so beautiful?" "It is the looks of it," said the cat. This filled them with admiration and uncertainty, and they were more excited than ever. Then the cow asked, "What is a mirror?" "It is a hole in a wall," said the cat. "You look in it, and there you see the picture, and it is so dainty and charming and ethereal and inspiring in its unimaginable beauty that your head turns round and round and you almost swoon with ecstasy." The ass had not said anything as yet. He now began to throw doubts. He said there had never been anything as beautiful as this before, and probably wasn't now. He said that when it took a whole basket full of sesquipedalian adjectives to whoop up a thing of beauty, it was time for suspicion. It was easy to see that these doubts were having an effect upon the animals, so the cat went off offended. The subject was dropped for a couple of days, but in the meantime, curiosity was taking a fresh start, and there was a revival of interest perceptible. Then the animals assailed the ass for spoiling what could possibly have been a pleasure to them, on a mere suspicion that the picture was not beautiful, without any evidence that such was the case. The ass was not troubled. He was calm, and said there was one way to find out who was in the right, himself or the cat. He would go and look in that hole, and come back and tell what he found there. The animals felt relieved and grateful, and asked him to go at once, which he did. But he did not know where he ought to stand, and so, through error, he stood between the picture and the mirror. The result was that the picture had no chance, and didn't show up. He returned home, and said, "The cat lied. There was nothing in that hole but an ass. There wasn't a sign of a flat thing visible. It was a handsome ass, and friendly, but just an ass, and nothing more." The elephant asked, "Did you see it good and clear? Were you close to it?" "I saw it good and clear, O Hathi, king of beasts. I was so close that I touched noses with it." "This is very strange," said the elephant. "The cat was always truthful before, as far as we could make out. Let another witness try. Go, Baloo, look in the hole, and come and report." So the bear went. When he came back, he said, "Both the cat and the ass have lied. There was nothing in the hole but a bear." Great was the surprise and puzzlement of the animals. Each was now anxious to make the test himself and get a straight truth. The elephant sent them one at a time. First, the cow. She found nothing in the hole but a cow. The tiger found nothing in it but a tiger. The lion found nothing in it but a lion. The leopard found nothing in it but a leopard. The camel found a camel and nothing more. Then Hathi was wroth, and said he would have the truth, if he had to go and fetch it himself. When he returned, he abused his whole subjectry for liars, and was in unappeasable fury with the moral and mental blindness of the cat. He said that anybody but a near-sighted fool could see that there was nothing in a hole but an elephant. Moral by the cat. You can find in a text whatever you bring, if you will stand between it and the mirror of your imagination. You may not see your ears, but they will be there. End of A Fable by Mark Twain. Recording by anniesmpk, Bangkok, Thailand.
The Story of a Farm Girl by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Part 1. As the weather was very fine, the people on the farm had hurried through their dinner and had returned to the fields. The servant, Rose, remained alone in the large kitchen where the fire was dying out on the hearth beneath the large boiler of hot water. From time to time she dipped out some water and slowly washed her dishes, stopping occasionally to look at the 2 streaks of light which the sun threw across the long table through the window, and which showed the defects in the glass. 3 venturesome hens were picking up the crumbs under the chairs, while the smell of the poultry yard and the warmth from the cow stall came in through the half-open door, and a cock was heard crowing in the distance. When she had finished her work, wiped down the table, dusted the mantelpiece, and put the plates on the high dresser close to the wooden clock with its loud tick-tock, she drew a long breath, and she felt rather oppressed, without exactly knowing why. She looked at the black clay walls, the rafters that were blackened with smoke, and from which hung spiders' webs, smoked herrings, and strings of onions. And then she sat down, rather overcome by the stale odour from the earthen floor, on which so many things had been continually spilled, and which the heat brought out. With this there was mingled the sour smell of the pans of milk which were set out to raise the cream in the adjoining dairy. She started to sew as usual, but she did not feel strong enough, and so she went to the door to get a mouthful of fresh air, which seemed to do her good. The fowls were lying on the steaming dunghill. Some of them were scratching with one claw in search of worms, while the cock stood up proudly in their midst. When he crowed, the cocks in all the neighbouring farmyards replied to him, as if they were uttering challenges from farm to farm. The girl looked at them without thinking, and then she raised her eyes and was almost dazzled at the sight of the apple trees in blossom. Just then a colt, full of life and friskiness, jumped over the ditches and then stopped suddenly, as if surprised at being alone. She also felt inclined to run. She felt inclined to move and stretch her limbs, and to repose in the warm, breathless air. She took a few undecided steps, and closed her eyes, for she was seized with a feeling of animal comfort, and then she went to look for eggs in the hen loft. There were 13 of them, which she took in and put into the storeroom. But the smell of the kitchen annoyed her again, and she went out to sit on the grass for a time. The farmyard, which was surrounded by trees, seemed to be asleep. The tall grass, amid which the tall yellow dandelions rose up like streaks of yellow light, was of a vivid, fresh spring green. The apple trees cast their shade all round them, and the thatched roofs, on which grew blue and yellow irises with their sword-like leaves, steamed as if the moisture of the stables and barns were coming through the straw. The girl went to the shed, where the carts and buggies were kept. Close to it, in a ditch, there was a large patch of violets, whose fragrance was spread abroad, while beyond the slope the open country could be seen, where grain was growing, with clumps of trees in places, and groups of labourers here and there, who looked as small as dolls, and white horses like toys, who were drawing a child's cart, driven by a man as tall as one's finger. She took up a bundle of straw, threw it into the ditch, and sat down upon it. Then, not feeling comfortable, she undid it, spread it out, and lay down upon it at full length on her back, with both arms under her head and her legs stretched out. Gradually her eyes closed, and she was falling into a state of delightful languor. She was, in fact, almost asleep when she felt 2 hands on her bosom, and she sprang up at a bound. It was Jacques, one of the farm labourers, a tall fellow from Picardy, who had been making love to her for a long time. He had been herding the sheep, and, seeing her lying down in the shade, had come up stealthily and holding his breath, with glistening eyes and bits of straw in his hair. He tried to kiss her, but she gave him a smack in the face, for she was as strong as he, and he was shrewd enough to beg her pardon, so they sat down side by side and talked amicably. They spoke about the favourable weather, of their master, who was a good fellow, then of their neighbours, of all the people in the country round, of themselves, of their village, of their youthful days, of their recollections, of their relations, who had left them for a long time, and it might be for ever. She grew sad as she thought of it, while he, with one fixed idea in his head, drew closer to her. "I have not seen my mother for a long time," she said. "It is very hard to be separated like that," and she directed her looks into the distance, towards the village in the north which she had left. Suddenly, however, he seized her by the neck and kissed her again. but she struck him so violently in the face with her clenched fists that his nose began to bleed, and he got up and laid his head against the stem of a tree. When she saw that, she was sorry, and going up to him, she said, "Have I hurt you?" He, however, only laughed. No, it was a mere nothing, only she had hit him right in the middle of the nose. "What a devil!" he said, and he looked at her with admiration, for she had inspired him with a feeling of respect, and of a very different kind of admiration, which was the beginning of a real love for that tall, strong wench. When the bleeding had stopped, he proposed a walk, as he was afraid of his neighbour's heavy hand, if they remained side by side like that much longer. But she took his arm of her own accord, in the avenue, as if they had been out for an evening's walk, and said, "It is not nice of you to despise me like that, Jacques." He protested, however. No, he did not despise her. He was in love with her. That was all. "So you really want to marry me?" she asked. He hesitated and then looked at her sideways, while she looked straight ahead of her. She had fat red cheeks, a full bust beneath her cotton jacket, thick red lips, and her neck, which was almost bare, was covered with small beads of perspiration. He felt a fresh access of desire, and putting his lips to her ear, he murmured, "Yes, of course I do." Then she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him till they were both out of breath. From that moment the eternal story of love began between them. They plagued one another in corners. They met in the moonlight beside the haystack, and gave each other bruises on the legs under the table with their heavy-nailed boots. By degrees, however, Jacques seemed to grow tired of her. He avoided her, scarcely spoke to her, and did not try any longer to meet her alone, which made her sad and anxious, and soon she found that she was enceinte. At first she was in a state of consternation, but then she got angry, and her rage increased every day because she could not meet him, as he avoided her most carefully. At last one night, when everyone in the farmhouse was asleep, she went out noiselessly in her petticoat, with bare feet, crossed the yard and opened the door of the stable where Jacques was laying in a dark box of straw above his horses. He pretended to snore when he heard her coming, but she knelt down by his side and shook him until he sat up. "What do you want?" he then asked her. And with clenched teeth and trembling with anger, she replied, I want you to marry me as you promised." But he only laughed and replied, "Oh, if a man were to marry all the girls with whom he had made a slip, he would have more than enough to do." Then she seized him by the throat, threw him on his back, so that he could not get away from her, and, half strangling him, she shouted into his face, "I am enceinte! Do you hear? I am enceinte!" He gasped for breath, as he was almost choked, and so they remained, both of them, motionless and without speaking, in the dark silence, which was only broken by the noise made by a horse as he pulled the hay out of the manger and then slowly munched it. When Jacques found that she was the stronger, he stammered out, "Very well, I will marry you, as that is the case." But she did not believe his promises. "It must be at once," she said. "You must have the banns put up." "At once," he replied. "Swear solemnly that you will." He hesitated for a few moments and then said, "I swear it by heaven." Then she released her grasp and went away without another word. She had no chance of speaking to him for several days, and, as the stable was now always locked at night, she was afraid to make any noise, for fear of creating a scandal. One morning, however, she saw another man come in at dinner-time, and she said, "Has Jacques left?" "Yes," the man replied, "I have got his place." This made her tremble so violently that she could not take the saucepan off the fire, and later, when they were all at work, she went up into her room and cried, burying her head in the bolster so that she might not be heard. During the day, however, she tried to obtain some information without exciting any suspicion, but she was so overwhelmed by the thoughts of her misfortune that she fancied that all the people whom she asked laughed maliciously. All she learned, however, was that he had left the neighbourhood altogether. Part 2. Then a cloud of constant misery began for her. She worked mechanically, without thinking of what she was doing, with one fixed idea in her head. Suppose people were to know. This continual feeling made her so incapable of reasoning that she did not even try to think of any means of avoiding the disgrace that she knew must ensue, which was irreparable and drawing nearer every day, and which was as sure as death itself. She got up every morning long before the others and persistently tried to look at her figure in a piece of broken looking-glass, before which she did her hair, as she was very anxious to know whether anybody would notice a change in her, and during the day she stopped working every few minutes to look at herself from top to toe, to see whether her apron did not look too short. The months went on, and she scarcely spoke now, and when she was asked a question did not appear to understand, but she had a frightened look, haggard eyes, and trembling hands, which made her master say to her occasionally, "My poor girl, how stupid you have grown lately." In church she hid behind a pillar, and no longer ventured to go to confession, as she feared to face the priest, to whom she attributed superhuman powers which enabled him to read people's consciences, and at mealtimes the looks of her fellow servants almost made her faint with mental agony, and she was always fancying that she had been found out by the cowherd, a precocious and cunning little lad, whose bright eyes seemed always to be watching her. One morning the postman brought her a letter, and as she had never received one in her life before, she was so upset by it that she was obliged to sit down. Perhaps it was from him, but as she could not read, she sat anxious and trembling with that piece of paper covered with ink in her hand. After a time, however, she put it in her pocket, as she did not venture to confide her secret to anyone. She often stopped in her work to look at those lines written at regular intervals, and which terminated in a signature, imagining vaguely that she would suddenly discover their meaning, and so at last, as she felt half mad with impatience and anxiety, she went to the schoolmaster, who told her to sit down, and read to her as follows. "My dear daughter, I write to tell you that I am very ill. Our neighbour, Monsieur Dentu, begs you to come if you can. From your affectionate mother, César Dentu, Deputy Mayor." She did not say a word and went away, but as soon as she was alone her legs gave way under her, and she fell down by the roadside and remained there till night. When she got back, she told the farmer her bad news, and he allowed her to go home for as long as she liked, and promised to have her work done by a charwoman, and to take her back when she returned. Her mother died soon after she got there, and the next day Rose gave birth to a 7-month child, a miserable little skeleton, thin enough to make anybody shudder, and which seemed to be suffering continually, to judge from the painful manner in which it moved its poor little hands, which were as thin as a crab's legs. But it lived for all that. She said she was married, but could not be burdened with the child, so she left it with some neighbours, who promised to take great care of it, and she went back to the farm. But now, in her heart, which had been wounded so long, there arose something like brightness, an unknown love for all that frail little creature which she had left behind her, though there was fresh suffering in that very love, suffering which she felt every hour and every minute, because she was parted from her child. What pained her most, however, was the mad longing to kiss it, to press it in her arms, to feel the warmth of its little body against her breast. She could not sleep at night. She thought of it the whole day long, and in the evening, when her work was done, she would sit in front of the fire and gaze at it intently, as people do whose thoughts are far away. They began to talk about her and to tease her about her lover. They asked her whether he was tall, handsome, and rich, when was the wedding to be and the christening, and often she ran away to cry by herself, for these questions seemed to hurt her like the prick of a pin, and in order to forget their jokes she began to work still more energetically, and, still thinking of her child, she sought some way of saving up money for it, and determined to work so that her master would be obliged to raise her wages. By degrees she almost monopolized the work, and persuaded him to get rid of one servant girl, who had become useless since she had taken to working like two. She economized in the bread, oil, and candles, in the corn, which they gave to the chickens too extravagantly, and in the fodder for the horses and cattle, which was rather wasted. She was as miserly about her master's money as if it had been her own, and, by dint of making good bargains, of getting high prices for all their produce, and by baffling the peasants' tricks when they offered anything for sale, he at last entrusted her with buying and selling everything, with the direction of all the labourers, and with the purchase of provisions necessary for the household, so that in a short time she became indispensable to him. She kept such a strict eye on everything about her that, under her direction, the farm prospered wonderfully, and for 5 miles around people talked of Master Valin's servant, and the farmer himself said everywhere, "That girl is worth more than her weight in gold." But time passed, and her wages remained the same. Her hard work was accepted as something that was due from every good servant, and as a mere token of goodwill. And she began to think rather bitterly that if the farmer could put 50 or 100 crowns extra into the bank every month, thanks to her, she was still only earning her 200 francs a year, neither more nor less, and so she made up her mind to ask for an increase of wages. She went to see the schoolmaster 3 times about it, but when she got there she spoke about something else. She felt a kind of modesty in asking for money, as if it was something disgraceful. But at last, one day, when the farmer was having breakfast by himself in the kitchen, she said to him with some embarrassment that she wished to speak to him particularly. He raised his head in surprise, with both his hands on the table, holding his knife with its point in the air in one and a piece of bread in the other, and he looked fixedly at the girl, who felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but asked for a week's holiday so that she might get away, as she was not very well. He acceded to her request immediately, and then added, in some embarrassment himself, "When you come back, I shall have something to say to you myself." Part 3. The child was nearly 8 months old, and she did not recognize it. It had grown rosy and chubby all over, like a little roll of fat. She threw herself on it as if it had been some prey, and kissed it so violently it began to scream with terror, and then she began to cry herself, because it did not know her, and stretched out its arms to its nurse as soon as it saw her. But the next day it began to know her, and laughed when it saw her, and she took it into the fields, and ran about excitedly with it, and sat down under the shade of the trees, and then, for the first time in her life, she opened her heart to somebody, although he could not understand her, and told him her troubles, how hard her work was, her anxieties and her hopes, and she quite tired the child with the violence of her caresses. She took the greatest pleasure in handling it, in washing and dressing it, for it seemed to her that all this was for the confirmation of her maternity, and she would look at it, almost feeling surprised that it was hers, and would say to herself in a low voice, as she danced it in her arms, "It is my baby, it's my baby." She cried all the way home as she returned to the farm, and had scarcely got in before her master called her into his room, and she went, feeling astonished and nervous, without knowing why. "Sit down there," he said. She sat down, and for some moments they remained side by side, in some embarrassment, with their arms hanging at their sides, as if they did not know what to do with them, and looking each other in the face after the manner of peasants. The farmer, a stout, jovial, obstinate man of 45, who had lost 2 wives, evidently felt embarrassed, which was very unusual with him. But at last he made up his mind, and began to speak vaguely, hesitating a little, and looking out of the window as he talked. "How is it, Rose," he said, "that you have never thought of settling in life?" She grew as pale as death, and, seeing that she gave him no answer, he went on, "You are a good, steady, active, and economical girl, and a wife like you would make a man's fortune." She did not move, but looked frightened. She did not even try to comprehend his meaning, for her thoughts were in a whirl, as if the approach of some great danger. So, after waiting a few seconds, he went on, "You see, a farm without a mistress can never succeed, even with a servant like you. Then he stopped, for he did not know what else to say, and Rose looked at him with the air of a person who thinks that he is face to face with a murderer and ready to flee at the slightest movement he may make. But, after waiting for about 5 minutes, he asked her, "Well, will it suit you?" "Will what suit me, master?" And he said quickly, "Why, to marry me, by heaven!" She jumped up, but fell back on her chair, as if she had been struck, and there she remained motionless, like a person who is overwhelmed by some great misfortune. At last the farmer grew impatient and said, "Come, what more do you want?" She looked at him almost in terror, then suddenly the tears came into her eyes, and she said twice in a choking voice, "I cannot, I cannot." "Why not?" he asked. "Come, don't be silly. I will give you until tomorrow to think it over." And he hurried out of the room, very glad to have got through with the matter, which had troubled him a good deal, for he had no doubt that she would, the next morning, accept a proposal which she could never have expected, and which would be a capital bargain for him, as he thus bound a woman to his interests who would certainly bring him more than if she had the best dowry in the district. Neither could there be any scruples about an unequal match between them, for in the country every one is very nearly equal. The farmer works with his labourers, who frequently become masters in their turn, and the female servants constantly become the mistresses of the establishments, without its making any change in their life or habits. Rose did not go to bed that night. She threw herself, dressed as she was, on her bed, and she had not even the strength to cry left in her, she was so thoroughly dumbfounded. She remained quite inert, scarcely knowing that she had a body, and without being at all able to collect her thoughts, though at moments she remembered something of what had happened, and then she was frightened at the idea of what might happen. Her terror increased, and every time the great kitchen clock struck the hour, she broke out in a perspiration from grief. She became bewildered and had the nightmare. Her candle went out, and then she began to imagine that someone had cast a spell over her, as country people so often imagine, and she felt a mad inclination to run away, to escape and to flee before her misfortune, like a ship scudding before the wind. An owl hooted. She shivered, sat up, passed her hands over her face, her hair, and all over her body, and then she went downstairs as if she were walking in her sleep. When she got into the yard she stooped down, so as not to be seen by any prowling scamp, for the moon, which was setting, shed a bright light over the fields. Instead of opening the gate she scrambled over the fence, and as soon as she was outside she started off. She went on straight before her with a quick, springy trot, and from time to time she unconsciously uttered a piercing cry. Her long shadow accompanied her, and now and then some night bird flew over her head, while the dogs in the farmyards barked as they heard her pass. One even jumped over the ditch and followed her and tried to bite her, but she turned round and gave such a terrible yell that the frightened animal ran back and cowered in silence in its kennel. The stars grew dim and the birds began to twitter. The day was breaking. The girl was worn out and panting, and when the sun rose in the purple sky she stopped, for her swollen feet refused to go any farther. But she saw a pond in the distance, a large pond whose stagnant water looked like blood under the reflection of the new day, and she limped on slowly with her hand on her heart, in order to dip both her feet in it. She sat down on a tuft of grass, took off her heavy shoes, which were full of dust, pulled off her stockings and plunged her legs into the still water, from which bubbles were rising here and there. A feeling of delicious coolness pervaded her from head to foot, and suddenly, while she was looking fixedly at the deep pool, she was seized with dizziness, and with a mad longing to throw herself into it. All her sufferings would be over in there, over forever. She no longer thought of her child. She only wanted peace, complete rest, and to sleep forever. And she got up with raised arms and took 2 steps forward. She was in the water up to her thighs, and she was just about to throw herself in when sharp, pricking pains in her ankles made her jump back, and she uttered a cry of despair, for from her knees to the tips of her feet long black leeches were sucking her lifeblood and were swelling as they adhered to her flesh. She did not dare to touch them and scream with horror, so that her cries of despair attracted a peasant, who was driving along at some distance, to the spot. He pulled off the leeches one by one, applied herbs to the wounds, and drove the girl to her master's farm in his gig. She was in bed for a fortnight, and as she was sitting outside the door on the first morning that she got up, the farmer suddenly came and planted himself before her. "Well," he said, "I suppose the affair is settled, isn't it?" She did not reply at first, and then, as he remained standing and looking at her intently with his piercing eyes, she said with difficulty, "No, master, I cannot." He immediately flew into a rage. "You cannot, girl, you cannot? I should just like to know the reason why." She began to cry and repeated, "I cannot." He looked at her and then exclaimed angrily, "Then I suppose you have a lover?" "Perhaps that is it," she replied, trembling with shame. The man got as red as a poppy and stammered out in a rage, "Ah, so you confess it, you slut! And pray who is this fellow? Some penniless, half-starved ragamuffin, without a roof to his head, I suppose. Who is it, I say?" And as she gave him no answer, he continued, "Ah, so you will not tell me? Then I will tell you. It is Jean Badu." "No, not he!" she exclaimed. "Then it is Pierre Martin." "Oh, no, master." As he angrily mentioned all the young fellows in the neighbourhood, while she denied that he had hit upon the right one, and every moment wiped her eyes with the corner of her blue apron, but he still tried to find it out with his brutish obstinacy, and, as it were, scratching at her heart to discover her secret, just as a terrier scratches at a hole to try and get at the animal which he scents inside it. Suddenly, however, the man shouted, "By George, it's Jacques, the man who was here last year. They used to say that you were always talking together, and that you thought about getting married." Rose was choking, and she grew scarlet, while her tears suddenly stopped and dried up on her cheeks, like drops of water on hot iron, and she exclaimed, "No, it is not he, it is not he." "Is that really a fact?" asked the cunning peasant, who partly guessed the truth. And she replied hastily, "I will swear it, I will swear it to you." She tried to think of something by which to swear, as she did not venture to invoke sacred things, but he interrupted her. "At any rate, he used to follow you into every corner, and devoured you with his eyes at mealtimes. Did you ever give him your promise, eh?" This time she looked her master straight in the face. "No, never, never. I will solemnly swear to you that if he were to come today and ask me to marry him, I would have nothing to do with him." She spoke with such an air of sincerity that the farmer hesitated, and then he continued, as if speaking to himself, "What, then? You have not had a misfortune, as they call it, or it would have been known, and as it has no consequences, no girl would refuse her master on that account. There must be something at the bottom of it, however." She could say nothing. She had not the strength to speak, and he asked her again, "You will not?" "I cannot, master," she said, with a sigh, and he turned on his heel. She thought she had got rid of him altogether, and spent the rest of the day almost tranquilly, but was as exhausted as if she had been turning the thrashing machine all day in the place of the old white horse, and she went to bed as soon as she could, and fell asleep immediately. In the middle of the night, however, 2 hands touching the bed woke her. She trembled with fear, but immediately recognized the farmer's voice, when he said to her, "Don't be frightened, Rose. I have come to speak to you." She was surprised at first, but when he tried to take liberties with her, she understood and began to tremble violently as she felt quite alone in the darkness, still heavy from sleep, and quite unprotected, with the man standing near her. She certainly did not consent, but she resisted carelessly, struggling against that instinct which is always strong in simple natures and very imperfectly protected by the undecided will of inert and gentle races. She turned her head now to the wall and now toward the room, in order to avoid the attentions which the farmer tried to press on her, but she was weakened by fatigue, while he became brutal, intoxicated by desire. They lived together as man and wife, and one morning he said to her, "I have put up our banns, and we will get married next month." She did not reply, for what could she say? She did not resist, for what could she do? Part 4. She married him. She felt as if she were in a pit with inaccessible sides from which she could never get out, and all kinds of misfortunes were hanging over her head like huge rocks which would fall on the first occasion. Her husband gave her the impression of a man whom she had robbed, and who would find it out some day or other, and then she thought of her child, who was the cause of her misfortunes, but who was also the cause of all her happiness on earth, and whom she went to see twice a year, though she came back more unhappy each time. But she gradually grew accustomed to her life. Her fears were allayed, her heart was at rest, and she lived with an easier mind, though still with some vague fear floating in it. And so years went on, until the child was 6. She was almost happy now, when suddenly the farmer's temper grew very bad. For 2 or 3 years he seemed to have been nursing some secret anxiety, to be troubled by some care, some mental disturbance, which was gradually increasing. He remained sitting at table after dinner with his head in his hands, sad and devoured by sorrow. He always spoke hastily, sometimes even brutally, and it even seemed as if he had a grudge against his wife, for at times he answered her roughly, almost angrily. One day, when a neighbour's boy came for some eggs, and she spoke rather crossly to him, as she was very busy, her husband suddenly came in and said to her in his unpleasant voice, "If that were your own child you would not treat him so." She was hurt and did not reply, and then she went back into the house, with all her grief awakened afresh, and at dinner the farmer neither spoke to her nor looked at her, and he seemed to hate her, to despise her, to know something about the affair at last. In consequence she lost her composure, and did not venture to remain alone with him after the meal was over, but left the room and hastened to the church. It was getting dusk. The narrow nave was in total darkness, but she heard footsteps in the choir, for the sacristan was preparing the tabernacle lamp for the night. That spot of trembling light, which was lost in the darkness of the arches, looked to Rose like her last hope, and with her eyes fixed on it she fell on her knees. The chain rattled as the little lamp swung up in the air, and almost immediately the small bell rang out the Angelus through the increasing mist. She went up to him as he was going out. "Is Monsieur le Curé at home?" she asked. "Of course he is. This is his dinner time." She trembled as she rang the bell of the parsonage. The priest was just sitting down to dinner, and he made her sit down also. Yes, I know all about it. Your husband has mentioned the matter to me. That brings you here." The poor woman nearly fainted, and the priest continued, "What do you want, my child?" And he hastily swallowed several spoonfuls of soup, some of which dropped onto his greasy cassock. But Rose did not venture to say anything more, and she got up to go, but the priest said, "Courage," and she went out and returned to the farm without knowing what she was doing. The farmer was waiting for her, as the labourers had gone away during her absence, and she fell heavily at his feet, and, shedding a flood of tears, she said to him, "What have you got against me?" He began to shout and to swear. "What have I got against you? That I have no children by. When a man takes a wife, it is not that they may live alone together to the end of their days. That is what I have against you. When a cow has no calves, she is not worth anything, and when a woman has no children, she is also not worth anything." She began to cry and said, "It is not my fault. It is not my fault." He grew rather more gentle when he heard that, and added, "I do not say that it is, but it is very provoking all the same." Part 5. From that day forward she had only one thought, to have a child, another child. She confided her wish to everybody, and, in consequence of this, a neighbour told her of an infallible method. This was to make her husband drink a glass of water with a pinch of ashes in it every evening. The farmer consented to try it, but without success, so they said to each other, Perhaps there are some secret ways, and they tried to find out. They were told of a shepherd who lived 10 leagues off, and so Valin one day drove off to consult him. The shepherd gave him a loaf on which he had made some marks. It was kneaded up with herbs, and each of them was to eat a piece of it, but they ate the whole loaf without obtaining any results from it. Next, the schoolmaster unveiled mysteries and processes of love which were unknown in the country, but infallible, so he declared, but none of them had the desired effect. Then the priest advised them to make a pilgrimage to the shrine of Fécamp. Rose went with the crowd and prostrated herself in the abbey, and mingling her prayers with the coarse desires of the peasants around her, she prayed that she might be fruitful a second time. But it was in vain, and then she thought that she was being punished for her first fault, and she was seized by terrible grief. She was wasting away with sorrow. Her husband was also aging prematurely, and was wearing himself out in useless hopes. Then war broke out between them. He called her names and beat her. They quarrelled all day long, and when they were in the room together at night he flung insults and obscenities at her, choking with rage, until one night, not being able to think of any means of making her suffer more, he ordered her to stand up and go and stand out of doors in the rain until daylight. As she did not obey him, he seized her by the neck and began to strike her in the face with his fists, but she said nothing and did not move. In his exasperation he knelt on her stomach, and with clenched teeth and mad with rage he began to beat her. Then, in her despair, she rebelled, and flinging him against the wall with a furious gesture, she sat up, and in an altered voice she hissed, "I have had a child. I have had one. I had it by Jacques. You know Jacques. He promised to marry me, but he left this neighbourhood without keeping his word." The man was thunderstruck and could hardly speak, but at last he stammered out, "What are you saying? What are you saying?" Then she began to sob, and amid her tears she continued, "That was the reason why I did not want to marry you. I could not tell you, for you would have left me without any bread for my child. You have never had any children, so you cannot understand. You cannot understand." He said again, mechanically, with increasing surprise, "You have a child. You have a child. You took me by force, as I suppose you know. I did not want to marry you," she said, still sobbing. Then he got up, lit the candle, and began to walk up and down with his arms behind him. She was cowering on the bed and crying, and suddenly he stopped in front of her and said, "Then it is my fault that you have no children?" She gave him no answer, and he began to walk up and down again, and then, stopping again, he continued, "How old is your child?" "Just 6, she whispered. "Why did you not tell me about it?" he asked. "How could I?" she replied with a sigh. He remained standing motionless. "Come, get up," he said. She got up with some difficulty, and then, when she was standing on the floor, he suddenly began to laugh with the hearty laugh of his good days, and, seeing how surprised she was, he added, "Very well, we will go and fetch the child, as you and I can have none together." She was so scared that if she had had the strength she would have assuredly have run away, but the farmer rubbed his hands and said, "I wanted to adopt one, and now we have found one. I asked the curé about an orphan some time ago." Then, still laughing, he kissed his weeping and agitated wife on both cheeks, and shouted out, as though she could not hear him, "Come along, mother, we will go and see whether there is any soup left. I should not mind a plateful." She put on her petticoat and they went downstairs, and while she was kneeling in front of the fireplace and lighting the fire under the saucepan, he continued to walk up and down the kitchen with long strides, repeating, "Well, I am really glad of this. I am not saying it for form's sake, but I am glad. I am really very glad." End of The Story of a Farm Girl by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Father Milon by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Father Milon. For a month the hot sun has been parching the fields. Nature is expanding beneath its rays. The fields are green as far as the eye can see. The big azure dome of the sky is unclouded. The farms of Normandy, scattered over the plains and surrounded by a belt of tall beeches, look, from a distance, like little woods. On closer view, after lowering the worm-eaten wooden bars, you imagine yourself in an immense garden, for all the ancient apple trees, as gnarled as the peasants themselves, are in bloom. The sweet scent of their blossoms mingles with the heavy smell of the earth and the penetrating odour of the stables. It is noon. The family is eating under the shade of a pear tree planted in front of the door. Father, mother, the 4 children, and the help, 2 women and 3 men, are all there. All are silent. The soup is eaten, and then a dish of potatoes fried with bacon is brought on. From time to time one of the women gets up and takes a pitcher down to the cellar to fetch more cider. The man, a big fellow about 40 years old, is watching a grapevine, still bare, which is winding and twisting like a snake along the side of the house. At last he says, "Father's vine is budding early this year. Perhaps we may get something from it." The woman then turns round and looks, without saying a word. This vine is planted on the spot where their father had been shot. It was during the war of 1870. The Prussians were occupying the whole country. General Faidherbe, with the northern division of the army, was opposing them. The Prussians had established their headquarters at this farm. The old farmer to whom it belonged, Father Pierre Milon, had received and quartered them to the best of his ability. For a month the German vanguard had been in this village. The French remained motionless 10 leagues away, and yet every night some of the Uhlans disappeared. Of all the isolated scouts, of all those who were sent to the outposts in groups of not more than 3, not one ever returned. They were picked up the next morning in a field or in a ditch. Even their horses were found among the roads with their throats cut. These murders seemed to be done by the same men who could never be found. The country was terrorized. Farmers were shot on suspicion. Women were imprisoned. Children were frightened in order to try and obtain information. Nothing could be ascertained. But one morning Father Milon was found stretched out in the barn with a sword gash across his face. 2 Uhlans were found dead about 1.5 miles from the farm. One of them was still holding his bloody sword in his hand. He had fought, tried to defend himself. A court-martial was immediately held in the open air in front of the farm. The old man was brought before it. He was 68 years old, small, thin, bent, with 2 big hands resembling the claws of a crab. His colourless hair was sparse and thin, like the down of a young duck, allowing patches of his scalp to be seen. The brown and wrinkled skin of his neck showed big veins, which disappeared behind his jaws and came out again at the temples. He had the reputation of being miserly and hard to deal with. They stood him up between 4 soldiers in front of the kitchen table, which had been dragged outside. 5 officers and the colonel seated themselves opposite him. The colonel spoke in French. "Father Milon, since we have been here we have only had praise for you. You have always been obliging and even attentive to us, but today a terrible accusation is hanging over you, and you must clear the matter up. How did you receive that wound on your face?" The peasant answered nothing. The colonel continued, "Your silence accuses you, Father Milon, but I want you to answer me. Do you understand? Do you know who killed the 2 Uhlans who were found this morning near Calvaire?" The old man answered clearly, "I did." The colonel, surprised, was silent for a minute, looking straight at the prisoner. Father Milon stood impassive, with the stupid look of the peasant, his eyes lowered as though he were talking to the priest. Just one thing betrayed an uneasy mind. He was continually swallowing his saliva with a visible effort, as though his throat were terribly contracted. The man's family, his son Jean, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandchildren were standing a few feet behind him, bewildered and affrighted. The colonel went on. "Do you also know who killed all the scouts who have been found dead for a month throughout the country every morning?" The old man answered with the same stupid look. "I did." "You killed them all?" "Uh-huh, I did." "You alone? All alone?" "Uh-huh. Tell me how you did it." This time the man seemed moved. The necessity for talking any length of time annoyed him visibly. He stammered, I don't know. I simply did it." The colonel continued, "I warn you that you will have to tell me everything. You might as well make up your mind right away. How did you begin?" The man cast a troubled look towards his family, standing close behind him. He hesitated a minute longer, and then suddenly made up his mind to obey the order. "I was coming home one night at about 10 o'clock, the night after you got here. You and your soldiers had taken more than 50 EQs worth of forage from me, as well as a cow and 2 sheep. I said to myself, as much as they take from you, just so much you will make them pay back. And then I had other things on my mind which I will tell you. Just then I noticed one of your soldiers who was smoking his pipe by the ditch behind the barn. I went and got my scythe and crept up slowly behind him so that he couldn't hear me, and I cut his head off with one single blow, just as I would a blade of grass, before he could say boo. If you should look at the bottom of the pond, you will find him tied up in a potato sack with a stone fastened to it. I got an idea. I took all his clothes, from his boots to his cap, and hid them away in the little wood behind the yard." The old man stopped. The officers remained speechless, looking at each other. The questioning began again, and this is what they learned. Once this murder committed, the man had lived with his one thought: kill the Prussians. He hated them with the blind, fierce hate of the greedy yet patriotic peasant. He had his idea, as he said. He waited several days. He was allowed to go and come as he pleased because he had shown himself so humble, submissive and obliging to the invaders. Each night he saw the outposts leave. One night he followed them, having heard the name of the village to which the men were going, and having learned a few words of German which he needed for his plan through associating with the soldiers. He left through the backyard, slipped into the woods, found the dead man's clothes and put them on. Then he began to crawl through the fields, following along the hedges in order to keep out of sight, listening to the slightest noises, as wary as a poacher. As soon as he thought the time ripe, he approached the road and hid behind a bush. He waited for a while. Finally, toward midnight, he heard the sound of a galloping horse. The man put his ear to the ground in order to make sure that only one horseman was approaching. Then he got ready. An Ulan came galloping along carrying dispatches. As he went he was all eyes and ears. When he was only a few feet away, Father Milon dragged himself across the road, moaning, "Hilf! Hilf! Help! Help!" The horseman stopped, and recognizing a German, he thought he was wounded and dismounted, coming nearer without any suspicion, and just as he was leaning over the unknown man, he received, in the pit of his stomach, a heavy thrust from the long curved blade of the sabre. He dropped without suffering pain, quivering only in the final throes. Then the farmer, radiant with the silent joy of an old peasant, got up again and, for his own pleasure, cut the dead man's throat. He then dragged the body to the ditch and threw it in. The horse quietly awaited its master. Father Milon mounted him and started galloping across the plains. About an hour later he noticed 2 more Uhlans who were returning home, side by side. He rode straight for them, once more crying, "Hilf! Hilf!" The Prussians, recognizing the uniform, let him approach without distrust. The old man passed between them like a cannonball, felling them both, one with his sabre and the other with a revolver. Then he killed the horses, German horses. After that he quickly returned to the woods and hid one of the horses. He left his uniform there and again put on his old clothes. Then going back into bed, he slept until morning. For 4 days he did not go out, waiting for the inquest to be terminated, but on the 5th day he went out again and killed 2 more soldiers by the same stratagem. From that time on he did not stop. Each night he wandered about in search of adventure, killing Prussians, sometimes here and sometimes there, galloping through deserted fields in the moonlight, a lost Milon, a hunter of men. Then, his task accomplished, leaving behind him the bodies lying along the roads, the old farmer would return and hide his horse and uniform. He went, toward noon, carrying oats and water quietly to his mount, and he fed it well as he required from it a great amount of work. But one of those whom he had attacked the night before, in defending himself, slashed the old peasant across the face with his sabre. However, he had killed them both. He had come back and hidden the horse and put on his ordinary clothes again, but as he reached home he began to feel faint, and had dragged himself as far as the stable, being unable to reach the house. They found him there, bleeding on the straw. When he had finished his tale, he suddenly lifted up his head and looked proudly at the Prussian officers. The colonel, who was gnawing at his moustache, asked, "You have nothing else to say?" "Nothing more. I have finished my task. I killed 16, not one more or less. Do you know that you are going to die?" "I haven't asked for mercy." "Have you been a soldier?" "Yes, I served my time, and then you had killed my father, who was a soldier of the first emperor. And last month you killed my youngest son, Francois, near Évry. I owed you one for that. I paid. We are quits." The officers were looking at each other. The old man continued, 8 for my father, 8 for the boy. We are quits. I did not seek any quarrel with you. I don't know you. I don't even know where you come from. And here you are, ordering me about in my home as though it were your own. I took my revenge upon the others. I am not sorry. And straightening up his bent back, the old man folded his arms in the attitude of a modest hero. The Prussians talked in a low tone for a long time. One of them, a captain who had also lost his son the previous month, was defending the poor wretch. Then the colonel arose and, approaching Father Milon, said in a low voice, "Listen, old man, there is perhaps a way of saving your life. It is to—" But the man was not listening, and, his eyes fixed on the hated officer, while the wind played with his downy hair on his head, he distorted his slashed face, giving it a truly terrible expression, and, swelling at his chest, he spat as hard as he could right in the Prussian's face. The colonel, furious, raised his hand, and for the second time the man spat in his face. All the officers had jumped up and were shrieking orders at the same time. In less than a minute the old man, still impassive, was pushed up against the wall and shot, looking smilingly the while towards Jean, his eldest son, his daughter-in-law and his 2 grandchildren, who witnessed this scene in dumb terror. End of Father Milon. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Fishing Hole by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Fishing Hole. Cuts and wounds which cause death. Such was the charge upon which Leopold Lohner, upholsterer, was summoned before the Court of Assizes. Round him were the principal witnesses, Madame Flamèche, widow of the victim, and Louis Laduro, cabinet-maker, and Jean Durand, plumber. Near the criminal was his wife, dressed in black, an ugly little woman, who looked like a monkey dressed as a lady. This is how Renard, Leopold, recounted the drama. Good heavens! It is a misfortune of which I was the prime victim all the time, and with which my will has nothing to do. The facts are their own commentary. Monsieur le Président, I'm an honest man, a hard-working man, an upholsterer, living in the same street for the last 16 years. Known, liked, respected, and esteemed by all, as my neighbours can testify, even the porter's wife, who is not amiable every day. I am fond of work, I am fond of saving. I like honest men and respectable amusements. That is what has ruined me. So much the worse for me, but as my will had nothing to do with it, I continued to respect myself. Every Sunday for the last 5 years my wife and I have spent the day at Passy. We get fresh air, and besides we are fond of fishing. Oh, we are as fond of it as we are of little onions. Mélie inspired me with that enthusiasm, the jade, and she is more enthusiastic than I am, the scold, seeing that all the mischief in this business is her fault, as you will see immediately. I am strong and mild-tempered, without a pennyworth of malice in me. But she, oh, la, la, she looks like nothing. She is short and thin. Very well, she does more mischief than a weasel. I do not deny that she has some good qualities. She has some and very important ones for a man in business. But her character, just ask about it in the neighbourhood, and even the porter's wife, who has just sent me about my business, she will tell you something about it. Every day she used to find fault with my mild temper. I would not put up with this, I would not put up with that. If I had listened to her, Monsieur le Président, I should have had at least 3 hand-to-hand fights a month. Madame Renard interrupted him. And for good reasons, too. They laugh best who laugh last. He turned toward her frankly. Well, I can't blame you, since you were not the cause of it. Then, facing the President again, he said, I will continue. We used to go to Passy every Saturday evening, so as to begin fishing at daybreak the next morning. It is a habit which has become second nature with us, as the saying is. 3 years ago this summer I discovered a place. Oh, such a spot! Oh, dear, dear! In the shade, 8 feet of water at least, and perhaps 10, a hole with cavities under the bank, a regular nest for fish, and a paradise for the fisherman. I might look upon that fishing hole as my property, Monsieur le Président, as I was its Christopher Columbus. Every one in the neighbourhood knew it, without making any opposition. They would say, that is Renard's place, and nobody would have gone there, not even Monsieur Plumeau, who is well known, be it said without any offence, for poaching on other people's preserves. Well, I returned to this place of which I felt certain, just as if I had owned it. I had scarcely got there on Saturday when I got into Delilah with my wife. Delilah is my Norwegian boat, which I had built by Furneaux, and which is light and safe. Well, as I said, we got into the boat, and we were going to set bait, and for setting bait there is none to be compared with me, and they all know it. You want to know with what I bait? I cannot answer that question. It has nothing to do with the accident. I cannot answer. That is my secret. There are more than 300 people who have asked me. I have been offered glasses of brandy and liqueur, fried fish, matelotes, to make me tell. But just go and try whether the chub will come. Ah, they have tempted my stomach to get at my secret, my recipe. Only my wife knows, and she will not tell it any more than I will. Is not that so, Mélie? The President of the Court interrupted him. Just get to the facts as soon as you can. And the accused continued, I am getting to them. Well, on Saturday, July the 8th, we left by the 5:25 train, and before dinner we went to set bait as usual. The weather promised to keep fine, and I said to Mélie, all right for tomorrow, and she replied, it looks like it. We never talked more than that together. And then we returned to dinner. I was happy and thirsty, and that was the cause of everything. I said to Mélie, look here, Mélie, it is fine weather. Suppose I drink a bottle of casque-méché. That is a weak white wine which we have christened so, because if you drink too much of it, it prevents you from sleeping and takes the place of a nightcap. Do you understand me?" She replied, "You can do as you please, but you will be ill again and you will not be able to get up tomorrow." That was true, sensible and prudent, clear-sighted, I must confess. Nevertheless, I could not resist, and I drank my bottle. It all came from that. Well, I could not sleep. By Jove, it kept me awake till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I went to sleep so soundly that I should not have heard the angel sounding his trump at the last judgment. In short, my wife woke me at 6 o'clock, and I jumped out of bed, hastily put on my trousers and jersey, washed my face, and jumped on board Delilah. But it was too late, for when I arrived at my hole it was already occupied. Such a thing had never happened to me in 3 years, and it made me feel as if I were being robbed under my own eyes. I said to myself, "Confound it all, confound it!" And then my wife began to nag at me. "Eh, what about your cask and mesh? Get along, you drunkard. Are you satisfied, you great fool?" I could say nothing because it was all true, but I landed all the same near the spot and tried to profit by what was left. Perhaps after all the fellow might catch nothing and go away. He was a little thin man in white linen coat and waistcoat and a large straw hat, and his wife, a fat woman doing embroidery, sat behind him. When she saw us take up our position close to them, she murmured, "Are there no other places on the river?" My wife, who was furious, replied, "People who have any manners make inquiries about the habits of the neighbourhood before occupying reserved spots." As I did not want a fuss, I said to her, "Hold your tongue, Millet. Let them alone, let them alone, we shall see." Well, we fastened Delilah under the willows and had landed and were fishing side by side, Melly and I, close to the 2 others. But here, monsieur, I must enter into details. We'd only been there about 5 minutes when our neighbour's line began to jerk twice, thrice, and then he pulled out a chub as thick as my thigh, rather less perhaps, but nearly as big. My heart beat, the perspiration stood on my forehead, and Melly said to me, "Well, you sot, did you see that?" Just then Monsieur Bru, the grocer of Poissy, who is fond of gudgeon fishing, passed in a boat and called out to me, "So somebody has taken your usual place, Monsieur Renard?" And I replied, "Yes, Monsieur Bru, there are some people in this world who do not know the rules of common politeness." The little man in linen pretended not to hear, nor his fat lump of a wife either. Here the President interrupted him for a second time. "Take care, you are insulting the widow, Madame Flemèche, who is present." Renard made his excuses. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. My anger carried me away." Well, not a quarter of an hour had passed when the little man caught another chub, and another almost immediately, and another 5 minutes later. Tears were in my eyes, and I knew that Madame Renard was boiling with rage, for she kept on nagging at me. "Oh, how horrid! Don't you see that he is robbing you of your fish? Do you think that you will catch anything? Not even a frog. Nothing whatever. Why, my hands are tingling just to think of it." But I said to myself, let us wait until 12 o'clock. Then this poacher will go to lunch, and I shall get my place again. As for me, Monsieur le Président, I lunch on that spot every Sunday. We bring our provisions in Delilah. But there. At noon the wretch produced a chicken in a newspaper, and while he was eating he actually caught another chub. Melly and I had a morsel also, just a bite, a mere nothing, for our heart was not in it. Then I took up my newspaper to aid my digestion. Every Sunday I read the Gil Blas in the shade by the side of the water. It is Columbine's day, you know. Columbine, who writes the articles in the Gil Blas. I generally put Madame Renard into a rage by pretending to know this Columbine. It is not true, for I do not know her, and I have never seen her, but that does not matter. She writes very well, and then she says things that are pretty plain for a woman. She suits me, and there are not many of her sort. Well, I began to tease my wife, but she got angry immediately, and very angry, so I held my tongue. At that moment our two witnesses who are present here, Monsieur Laduro and Monsieur Durdant, appeared on the other side of the river. We knew each other by sight. The little man began to fish again, and he caught so many that I trembled with vexation, and his wife said, "It is an uncommonly good spot, and we will come here always, Desire." As for me, a cold shiver ran down my back, and Madame Renard kept repeating, "You are not a man, you have the blood of a chicken in your veins." And suddenly I said to her, "Look here, I would rather go away, or I shall be doing something foolish." And she whispered to me, as if she had put a red-hot iron under my nose, "You are not a man. Now you are going to run away and surrender your place. Go then, Bazaine." I felt hurt, but yet I did not move, whilst the other fellow pulled out a bream. Oh, I never saw such a large one before, never. And then my wife began to talk aloud, as if she were thinking aloud, and you could see her tricks. She said, "That is what one might call stolen fish, seeing that we set the bait ourselves. At any rate, they ought to give us back the money we have spent on bait." Then the fat woman in the cotton dress said in her turn, "Do you mean to call us thieves, madam?" Explanations followed and compliments began to fly. Oh, Lord, those creatures know some good ones. They shouted so loud that our two witnesses who were on the other bank began to call out by way of a joke, "Less noise over there, you will interfere with your husband's fishing." The fact is that neither the little man nor I moved any more than if we had been two tree stumps. We remained there with our eyes fixed on the water as if we had heard nothing. But, by Jove, we heard all the same. "You are a thief. You are nothing better than a tramp. You are a regular jade," and so on and so on. A sailor could not have said more. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, and I turned round. It was the other one, the fat woman who had attacked my wife with her parasol. Whack, whack. Melly got two of them, but she was furious, and she hits hard when she is in a rage. She caught the fat woman by the hair, then thump, thump, slaps in the face rained down like ripe plums. I should have let them fight it out. Women together, men together. It does not do to mix the blows. But the little man in the linen jacket jumped up like a devil and was going to rush at my wife. "Ah, no, no, not that, my friend." I caught the gentleman with the end of my fist, and crash, crash, one on the nose, the other in the stomach. He threw up his arms and legs and fell on his back into the river, just into the hole. I should have fished him out, most certainly, Monsieur le Président, if I had had time. But to make matters worse, the fat woman had the upper hand and was pounding Melly for all she was worth, and I ought not to have interfered while the man was in the water, but I never thought that he would drown, and said to myself, "Bah, it will cool him." I therefore ran up to the women to separate them, and all I received was scratches and bites. Good Lord, what creatures! Well, it took me 5 minutes, and perhaps 10, to separate those two viragos. When I turned round there was nothing to be seen. The water was as smooth as a lake, and the others yonder kept shouting, "Fish him out, fish him out." It was all very well to say that, but I cannot swim, and still less dive. At last the man from the dam came, and two gentlemen with boat-hooks, but over a quarter of an hour had passed. He was found at the bottom of the hole, in 8 feet of water, as I have said. There he was, the poor little man, in his linen suit. Those are the facts such as I have sworn to. I am innocent on my honour. The witnesses having given testimony to the same effect, the accused was acquitted. End of The Fishing Hole by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Folly of Anne by Ellen Farley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. As Anne March turned to seat herself on the top step of the tightly shuttered house, she first saw the key, its bright round top winking up at her like a friendly eye. Her misery-sodden mind regarded it indifferently. It belonged probably to the door behind her. But the house seemed deserted, closed for the summer. Then someone coming in or going out had dropped it. She would ring the bell and return it to the caretaker. She pushed the button lightly at first, then vigorously, but no one appeared. The caretaker was away, she reflected, or perhaps there was none. Anne paused, dancing the key in her hand. Then a mad idea flashed into her head. "A key in time is worth 9, she murmured. With a quick glance around, she fitted it into the tiny hole, and the boarded door swung out. A massive inner door of mahogany and silver likewise opened readily. She stood, breathing heavily, in the gloom of a wide hall filled with bulky, shrouded shapes. Only a moment she hesitated. Then reckless daring superseded vague terror, and noiselessly she went up to the floor above. The first door she tried gave way at her touch, and she entered, closing it carefully and slipping the bolt. Making her way through the semi-gloom to a broad divan in the corner, she huddled herself up on it, her hands hugging her knees, listening fearfully. "Well, what of it?" she addressed an invisible accuser. "I'm neither foolish nor afraid. My intentions are honest and honorable, unconnected with the family silver. I need shelter. I'm depriving no one, and I stay, come what may, when or how. I care not." Her head dropped back wearily. She settled herself more comfortably, and her hat slipped to the floor. An unutterable weariness of despair was upon her. She sighed again, pondered drearily, and so drifted into a deep, delicious sleep. Velvet inky blackness shut her in when at last she opened her eyes. She listened, after prolonged stretching, for the raucous peal of the alarm clock that would summon her to the steaming griddle cakes in the dining room, and then, with a start, she remembered the vast distance that lay between her and Taylorsville, with its neat cottages, the toy schoolhouse, and her pig-tailed pupils. She rose, her arms thrust out gropingly, and advanced a few steps. Her fingers came in contact with something hard, big, rounding, the back of a chair. Another step, a little table tilted back a bit, then settled down with a jarring noise that seemed to reverberate in an endless void of darkness. Then her fingers, fluttering over its surface, touched a tiny box. Matches! With a suppressed gurgle of delight, she lit a tiny candle on the desk and surveyed the room more carefully. Before the wardrobe, where a Japanese kimono dangled loathsomely, Anne hesitated. "I believe I'd rather be hanged for a sheep than for a lamb," she decided, and unhooking her waist, she slipped into the kimono's cool, silken voluminousness. "My inner lady is clamoring," she reflected then. "I wonder if the caretaker has returned. Or perhaps there isn't any, and there might be a stray cracker in the kitchen." Blowing out the candle, but clutching the matches, she slipped through the door. "If I meet anyone, I'll say that I'm a kleptomaniac," she thought grimly. Nevertheless, she walked softly. Step, pause, step, her limbs dragging, hearing every second a voice thundering halt from the black depths, until at last she reached the kitchen, lighted her candle, and placed it on the plain, scrubbed table. At the coating of dust her fingertips imprinted, her heart leaped joyfully. "I don't believe there is a caretaker," she whispered. Marooned on the empty shelves in the cupboard, a tin labeled sardines, a tall bottle of pickles, and a glass jar of asparagus greeted her. "Poor lonesome things, they're positively begging me to eat 'em. Oh, what was that?" Tap, tap, tap sounded on the window pane again. She could hear the rattling of the area door. Grabbing the candle, she rushed into the hall and started to mount the stairs. But suddenly she knew that she could not breathe in the night of the upper rooms with the knowledge that someone prowled below. She turned boldly to the door and drew back the heavy bolt. A good-natured face under a blue helmet looked in, the suspicious eyes changing as they swept the kimono, the hair braided childishly over her shoulder, and the rose light filtering through the gold filigreed candle shade. "I saw a light, miss, and I was wondering how it came there, knowing the family was away." His tone was almost apologetic. "It's nice to know I'm so well protected," she said sweetly, biting her tongue to still her chattering teeth. "Maybe then you're some relation," he suggested. "Oh, certainly," she affirmed glibly. "I'm Mrs. Burton, the married daughter, you know. I thought I could find where Miranda keeps her preserves, for a little midnight lunch. It was a bit creepy here alone, but now that I've seen you, I shall feel perfectly safe. She was closing the door, throwing a last smile through the chink. I'll take care that no one disturbs you, he promised. Good night, ma'am. And swinging his stick, he departed. Now, for pickles, asparagus, and sardines, she murmured, and under the protection of the law, too. Oh, it doesn't pay to be respectable and afraid and stupid. In searching for a can opener, she discovered a package of wheat biscuits and climbed the stairs boldly, gleefully hugging her prizes. I don't care. It's wrong and selfish and wicked to shut up a big house. Good heavens! Directly opposite, a shaft of light fell through a partly open door. At her exclamation, a man straightened up from a suitcase, a silver-backed brush in his hand. What the deuce? He checked himself, gazing at the girlish figure behind the pink glow of the candle, open-mouthed. Her fear-dilated eyes roved over the scattered clothes on the floor, the rifled open drawers of the chiffonier, the dresser, and returned to his face, the significance of the confusion dawning slowly upon her. Oh, there are two of us, aren't there? She cried. She wavered slightly, and her laugh gurgled with hysterical shrillness. You'd better sit down, said the man gravely. Staring at the polished nails of the long, slim hand that pushed it forward, Anne dropped limply into the big leather chair. I hardly hoped to find anyone at home, he explained politely. She choked. A wave of defiance swallowed her fear. I'm not at home. No? He looked puzzled. I found a key on the doorstep and I came in, she said, and then I was hungry. He looked at the tins still clutched tightly in her arms. Taking them from her, he opened one and offered her a sardine and biscuit sandwich. In the big chair, with her braids over her shoulder and her wide, questioning eyes, she looked like a child. Excuse me, said the burglar, disappearing for a moment and returning with a huge bottle. Apollinaris, he explained. I ran across it in there, nodding vaguely. He found a glass and filled it for her. Have some asparagus? He asked, tearing the top off the glass jar. In silence, she dipped in with her fingers and sighed contentedly over the fat, succulent stems. Of course, it can't be. It's a nasty dream, but it seems real, she said aloud, studying him fearfully. Then he looked up. His glance met hers, and she shrank back in a fright. It was real, fantastically, horribly real, that she, Anne March, schoolteacher of Taylorsville, clad in a kimono, was eating asparagus and sardines with a burglar in a deserted house in the middle of New York. Oh, I must go, she gasped, starting to rise. The man put out a protesting hand. I am leaving in a moment, he said. Rather unfortunate our dates conflicted, eh? But I resign the field to you. You don't believe me, do you? Why should you, though? She added bitterly. I suppose the world owes you a living, too, and won't pay. And you just decided to take it. Oh, I understand. We just have to live. Being good is a matter of convenience somehow. You don't split hairs when you're starving, do you? That's how I came here. But all I've taken is shelter, yet. She held up one slender hand. It's like yours, she explained, rather useless for real labor. She felt that she was talking wildly, but the attentive eyes of the burglar seemed to urge her on, to invite confidence. Do you think I'd make good in your profession? I was penniless, homeless, and incredibly reckless, but honest until now. But do you know, I think I'd like to relieve the corrupt rich of their tainted money. I'm sure I could teach my conscience to be no trouble at all in time. She paused, breathless. Any woman can, he agreed. But, he smiled pleasantly, despite appearances, I also am really an honest man, not even a kleptomaniac, he explained. I live here, even when the family are at home. It's my cousin's house, and I returned tonight from a month at Narragansett. I meant to go to a hotel, and then remembered some things I wanted here. Then you found me. I'm sorry I disturbed you, he ended gravely. Is there anything I can do for you before I go? Oh, what an abandoned creature I must seem. Her face was flaming now. And I was rejoicing, glorying. I think you've startled me awake. I came in on a mad impulse. I'm sane now, and I'm going. Where? The word struck her chillingly, like a point of ice in her heart. She looked at him, her mouth trembling. That doesn't matter. Where do all the desperate, helpless creatures go? Oh, your monster of a town will swallow me quickly enough. If you knew how confidently I came, all loaded with precious manuscripts. Later I burned them to heat my canned soup, as long as I could buy canned soup. Oh, I wondered, now, if you were a stenographer or a chauffeur or a lady's maid, but you write, dear me. Oh, I say, how would you like to be a secretary? Secretary? Oh, but you do not know me. How could you trust me? Rushed to her lips. I believe you, he said gravely. Besides, you're just the sort of person Shells is looking for. You'll be a gift of Providence to him. It's impossible. A miracle, she murmured. But don't tell him about this weird adventure, he added. Despite his wonderful brain and marvelous work, Shells is conventional. You might say you heard of the job through a friend of Miss Gilkins, his last secretary, who recently married. I dare say you can furnish references from your old town. Oh, yes, yes. He took an envelope from his pocket and wrote an address rapidly on the back, which he tore off and handed to her. You're very kind, she whispered. Joy at the wonder of this kindly providence was mingled with a vague fear at its incredible strangeness. Good night, he said. Good night. She stood rooted to the floor, staring, overwhelmed. Then, with a little rush, she stopped him in the doorway, thrusting out her hands timidly. Good night, and please believe, oh, I do thank you. His dark eyes held hers for a moment, sadness and laughter in their depths. Good night, little girl, and good luck, he returned, and slammed the door behind him. Mrs. Gordon Shells stretched herself luxuriously in her big chair, dropped to the magazine she was reading, to gaze dreamily into the red heart of the grate fire. Through the sweeping rose brocade curtains was the glimmering vista of a white, whirling snowstorm. But she was seeing the long length of a deserted summer street, jagged shadows on the cobblestones, the round, winking eye of a key staring up at her from before a tightly boarded door. What a magic day that had been for her! How brilliantly her life had developed since. Anne, thou fool, she murmured. Her slender fingers flipped the pages of the magazine restlessly, and a tiny frown trembled between her brows. Nowadays, in the lap of all the fat luxury that was hers, she found herself dwelling with recurrent thrills on the memory of that rash, mad escapade. Strange, she had never met the man since, nor gleaned a trace of him, despite her elaborately cautious inquiries. Day by day she had waited with the fluttering hope that he would walk into Shells's study in some unexpected moment, but he had never come. Then, in the wonder of the name and position and love the great writer had offered her, the image of the other man had faded and she had forgotten. Yet, at opera and reception, she sometimes awoke to find herself looking for a sadly humorous mouth, for the black, questioning eyes that she would know among a million faces. Anne, my love. Yes, Gordon, in my sitting room, she directed sweetly. Through the arched door beyond, a pale, stooped, partly bald man with mild blue eyes and glasses came, carefully balancing a mass of photographs in one hand. I've been running through my desk, and I thought you might like to see the man your husband used to be, and the children. He smiled, tumbling the pictures on the little table at her elbow. Absently, Anne scanned a weazened baby in a voluminous christening robe, a high-browed, serious child of 4 in kilts, and then, her eyes gleamed, but she dropped her long lashes as she held the photo out toward Shells. But this isn't you, she said. Hardly. Even with my hair, I was never an Adonis, I fear. He's a good-looking chap, eh? And clever. Ah, that, my dear, is the picture of a gentlemanly and burglarious valet, who departed with an excellent collection of my studs, cuff buttons, and scarf pins a year or so ago. I found this some time after and meant to turn it over to the police. Perhaps I'd better now, eh? By all means, she said smoothly. She had turned back to the Shells of the younger days. Gordon, what a dear you were, and are. End of The Folly of Anne by Ellen Farley.
The Little Frenchman and His Water Lots by George Pope Morris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The Little Frenchman and His Water Lots. Look into those they call unfortunate, and closer viewed, you'll find they are unwise. Young. Let wealth come in by comely thrift, and not by any foolish shift. 'Tis haste makes waste. Who gripes too hard the dry and slippery sand holds none at all, or little in his hand. Herrick. Let well alone. Proverb. How much real comfort every one might enjoy if he would be content with the lot in which heaven had cast him, and how much trouble would be avoided if people would only let well alone. A moderate independence, quietly and honestly procured, is certainly every way preferable even to immense possessions achieved by the wear and tear of mind and body so necessary to procure them. Yet there are very few individuals, let them be doing ever so well in the world, who are not always straining every nerve to do better. And this is one of the many causes why failures in business so frequently occur among us. The present generation seems unwilling to realize by slow and sure degrees, but choose rather to set their whole hopes upon a single cast, which either makes or mars them forever. Gentle reader, do you remember Monsieur Poupou? He used to keep a small toy store in Chatham, near the corner of Pearl Street. You must recollect him, of course. He lived there for many years and was one of the most polite and accommodating of shopkeepers. When a juvenile, you have bought tops and marbles of him 1,000 times. To be sure you have, and seen his vinegar visage lighted up with a smile as you flung him the coppers. And you have laughed at his little straight queue and his dimity breeches, and all the other oddities that made up the everyday apparel of my little Frenchman. Ah, I perceive you recollect him now. Well then, there lived Monsieur Poupou ever since he came from dear delightful Paris, as he was wont to call the city of his nativity. There he took in the pennies for his kickshaws. There he laid aside $5,000 against a rainy day. There he was as happy as a lark. And there, in all human probability, he would have been to this very day a respected and substantial citizen, had he been willing to let well alone. But Monsieur Poupou had heard strange stories about the prodigious rise in real estate, and having understood that most of his neighbors had become suddenly rich by speculating in lots, he instantly grew dissatisfied with his own lot, forthwith determined to shut up shop, turn everything into cash, and set about making money in right down earnest. No sooner said than done, and our quondam storekeeper, a few days afterward, attended an extensive sale of real estate at the Merchants' Exchange. There was the auctioneer with his beautiful and inviting lithographic maps, all the lots as smooth and square and enticingly laid out as possible. And there were the speculators, and there, in the midst of them, stood Monsieur Poupou. "Here they are, gentlemen," said he of the hammer, "the most valuable lots ever offered for sale. Give me a bid for them." 100 each, said a bystander. 100, said the auctioneer. Scarcely enough to pay for the maps. 100, going, and 50, gone. Mr. H., they are yours, a noble purchase. You'll sell those same lots in less than a fortnight for $50,000 profit. Monsieur Poupou picked up his ears at this, and was lost in astonishment. This was a much easier way, certainly, of accumulating riches than selling toys in Chatham Street, and he determined to buy and mend his fortune without delay. The auctioneer proceeded in his sale. Other parcels were offered and disposed of, and all the purchasers were promised immense advantages for their enterprise. At last came a more valuable parcel than all the rest. The company pressed around the stand, and Monsieur Poupou did the same. "I now offer you, gentlemen, these magnificent lots, delightfully situated on Long Island, with valuable water privileges, property in fee, title indisputable, terms of sale cash, deeds ready for delivery immediately after the sale. How much for them? Give them a start at something. How much?" The auctioneer looked around. There were no bidders. At last he caught the eye of Monsieur Poupou. "Did you say 100, sir? Beautiful lots, valuable water privileges. Shall I say 100 for you?" "Oui, monsieur. I will give you $100 apiece for the lot with the valuable water privilege. C'est quoi?" "Only 100 apiece for these 60 valuable lots. Only 100. Going, 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 gone." Monsieur Poupou was the fortunate possessor. The auctioneer congratulated him, the sale closed, and the company dispersed. "Pardon-moi, monsieur," said Poupou as the auctioneer descended his pedestal. "You shall excuse me if I shall go to the water bureau, your counting house. They are quick to make everything sure with respect to the lot with the valuable water privilege. Your little bird in the hand is about 2 and 3. C'est vrai? Eh?" "Certainly, sir." "Well then, allons." And the gentleman repaired to the counting-house, where the $6,000 were paid and the deeds of the property delivered. Monsieur Poupou put these carefully in his pocket, and as he was about taking his leave, the auctioneer made him a present of the lithographic outline of the lots, which was a very liberal thing on his part, considering the map was a beautiful specimen of that glorious art. Poupou could not admire it sufficiently. There were his 60 lots, as uniform as possible, and his little gray eyes sparkled like diamonds as they wandered from one end of the spacious sheet to the other. Poupou's heart was as light as a feather, and he snapped his fingers in the very wantonness of joy as he repaired to Delmonico's and ordered the first good French dinner that had gladdened his palate since his arrival in America. After having discussed his repast and washed it down with a bottle of choice old claret, he resolved upon a visit to Long Island to view his purchase. He consequently immediately hired a horse and gig, crossed the Brooklyn ferry, and drove along the margin of the river to the Wallabout, the location in question. Our friend, however, was not a little perplexed to find his property. Everything on the map was as fair and even as possible, while all the grounds about him were as undulated as they could well be imagined. And there was an elbow of the East River thrusting itself quite into the ribs of the land, which seemed to have no business there. This puzzled the Frenchman exceedingly, and being a stranger in those parts, he called to a farmer in an adjacent field. "Mon ami, are you acquainted with this part of the country, eh?" "Yes, I was born here and know every inch of it." "Ah, c'est bien, that will do." And the Frenchman got out of the gig, tied the horse, and produced his lithographic map. "Then maybe you will have the kindness to show me the 60 lot which I have bought, with the valuable water privilege." The farmer glanced his eye over the paper. "Yes, sir, with pleasure. If you'll be good enough to get into my boat, I will row you out to them." "What that you say, sir?" "My friend," said the farmer, "this section of Long Island has recently been bought up by the speculators of New York and laid out for a great city. But the principal street is only visible at low tide. When this part of the East River's filled up, it will be just there. Your lots, as you will perceive, are beyond it, and are now all under water." At first the Frenchman was incredulous. He could not believe his senses. As the facts, however, gradually broke upon him, he shut one eye, squinted obliquely at the heavens, the river, the farmer, and then he turned away and squinted at them all over again. There was his purchase, sure enough. But then it could not be perceived, for there was a river flowing over it. He drew a box from his waistcoat pocket, opened it, with an emphatic knock upon the lid, took a pinch of snuff, and restored it to his waistcoat pocket as before. Poo-Poo was evidently in trouble, having thoughts which often lie too deep for tears. And as his grief was also too big for words, he untied his horse, jumped into his gig, and returned to the auctioneer in hot haste. It was near night when he arrived at the auction room, his horse in a foam and himself in a fury. The auctioneer was leaning back in his chair, with his legs stuck out of a low window, quietly smoking a cigar after the labors of the day, and humming the music from the last new opera. "Monsieur, I have much pleasure to find you chez vous, at home." "Ah, Poo-Poo, glad to see you. Take a seat, old boy." "But I shall not take the seat, sire." "No? Well, what's the matter?" "Oh, beaucoup de matter. I have been to see the grand lot what you sold me today." "Well, sir, I hope you like your purchase." "No, monsieur, I no like him." "I'm sorry for it, but there is no ground for your complaint." Sir, there is no ground at all. The ground is all water." "You joke." "I no joke. I never joke. J'entends parler anglais. Sir, voulez-vous have the kindness to give me back the money what I pay?" "Certainly not." "Then you will be so good as to take the East River off the top of my lot." "That's your business, sir, not mine." "Then I make one mauvaise affaire, one grand mistake." "I hope not. I don't think you have thrown your money away in the land." "No, but I throw it away in the water." "That's not my fault." "Yes, sir, but it is your fault. You're one grand rascal to swindle me out of l'argent." "Hello, Poo-Poo. You grow personal, and if you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, you must go out of my counting room." "Where shall I go, eh?" "To the devil for aught I care, you foolish old Frenchman," said the auctioneer, waxing warm. "But, sir, I will not go to the devil to oblige you," replied the Frenchman, waxing warmer. "You cheat me out of all the dollar what I make at Chatham Street, but I will not go to the devil for all that. I wish you may go to the devil before you, damn Yankee Doodle, and I will go and drown myself to sweet right away." "You couldn't make a better use of your water privileges, old boy." "Ah, miséricorde! Ah, mon Dieu, je suis abîmé. I am ruined. I am done up. I am break all the 10,000 little pieces. I am one lame duck. I shall waddle across the grand ocean for Paris, which is the only valuable water privilege that is left to me at present." Poor Poo-Poo was as good as his word. He sailed in the next packet and arrived in Paris almost as penniless as the day he left it. Should anyone feel disposed to doubt the veritable circumstances here recorded, let him cross the East River to the Wallabout, and Farmer J will row him out to the very place where the poor Frenchman's lots still remain under water. End of The Little Frenchman and His Water Lots.
The Homecoming by Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ChinmayHota, Bhubaneswar, India. The Homecoming. Phatik Chakrabarti was ringleader among the boys of the village. A new mischief got into his head
There was a heavy log lying on the mud flat of the river, waiting to be shaped into a mast for a boat. He decided that they should all work together to shift the log by main force from its place and roll it away. The owner of the log would be angry and surprised, and they would all enjoy the fun. Everyone seconded the proposal, and it was carried unanimously. But just as the fun was about to begin, McMahon, Fatik's younger brother, sauntered up and sat down on the log in front of them all without a word. The boys were puzzled for a moment. He was pushed rather timidly by one of the boys and told to get up, but he remained quite unconcerned. He appeared like a young philosopher meditating on the futility of games. Fatik was furious. "McMahon," he cried, "if you don't get down this minute, I'll thrash you." McMahon only moved to a more comfortable position. Now, if Fatik was to keep his regal dignity before the public, it was clear he ought to carry out his threat. But his courage failed him at the crisis. His fertile brain, however, rapidly seized upon a new maneuver which would discomfit his brother and afford his followers an added amusement. He gave the word of command to roll the log and McMahon over together. McMahon heard the order and made it a point of honor to stick on. But he overlooked the fact, like those who attempt earthly fame in other matters, that there was peril in it. The boys began to heave at the log with all their might, calling out, "1, 2, 3, go!" At the word go, the log went, and with it went McMahon's philosophy, glory and all. The other boys shouted themselves hoarse with delight, but Fatik was a little frightened. He knew what was coming, and, sure enough, McMahon rose from Mother Earth blind as fate and screaming like the Furies. He rushed at Fatik and scratched his face and beat him and kicked him, and then went crying home. The first act of the drama was over. Fatik wiped his face and sat down on the edge of a sunken barge by the river bank and began to chew a piece of grass. A boat came up to the landing, and a middle-aged man with grey hair and dark moustache stepped on shore. He saw the boy sitting there doing nothing and asked him where the Chakrabortis lived. Fatik went on chewing the grass and said, "Over there," but it was quite impossible to tell where he pointed. The stranger asked him again. He swung his legs to and fro on the side of the barge and said, "Go and find out," and continued to chew the grass as before. But now a servant came down from the house and told Fatik his mother wanted him. Fatik refused to move, but the servant was the master on this occasion. He took Fatik up roughly and carried him, kicking and struggling in impotent rage. When Fatik came into the house, his mother saw him. She called out angrily, "So you have been hitting McMahon again?" Fatik answered indignantly, "No, I haven't. Who told you that?" His mother shouted, "Don't tell lies, you have." Fatik said sullenly, "I tell you I haven't. You ask McMahon." But McMahon thought it best to stick to his previous statement. He said, "Yes, mother, Fatik did hit me." Fatik's patience was already exhausted. He could not bear this injustice. He rushed at McMahon and hammered him with blows. "Take that," he cried, and that, for telling lies." His mother took McMahon's side in a moment and pulled Fatik away, beating him with her hands. When Fatik pushed her aside, she shouted, "What, you little villain? Would you hit your own mother?" It was just at this critical juncture that the grey-haired stranger arrived. He asked what was the matter. Fatik looked sheepish and ashamed. But when his mother stepped back and looked at the stranger, her anger was changed to surprise. for she recognized her brother and cried, "Why, Dada, where have you come from?" As she said these words, she bowed to the ground and touched his feet. Her brother had gone away soon after she had married, and he had started business in Bombay. His sister had lost her husband while he was there. Bisambar had now come back to Calcutta and had at once made inquiries about his sister. He had then hastened to see her as soon as he found out where she was. The next few days were full of rejoicing. The brother asked after the education of the two boys. He was told by his sister that fatigue was a perpetual nuisance. He was lazy, disobedient, and wild. But Makhan was as good as gold, as quiet as a lamb, and very fond of reading. Bisambar kindly offered to take fatigue off his sister's hands and educate him with his own children in Calcutta. The widowed mother readily agreed. When his uncle asked Fatigue if he would like to go to Calcutta with him, his joy knew no bounds, and he said, "Oh yes, uncle," in a way that made it quite clear that he meant it. It was an immense relief to the mother to get rid of Fatigue. She had a prejudice against the boy, and no love was lost between the two brothers. She was in daily fear that he would either drown Makhan some day in the river, or break his head in a fight, or run him into some danger. At the same time, she was a little distressed to see Fatigue's extreme eagerness to get away. Fatigue, as soon as all was settled, kept asking his uncle every minute when they were to start. He was on pins and needles all day long with excitement and lay awake most of the night. He bequeathed to Makhan in perpetuity his fishing rod, his big kite, and his marbles. Indeed, at this time of departure, his generosity towards Makhan was unbounded. When they reached Calcutta, Fatigue made the acquaintance of his aunt for the first time. She was by no means pleased with this unnecessary addition to her family. She found her own 3 boys quite enough to manage without taking anyone else, and to bring a village lad of 14 into their midst was terribly upsetting. Bisambar should really have thought twice before committing such an indiscretion. In this world of human affairs, there is no worse nuisance than a boy at the age of 14. He is neither ornamental nor useful. It is impossible to shower affection on him as on a little boy, and he is always getting in the way. If he talks with a childish lisp, he is called a baby, and if he answers in a grown-up way, he is called impertinent. In fact, any talk at all from him is resented. Then he is at the unattractive growing age. He grows out of his clothes with indecent haste, his voice grows hoarse and breaks and quavers, his face grows suddenly angular and unsightly. It is easy to excuse the shortcomings of early childhood, but it is hard to tolerate even unavoidable lapses in a boy of 14. The lad himself becomes painfully self-conscious. When he talks with elderly people, he is either unduly forward or else so unduly shy that he appears ashamed of his very existence. Yet it is at this very age when, in his heart of hearts, a young lad most craves for recognition and love, and he becomes the devoted slave of anyone who shows him consideration. But none dare openly love him, for that would be regarded as undue indulgence and therefore bad for the boy. So, what with scolding and chiding, he becomes very much like a stray dog that has lost his master. For a boy of 14, his own home is the only paradise. To live in a strange house with strange people is little sort of torture, while the height of bliss is to receive the kind looks of women and never to be slighted by them. It was anguish to Fatigue to be the unwelcome guest in his aunt's house, despised by this elderly woman and slighted on every occasion. If ever she asked him to do anything for her, he would be so overjoyed that he would overdo it, and then she would tell him not to be so stupid, but to get on with his lessons. The cramped atmosphere of neglect oppressed Fatik so much that he felt that he could hardly breathe. He wanted to go out into the open country and fill his lungs with fresh air. But there was no open country to go to. Surrounded on all sides by Calcutta houses and walls, he would dream night after night of his village home and long to be back there. He remembered the glorious meadow where he used to fly his kite all day long, the broad river banks where he would wander about the livelong day, singing and shouting for joy, the narrow brook where he would go and dive and swim at any time he liked. He thought of his band of boy companions over whom he was despot, and, above all, the memory of that tyrant mother of his who had such a prejudice against him occupied him day and night. A kind of physical love like that of animals, a longing to be in the presence of the one who is loved, an inexpressible wistfulness during absence, a silent cry of the inmost heart for the mother, like the lowing of a calf in the twilight. This love, which was almost an animal instinct, agitated the shy, nervous, lean, uncouth and ugly boy. No one could understand it, but it preyed upon his mind continually. There was no more backward boy in the whole school than Fatik. He gaped and remained silent when the teacher asked him a question, and, like an overladen ass, patiently suffered all the blows that came down on his back. When other boys were out at play, he stood wistfully by the window and gazed at the roofs of the distant houses. And if by chance he espied children playing on the open terrace of any roof, his heart would ache with longing. One day he summoned up all his courage and asked his uncle, "Uncle, when can I go home?" His uncle answered, "Wait till the holidays come." But the holidays would not come till October, and there was a long time still to wait. One day Fatik lost his lesson book. Even with the help of books he had found it very difficult indeed to prepare his lesson. Now it was impossible. Day after day the teacher would cane him unmercifully. His condition became so abjectly miserable that even his cousins were ashamed to own him. They began to jeer and insult him more than the other boys. He went to his aunt at last and told her that he had lost his book. His aunt pursed her lips in contempt and said, "You great clumsy country lout! How can I afford with all my family to buy you new books 5 times a month?" That night, on his way back from school, Fatik had a bad headache with a fit of shivering. He felt he was going to have an attack of malarial fever. His one great fear was that he would be a nuisance to his aunt. The next morning, Fatik was nowhere to be seen. All searches in the neighborhood proved futile. The rain had been pouring in torrents all night, and those who went out in search of the boy got drenched through to the skin. At last December asked help from the police. At the end of the day, a police van stopped at the door before the house. It was still raining and the streets were all flooded. 2 constables brought out Fatik in their arms and placed him before December. He was wet through from the head to foot, muddy all over, his face and eyes flushed red with fever and his limbs trembling. December carried him in his arms and took him into the inner apartments. When his wife saw him, she exclaimed, "What a heap of trouble this boy has given us! Hadn't you better send him home?" Fatik heard her words and sobbed out loud, "Uncle, I was just going home." but they dragged me back again. The fever rose very high, and all the night the boy was delirious. December brought in a doctor. Fatigue opened his eyes, flushed with fever, and looked up to the ceiling and said vacantly, "Uncle, have the holidays come yet?" December wiped the tears from his own eyes and took Fatigue's lean and burning hands in his own and sat by him through the night. The boy began again to mutter. At last his voice became excited. "Mother," he cried, "don't beat me like that, mother. I am telling the truth." The next day, Fatigue became conscious for a short time. He turned his eyes about the room, as if expecting someone to come. At last, with an air of disappointment, his head sank back on the pillow. He turned his face to the wall with a deep sigh. December knew his thoughts, and bending down his head, whispered, "Fatigue, I have sent for your mother." The day went by. The doctor said in a troubled voice that the boy's condition was very critical. Fatigue began to cry out, "By the mark, 3 fathoms, by the mark, 4 fathoms, by the mark." He had heard the sailor on the river steamer calling out the mark on the plumb line. Now he was himself plumbing an unfathomable sea. Later in the day, Fatigue's mother burst into the room like a whirlwind and began to toss from side to side and moan and cry in a loud voice. December tried to calm her agitation, but she flung herself on the bed and cried, "Fatigue, my darling, my darling!" Fatigue stopped his restless movements for a moment. His hands ceased beating up and down. He said, "Eh." The mother cried again, "Fatigue, my darling, my darling!" Fatigue very slowly turned his head and without seeing anybody said, "Mother, the holidays have come." End of The Homecoming by Rabindranath Tagore.
The Magic Shop by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lord. The Magic Shop by H.G. Wells. I'd seen the Magic Shop from afar several times. I passed it once or twice. A shop window of alluring little objects, magic balls, magic hens, wonderful cones, ventriloquist dolls, the material of the basket trick, packs of cards that looked all right, and all that sort of thing. But never had I thought of going in until one day, almost without warning, Gip hauled me by my finger right up to the window, and so conducted himself that there was nothing for it but to take him in. I had not thought the place was there, to tell the truth. A modest-sized frontage in Regent Street, between the picture shop and the place where the chicks run about just out of patent incubators. But there it was, sure enough. I had fancied it was down nearer the circus, or round the corner in Oxford Street, or even in Holborn. Always over the way, and a little inaccessible it had been, with something of the mirage in its position. But here it was now, quite indisputably, and the fat end of Gip's pointing finger made a noise upon the glass. "If I was rich," said Gip, dabbing a finger at the disappearing egg, "I'd buy myself that, and that," which was the crying baby, very human, and that, which was a mystery, and called, so a neat card asserted, "Buy one and astonish your friends." "Anything," said Gip, "will disappear under one of those cones. I've read about it in a book. And there, Dada, is the vanishing halfpenny. Only they've put it this way up so as we can't see how it's done." Gip dear boy, inherits his mother's breeding, and he did not propose to enter the shop or worry in any way, only, quite unconsciously he lugged my finger doorward, and he made his interest clear. "That," he said, and pointed to the magic bottle. "If you had that," I said, at which promising inquiry he looked up with a sudden radiance. "I could show it to Jessie," he said, thoughtful as ever of others. "It's less than 100 days to your birthday, Gibbles," I said, and laid my hand on the door handle. Gip made no answer, but his grip tightened on my finger, and so we came into the shop. It was no common shop, this. It was a magic shop, and all the prancing precedence Gip would have taken in the matter of mere toys was wanting. He left the burthen of the conversation to me. It was a little, narrow shop, not very well lit, and the doorbell pinged again with a plaintive note as we closed it behind us. For a moment or so we were alone and could glance about us. There was a tiger in papier-mâché on the glass case that covered the low counter, a grave, kind-eyed tiger that waggled his head in a methodical manner. There were several crystal spheres, a china hand holding magic cards, a stock of magic fish bowls in various sizes, and an immodest magic hat that shamelessly displayed its springs. On the floor were magic mirrors, one to draw you out long and thin, one to swell your head and vanish your legs, and one to make you short and fat like a draught. And while we were laughing at these, the shopman, as I suppose, came in. At any rate, there he was behind the counter, a curious, sallow, dark man, with one ear larger than the other, and a chin like the toe-cap of a boot. "What can we have the pleasure?" he said, spreading his long magic fingers on the glass case. And so with a start we were aware of him. "I want," I said, "to buy my little boy a few simple tricks." "Legerdemain?" he asked. "Mechanical? Domestic? Anything amusing?" said I. Said the shopman, and scratched his head for a moment, as if thinking. Then quite distinctly he drew from his head a glass ball. "Something in this way?" he said, and held it out. The action was unexpected. I'd seen the trick done at entertainments endless times before. It's part of the common stock of conjurers, but I had not expected it here. "That's good," I said with a laugh. "Isn't it?" said the shopman. Gip stretched out his disengaged hand to take this object, and found merely a blank palm. "It's in your pocket," said the shopman, and there it was. "How much will that be?" I asked. "We make no charge for glass balls," said the shopman politely. "We get them," he picked one out of his elbow as he spoke, "free." He produced another from the back of his neck and laid it beside its predecessor on the counter. Gip regarded his glass ball sagely, then directed a look of inquiry at the two on the counter, and finally brought his round-eyed scrutiny to the shopman, who smiled. "You may have those too," said the shopman, "and if you don't mind, one from my mouth. So." Gip counselled me mutely for a moment, and then in a profound silence put away the 4 balls, resumed my reassuring finger, and nerved himself for the next event. "We get all our smaller tricks in that way," the shopman remarked. I laughed in the manner of one who subscribes to a jest. "Instead of going to the wholesale shop," I said. "Of course, it's cheaper." "In a way," the shopman said, "though we pay in the end, but not so heavily as people suppose. Our larger tricks, and our daily provisions, and all the other things we want, we get out of that hat. And you know, sir, if you'll excuse my saying it, there isn't a wholesale shop. Not for genuine magic, good sir. I don't know if you noticed our inscription, the Genuine Magic Shop. He drew a business card from his cheek and handed it to me. Genuine, he said, with his finger on the word, and added, there is absolutely no deception, sir. He seemed to be carrying out the joke pretty thoroughly, I thought. He turned to Gip with a smile of remarkable affability. You know, are the right sort of boy. I was surprised at his knowing that because, in the interests of discipline, we keep it rather a secret, even at home. But Gip received it in unflinching silence, keeping a steadfast eye on him. It's only the right sort of boy gets through that doorway. And, as if by way of illustration, there came a rattling at the door, and a squeaking little voice could be faintly heard. Yeah, I want to go in there, Dada. I want to go in there. Yeah. And then the accents of a downtrodden parent, urging consolations and propitiations. It's locked, Edward, he said. But it isn't, said I. It is, sir, said the shopman. Always for that sort of child. And as he spoke, we had a glimpse of the other youngster, a little white face, pallid from sweet eating and over-sapid food, and distorted by evil passions, a ruthless little egotist, pouring at the enchanted pain. It's no good, sir, said the shopman, as I moved, with my natural helpfulness, doorward, and presently the spoiled child was carried off howling. How do you manage that? I said, breathing a little more freely. Magic, said the shopman, with a careless wave of the hand, and behold, sparks of coloured fire flew out of his fingers and vanished into the shadows of the shop. You were saying, he said, addressing himself to Gip, before you came in, that you would like one of our Buy One and Astonish Your Friends boxes. Gip, after a gallant effort, said, Yes. It's in your pocket. And leaning over the counter, he really had an extraordinarily long body. This amazing person produced the article in the customary conjurer's manner. Paper, he said, and took a sheet out of the empty hat with the springs. String, and behold, his mouth was a string box, from which he drew an unending thread, which, when he had tied his parcel, he bit off, and, it seemed to me, swallowed the ball of string. And then he lit a candle at the nose of one of the ventriloquist's dummies, stuck one of his fingers, which had become sealing wax red, into the flame, and so sealed the parcel. Then there was the disappearing egg, he remarked, and produced one from within my coat breast, and packed it, and also the crying baby, very human. I handed each parcel to Gip as it was ready, and he clasped them to his chest. He said very little, but his eyes were eloquent. The clutch of his arms was eloquent. He was the playground of unspeakable emotions. These, you know, were real magics. Then, with a start, I discovered something moving about in my hat, something soft and jumpy. I whipped it off, and a ruffled pigeon, no doubt a Confederate, dropped out and ran on the counter, and went, I fancy, into a cardboard box behind the papier-mâché tiger. Tut, tut, said the shopman, dexterously relieving me of my headdress. Careless bird, and, as I live, nesting. He shook my hat, and shook out into his extended hand 2 or 3 eggs. a large marble, a watch, about half a dozen of the inevitable glass balls, and then crumpled, crinkled paper. More and more and more. Talking all the time of the way in which people neglect to brush their hats inside as well as out. Politely, of course, but with a certain personal application. All sorts of things accumulate, sir. Not you, of course, in particular. Nearly every customer. Astonishing what they carry about with them. The crumpled paper rose and billowed on the counter, more and more and more, until he was nearly hidden from us, until he was altogether hidden, and still his voice went on and on. We none of us know what the fair semblance of a human being may conceal, sir. Are we all, then, no better than brushed exteriors, whited sepulchres? His voice stopped, exactly like when you hit a neighbour's gramophone with a well-aimed brick. The same instant silence, and the rustle of the paper stopped, and everything was still. "Have you done with my hat?" I said, after an interval. There was no answer. I stared at Gip, and Gip stared at me, and there were our distortions in the magic mirrors, looking very rum and grave and quiet. "I think we'll go now," I said. "Will you tell me how much all this comes to?" I said, on a rather louder note, "I want the bill, and my hat, please." It might have been a sniff from behind the paper pile. "Let's look behind the counter, Gip," I said. "He's making fun of us." I led Gip round the head-wagging tiger. And what do you think there was behind the counter? No one at all. Only my hat on the floor, and the common conjurer's lop-eared white rabbit, lost in meditation, and looking as stupid and crumpled as only a conjurer's rabbit can do. I resumed my hat, and the rabbit lolloped a lollop or so out of my way. "Dada," said Gip in a guilty whisper. "What is it, Gip?" said I. "I do like this shop, Dada." So should I said to myself, if the counter wouldn't suddenly extend itself to shut one off from the door. But I didn't call Gip's attention to that. "Pussy," he said with a hand out to the rabbit as it came lolloping past us. "Pussy, do Gip a magic." And his eyes followed it as it squeezed through a door I had certainly not remarked a moment before. Then this door opened wider, and the man with one ear larger than the other appeared again. He was smiling still, but his eye met mine with something between amusement and defiance. "You'd like to see our showroom, sir," he said with an innocent suavity. Gip tugged my finger forward. I glanced at the counter and met the shopman's eye again. I was beginning to think the magic just a little too genuine. "We haven't very much time," I said, but somehow we were inside the showroom before I could finish that. "All goods of the same quality," said the shopman, rubbing his flexible hands together, "and that is the best. Nothing in the place that isn't genuine magic and warranted thoroughly rum. Excuse me, sir." I felt him pull at something that clung to my coat sleeve, and then I saw he held a little wriggling red demon by the tail. The little creature bit and fought and tried to get at his hand, and in a moment he tossed it carelessly behind a counter. No doubt the thing was only an image of twisted India rubber, but for the moment... And his gesture was exactly that of a man who handles some petty, biting bit of vermin. I glanced at Gip, but Gip was looking at a magic rocking horse. I was glad he hadn't seen the thing. "I say," I said in an undertone, and indicating Gip and the red demon with my eyes, You haven't many things like that about, have you? None of ours. Probably brought it with you, said the shopman, also in an undertone, and with a more dazzling smile than ever. Astonishing what people will carry about with them unawares. And then to Gip, do you see anything you fancy here? There were many things that Gip fancied there. He turned to this astonishing tradesman with mingled confidence and respect. Is that a magic sword? He said. A magic toy sword. It neither bends, breaks, nor cuts the fingers. It renders the bearer invincible in battle against anyone under 18. Half a crown to 7 and 6pence, according to size. These panoplies on cards are for juvenile knights errant and very useful. Shield of safety, sandals of swiftness, helmet of invisibility. Oh, Daddy, gasped Gip. I tried to find out what they cost, but the shopman did not heed me. He'd got Gip now. He had got him away from my finger. He had embarked upon the exposition of all his confounded stock, and nothing was going to stop him. Presently I saw with a qualm of distrust and something very like jealousy that Gip had hold of this person's finger, as usually he has hold of mine. No doubt the fellow was interesting, I thought, and had an interestingly faked lot of stuff. Really good fake stuff. Still, I wandered after them, saying very little, but keeping an eye on this prestidigital fellow. After all, Gip was enjoying it, and no doubt when the time came to go, we should be able to go quite easily. It was a long, rambling place, that showroom. A gallery broken up by stands and stalls and pillars, with archways leading off to other departments, in which the queerest-looking assistants loafed and stared at one, and with perplexing mirrors and curtains. So perplexing, indeed, were these that I was presently unable to make out the door by which we had come. The shopman showed Gip magic trains that ran without steam or clockwork, just as you set the signals, and then some very, very valuable boxes of soldiers that all came alive directly you took off the lid and said, I myself haven't a very quick ear, and it was a tongue-twisting sound, but Gip, he has his mother's ear. Got it in no time. Bravo, said the shopman, putting the men back into the box unceremoniously and handing it to Gip. Now, said the shopman, and in a moment Gip had made them all alive again. You'll take that box? Asked the shopman. We'll take that box, said I, unless you charge its full value, in which case it would need a trust magnate. Dear heart, no. And the shopman swept the little men back again, shut the lid, waved the box in the air, and there it was, in brown paper, tied up, and with Gip's full name and address on the paper. The shopman laughed at my amazement. This is genuine magic, he said. The real thing. It's a little too genuine for my taste, I said again. After that, he fell to showing Gip tricks, odd tricks, and still odder the way they were done. He explained them, he turned them inside out, and there was the dear little chap nodding his busy bit of a head in the sagest manner. I did not attend as well as I might. Hey presto, said the magic shopman, and then would come the clear, small hey presto of the boy. But I was distracted by other things. It was being borne in upon me just how tremendously rum this place was. It was, so to speak, inundated by a sense of rumness. There was something a little rum about the fixtures even, about the ceiling, about the floor, about the casually distributed chairs. I had a queer feeling that whenever I wasn't looking at them straight, they went askew and moved about and played a noiseless puss in the corner behind my back. And the cornice had a serpentine design with masks. Masks altogether too expressive for proper plaster. Then, abruptly, my attention was caught by one of the odd-looking assistants. He was some way off and evidently unaware of my presence. I saw a sort of 3/4 length of him over a pile of toys and through an arch. And, he was leaning against a pillar in an idle sort of way, doing the most horrid things with his features. The particular horrid thing he did was with his nose. He did it just as though he was idle and wanted to amuse himself. First of all, it was a short, blobby nose. And then suddenly he shot it out like a telescope, and then out it flew and became thinner and thinner until it was like a long, red, flexible whip. Like a thing in a nightmare it was. He flourished it about and flung it forth as a fly fisher flings his line. My instant thought was that Gip mustn't see him. I turned about, and there was Gip quite preoccupied with the shopman, and thinking no evil. They were whispering together and looking at me. Gip was standing on a little stool, and the shopman was holding a sort of big drum in his hand. "Hide and seek, Dada," cried Gip. "You're he." And before I could do anything to prevent it, the shopman had clapped the big drum over him. I saw what was up directly. "Take that off," I cried. "This instant! You'll frighten the boy. Take it off." The shopman, with the unequal ears, did so without a word, and held the big cylinder towards me to show its emptiness. And the little stool was vacant. In that instant, my boy had utterly disappeared. Perhaps that sinister something that comes like a hand out of the unseen and grips your heart about. It takes your common self away and leaves you tense and deliberate, neither slow nor hasty, neither angry nor afraid. So it was with me. I came up to this grinning shopman and kicked his stool aside. "Stop this folly," I said. "Where is my boy?" "You see," he said, displaying the drum's interior, "there is no deception." I put out my hand to grip him, and he eluded me by a dexterous movement. I snatched again, and he turned from me and pushed open a door to escape. "Stop," I said, and he laughed, receding. I leapt after him into utter darkness. Thud. "Lord bless my heart, I didn't see you coming, sir." I was in Regent Street, and I had collided with a decent-looking working man, and a yard away, perhaps, and looking a little perplexed with himself, was Gip. There was some sort of apology, and then Gip had turned and come to me with a bright little smile as though for a moment he had missed me, and he was carrying 4 parcels in his arm. He secured immediate possession of my finger. For the second, I was rather at a loss. I stared round to see the door of the magic shop, and behold, it was not there. There was no door, no shop, nothing. Only the common pilaster between the shop where they sell pictures and the window with the chicks. I did the only thing possible in that mental tumult. I walked straight to the curbstone and held up my umbrella for a cab. "Hansoms," said Gip, in a note of culminating exultation. I helped him in, recalled my address with an effort, and got in also. Something unusual proclaimed itself in my tailcoat pocket, and I felt and discovered a glass ball. With a petulant expression, I flung it into the street. Gip said nothing. For a space, neither of us spoke. "Dada," said Gip at last, "that was a proper shop." I came round with that to the problem of just how the whole thing had seemed to him. He looked completely undamaged. So far, good. He was neither scared nor unhinged. He was simply tremendously satisfied with the afternoon's entertainment, and there in his arms were the 4 parcels. Confound it! What could be in them? I said. Little boys can't go to shops like that every day. He received this with his usual stoicism, and for a moment I was sorry I was his father and not his mother, and so couldn't suddenly there, coram publico, in our hansom, kiss him. After all, I thought, the thing wasn't so very bad. But it was only when we opened the parcels that I really began to be reassured. 3 of them contained boxes of soldiers, quite ordinary lead soldiers, but of so good a quality as to make Gip altogether forget that originally these parcels had been magic tricks of the only genuine sort, and the 4th contained a kitten, a little living white kitten, in excellent health and appetite and temper. I saw this unpacking with a sort of provisional relief. I hung about in the nursery for quite an unconscionable time. That happened 6 months ago, and now I'm beginning to believe it is all right. The kitten had only the magic natural to all kittens, and the soldiers seem as steady a company as any colonel could desire. And Gip? The intelligent parent will understand that I have to go cautiously with Gip. But I went so far as this one day. I said, "How would you like your soldiers to come alive, Gip, and march about by themselves?" "Mine do," said Gip. "I just have to say a word, I know, before I open the lid." "Then they march about alone?" "Oh, quite, Dada. I shouldn't like them if they didn't do that." I displayed no unbecoming surprise, and since then I've taken occasion to drop in upon him once or twice, unannounced, when the soldiers were about. But so far I've never discovered them performing in anything like a magical manner. It's so difficult to tell. There's also a question of finance. I have an incurable habit of paying bills. I've been up and down Regent Street several times looking for that shop. I am inclined to think, indeed, that in that matter honour is satisfied, and that, since Gip's name and address are known to them, I may very well leave it to these people, whoever they may be, to send in their bill in their own time. End of The Magic Shop by H.G. Wells. Read by Alan Lord.
Mother and Son by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Mother and Son. A party of men were chatting in the smoking room after dinner. We were talking of unexpected legacies, strange inheritances. Then Monsieur Le Brument, who was sometimes called the illustrious judge, and at other times the illustrious lawyer, went and stood with his back to the fire. "I have," said he, "to search for an heir who disappeared under peculiarly distressing circumstances. It is one of those simple and terrible dramas of ordinary life, a thing which probably happens every day, and which is nevertheless one of the most dreadful things I know. Here are the facts. Nearly 6 months ago I was called to the bedside of a dying woman. She said to me, 'Monsieur, I want to entrust to you the most delicate, the most difficult, and the most wearisome mission that can be conceived. Be good enough to notice my will, which is there on the table. A sum of 5,000 francs is left to you as a fee if you do not succeed, and of 100,000 francs if you do succeed. I want you to find my son after my death.' She asked me to assist her to sit up in bed, in order that she might talk with greater ease, for her voice, broken and gasping, was whistling in her throat. It was a very wealthy establishment. The luxurious apartment of an elegant simplicity was upholstered with materials as thick as walls, with a soft, inviting surface. The dying woman continued, "You are the first to hear my horrible story. I will try to have strength enough to finish it. You must know all in order that you, whom I know to be a kind-hearted man, as well as a man of the world, may have a sincere desire to aid me with all your power. Listen to me. Before my marriage I loved a young man whose suit was rejected by my family because he was not rich enough. Not long afterward I married a man of great wealth. I married him through ignorance, through obedience, through indifference, as young girls do marry. I had a child, a boy. My husband died in the course of a few years. He whom I had loved had married in his turn. When he saw that I was a widow, he was crushed by grief at knowing he was not free. He came to see me. He wept and sobbed so bitterly that it was enough to break my heart. He came to see me at first as a friend. Perhaps I ought not to have received him. What could I do? I was alone, so sad, so solitary, so hopeless. And I loved him still. What sufferings we women have sometimes to endure! I had only him in the world, my parents being dead. He came frequently. He spent whole evenings with me. I should not have let him come so often, seeing that he was married. But I had not enough willpower to prevent him from coming. How can I tell it? He became my lover. How did this come about? Can I explain it? Can anyone explain such things? Do you think it could be otherwise when two human beings are drawn to each other by the irresistible force of mutual affection? Do you believe, monsieur, that it is always in our power to resist, that we can keep up the struggle forever, and refuse to yield to the prayers, the supplications, the tears, the frenzied words, the appeals on bended knees, the transports of passion with which we are pursued by the man we adore, whom we want to gratify even in his slightest wishes, whom we desire to crown with every possible happiness, and whom, if we are to be guided by a worldly code of honour, we must drive to despair? What strength would it not require? What a renunciation of happiness! What self-denial! And even what virtuous selfishness! In short, monsieur, I was his mistress, and I was happy. I became, and this was my greatest weakness and my greatest piece of cowardice, I became his wife's friend. We brought up my son together. We made a man of him, a thorough man, intelligent, full of sense and resolution, of large and generous ideas. The boy reached the age of 17. He, the young man, was fond of my lover, almost as fond of him as I was myself, for he had been equally cherished and cared for by both of us. He used to call him his dear friend, and respected him immensely, having never received from him anything but wise counsels and an example of integrity, honour, and probity. He looked upon him as an old, loyal, and devoted comrade of his mother, as a sort of moral father, guardian, protector. How am I to describe it? Perhaps the reason why he never asked any questions was that he had been accustomed from his earliest years to see this man in my house, at my side, and at his side, always concerned about us both. One evening the three of us were to dine together. This was my chief amusement, and I waited for the two men, asking myself which of them would be the first to arrive. The door opened. It was my old friend. I went toward him with outstretched arms, and he pressed my lips in a long, delicious kiss. All of a sudden a slight sound, a faint rustling, that mysterious sensation which indicates the presence of another person, made us start and turn round abruptly. Jean, my son, stood there, livid, staring at us. There was a moment of atrocious confusion. I drew back, holding out my hand toward my son, as if in supplication, but I could not see him. He had gone. We remained facing each other, my lover and I, crushed, unable to utter a word. I sank into an armchair and I felt a desire, a vague, powerful desire, to flee, to go out into the night and to disappear forever. Then convulsive sobs rose in my throat and I wept, shaken with spasms, my heart breaking, all my nerves writhing with the horrible sensation of an irreparable misfortune, and with that dreadful sense of shame which, in such moments as this, fills a mother's heart. He looked at me in a terrified manner, not venturing to approach, to speak to me, or to touch me, for fear of the boy's return. At last he said, "I am going to follow him to talk to him, to explain matters to him. In short, I must see him and let him know." And he hurried away. I waited in a distracted frame of mind, trembling at the least sound, starting with fear and with some unutterably strange and intolerable emotion at every slight crackling of the fire in the grate. I waited an hour, 2 hours, feeling my heart swell with a dread I had never before experienced, such anguish that I would not wish the greatest criminal to endure 10 minutes of such misery. Where was my son? What was he doing? About midnight a messenger brought me a note from my lover. I still know its contents by heart. "Has your son returned? I did not find him. I am down here. I do not want to go up at this hour." I wrote in pencil on the same slip of paper, "Jean has not returned. You must find him." And I remained all night in the armchair waiting for him. I felt as if I were going mad. I longed to run wildly about, to roll on the ground. And yet I did not even stir, but kept waiting hour after hour. What was going to happen? I tried to imagine, to guess. But I could form no conception, in spite of my efforts, in spite of the tortures of my soul. And now I feared that they might meet. What would they do in that case? What would my son do? My mind was torn with fearful doubts, with terrible suppositions. You can understand my feelings, can you not, monsieur? My chambermaid, who knew nothing, who understood nothing, came into the room every moment, believing, naturally, that I had lost my reason. I sent her away with a word or a movement of the hand. She went for the doctor, who found me in the throes of a nervous attack. I was put to bed. I had brain fever. When I regained consciousness after a long illness, I saw beside my bed my lover, alone. I exclaimed, "My son! Where is my son?" He made no reply. I stammered, Dead. Has he committed suicide?" No, I swear it. But we have not found him in spite of all my efforts." Then, becoming suddenly exasperated and even indignant, for women are subject to such outbursts of unaccountable and unreasoning anger, I said, "I forbid you to come near me or to see me again unless you find him. Go away." He did go away. I've never seen one or the other of them since, monsieur, and thus I have lived for the last 20 years. Can you imagine what all this meant to me? Can you understand this monstrous punishment, this slow, perpetual laceration of a mother's heart, this abominable, endless waiting? Endless, did I say? No, it is about to end, for I am dying. I am dying without ever again seeing either of them, either one or the other. He, the man I loved, has written to me every day for the last 20 years, and I have never consented to see him, even for 1 second, for I had a strange feeling that, if he were to come back here, my son would make his appearance at the same moment. Oh, my son, my son! Is he dead? Is he living? Where is he hiding? Over there, perhaps, beyond the great ocean, in some country so far away that even its very name is unknown to me. Does he ever think of me? Ah, if he only knew! How cruel one's children are! Did he understand to what frightful suffering he condemned me, into what depths of despair, into what tortures he cast me while I was still in the prime of life, leaving me to suffer until this moment, when I am about to die. Me, his mother, who loved him with all the intensity of a mother's love. Oh, isn't it cruel, cruel? You will tell him all this, monsieur, will you not? You will repeat to him my last words. My child, my dear, dear child, be less harsh towards poor women. Life is already brutal and savage enough in its dealings with them. My dear son, think of what the existence of your poor mother has been ever since the day you left her. My dear child, forgive her and love her now that she is dead, for she has had to endure the most frightful penance ever inflicted on a woman. She gasped for breath, trembled, as if she had addressed the last words to her son, and as if he stood by her bedside. Then she added, "You will tell him also, monsieur, that I never again saw the other." Once more she ceased speaking. Then, in a broken voice, she said, "Leave me now, I beg of you. I want to die all alone, since they are not with me." Maître Le Brument added, "And I left the house, messieurs, crying like a fool, so bitterly indeed that my coachman turned round to stare at me. And to think that every day dramas like this are being enacted all around us. I have not found the son, that son. Well, say what you like about him, but I call him that criminal son." End of Mother and Son by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
A Mystery Man by Eugene Cunningham. From Adventure Magazine, June 30th, 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Mystery Man by Eugene Cunningham. Pioneer Californians like to reminisce about the cosmopolitan citizenry of San Francisco in gold rush times. There were so many men of various nations and walks of life that queer characters were myriad. One must have been markedly different to attract the attention of the heterogeneous gathering. In '49, a man named William H. Hamilton was daily pointed out on the streets for his singular refinement of appearance and manner. Even in that day of long beards, red and muddy boots, Hamilton managed to be amazingly dapper. Little was known of him, save that he was born in Jamaica and came to California from New York. He remained in the city, no man knowing exactly what his occupation was. As San Francisco assumed the airs of older places, uncouthness waned. Hamilton put on a suit of the finest broadcloth, of unimpeachable style and cut, snowy linen, and a high silk hat shinier than any other seen on Montgomery Street. It was his custom to promenade with dignity along Montgomery every pleasant afternoon, bowing formally to acquaintances, always attracting much attention because he seemed to type the perfect Chesterfield. He was a member of the Society of California Pioneers. Many had seen him daily since '49. Still, his manner was of a mystery. The passing years seemed to touch all but Hamilton. Men knew that he must be growing very old, but he was an institution, seemingly little more changeable than stone. But upon a sunny afternoon in 1862, he did not appear at his usual hour. The next day he was missing still, and the next. Then the papers printed brief notices of his death. Someone, more than ordinarily curious, had traced the usual course of the old elegant, and finally reached the building from which he set out daily. He lived in a warehouse loft near the junction of California and Davis Streets. Here he had lodged and worked for years, stuffing mattresses, pew and carriage cushions, and the like. Every afternoon he had sallied out to comport himself, as he felt a gentleman should. Those who entered the bleak loft, littered with the materials and tools of his trade, fancied almost that they looked upon a stranger, so hollow-cheeked, so aged. The meager figure on the pallet, its newly dyed black beard, seemed artificial as stage make-up. An ingenious contrivance held the old man's coat and trousers in shape. His shiny top hat was in its box. A black wig, carefully combed, was on its block. His boots were treed and set with heels together in their corner. All his life centered in those promenades among the fashionables. He was willing, it seemed, to labor in this gloomy loft if it gave him the means to play the gentleman. And a thorough gentleman he was, by all reports, for a little while each day. He was dead, and with him died his secret, if there were really any secret beyond a strong, set, independent character. The end of A Mystery Man by Eugene Cunningham.
The Postmaster by Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ChinmayHota, Bhubaneswar, India. The Postmaster. The postmaster first took up his duties in the village of Ullapur. Though the village was a small one, there was an indigo factory nearby, and the proprietor, an Englishman, had managed to get a post office established. Our postmaster belonged to Calcutta. He felt like a fish out of water in this remote village. His office and living room were in a dark, thatched shed, not far from a green, slimy pond surrounded on all sides by a dense growth. The men employed in the indigo factory had no leisure. Moreover, they were hardly desirable companions for decent folk. Nor is a Calcutta boy an adept in art of associating with others. Among strangers he appears either proud or ill at ease. At any rate, the postmaster had but little company, nor had he much to do. At times he tried his hand at writing a verse or two. That the movement of the leaves and the clouds of the sky were enough to fill life with joy, such were the sentiments to which he sought to give expression. But God knows that the poor fellow would have felt it as the gift of a new life, if some genie of the Arabian Nights had in one night swept away the trees, leaves and all, and replaced them with a macadamized road, hiding clouds from view with rows of tall houses. The postmaster's salary was small. He had to cook his own meals, which he used to share with Ratan, the orphan girl of the village, who did odd jobs for him. When in the evening the smoke began to curl up from the village cowsheds, and the cicalas chirped in every bush, when the mendicants of the Baul sect sang their shrill songs in the daily meeting place, when any poet who had attempted to watch the movements of the leaves in the dense bamboo thickets would have felt a ghostly shiver run down his back, the postmaster would light his little lamp and call out, "Ratan!" Ratan would sit outside waiting for this call, and, instead of coming at once, would reply, "Did you call me, sir?" "What are you doing?" the postmaster would ask. "I must be going to light the kitchen fire," would be the answer. And the postmaster would say, "Oh, let the kitchen fire be for a while. Light me my pipe first." At last, Ratan would enter, with puffed-out cheeks, vigorously blowing into a flame a live coal to light the tobacco. This would give the postmaster an opportunity of conversing. "Well, Ratan," perhaps he would begin, Do you remember anything of your mother? That was a fertile subject. Ratan partly remembered and partly didn't. Her father had been fonder of her than her mother. Him she recollected more vividly. He used to come home in the evening after his work, and one or two evenings stood out more clearly than others, like pictures in her memory. Ratan would sit on the floor near the postmaster's feet as memories crowded in upon her. She called to mind a little brother that she had, and how on some bygone cloudy day she had played at fishing with him on the edge of the pond with a twig for a make-believe fishing rod. Such little incidents would drive out greater events from her mind. Thus, as they talked, it would often get very late, and the postmaster would feel too lazy to do any cooking at all. Ratan would then hastily light the fire and toast some unleavened bread, which, with the cold remnants of the morning meal, was enough for their supper. On some evenings, seated at his desk in the corner of the big empty shed, the postmaster too would call up memories of his own home, of his mother and his sister, of those for whom in his exile his heart was sad, memories which were always haunting him, but which he could not talk about with the men of the factory, though he found himself naturally recalling them aloud in the presence of the simple little girl. And so it came about that the girl would allude to his people as mother, brother, and sister, as if she had known them all her life. In fact, she had a complete picture of each one of them painted in her little heart. One noon, during a break in the rains, there was a cool, soft breeze blowing. The smell of the damp grass and leaves in the hot sun felt like warm breathing of the tired earth on one's body. A persistent bird went on all the afternoon repeating the burden of its one complaint in nature's audience chamber. The postmaster had nothing to do. The shimmer of the freshly washed leaves and the banked-up remnants of the retreating rain clouds were sights to see, and the postmaster was watching them and thinking to himself, "Oh, if only some kindred soul were near, just one loving human being whom I could hold near my heart." This was exactly, he went on to think, what the bird was trying to say, and it was same feeling which the murmuring leaves were striving to express. But no one knows or would believe that such an idea might also take possession of an ill-paid village postmaster in the deep, silent midday interval of his work. The postmaster sighed and called out, "Ratan!" Ratan was then sprawling beneath the guava tree, busily engaged in eating unripe guavas. At the voice of her master, she ran up breathlessly, saying, "Were you calling me Dada?" "I was thinking," said the postmaster, "of teaching you to read." And then for the rest of the afternoon he taught her the alphabet. Thus, in a very short time, Ratan had got as far as the double consonants. It seemed as though the showers of the season would never end. Canals, ditches, and hollows were all overflowing with water. Day and night the patter of rain was heard, and the croaking of frogs. The village roads became impassable, and marketing had to be done in punts. One heavily clouded morning, the postmaster's little pupil had been long waiting outside the door for her call, but, not hearing it as usual, she took up her dog-eared book and slowly entered the room. She found the master stretched out on his bed, and, thinking that he was resting, she was about to retire on tiptoe, when she suddenly heard the name, "Ratan?" She turned at once and asked, "Were you sleeping, Dada?" The postmaster, in a plaintive voice, said, "I am not well. Feel my head. Is it very hot?" In the loneliness of his exile and in the gloom of the rains, His ailing body needed a little tender nursing. He longed to remember the touch on the forehead of soft hands with tinkling bracelets, to imagine the presence of loving womanhood, the nearness of mother and sister. And the exile was not disappointed. Ratan ceased to be a little girl. She at once stepped into the post of mother, called in the village doctor, gave the patient his pills at the proper intervals, sat up all night by his pillow, cooked his gruel for him, and every now and then asked, "Are you feeling a little better, Dada?" It was some time before the postmaster, with weakened body, was able to leave his sick bed. "No more of this," said he with decision. "I must get a transfer." He at once wrote off to Calcutta an application for a transfer on the ground of the unhealthiness of the place. Relieved from her duties as nurse, Ratan again took up her old place outside the door. But she no longer heard the same old call. She would sometimes peep into furtively to find the postmaster sitting on a chair or stretched on his bed and staring absent-mindedly into the air. While Ratan was awaiting her call, the postmaster was awaiting a reply to his application. The girl read her old lessons over and over again. Her great fear was lest when the call came, she might be found wanting in double consonants. At last, after a week, the call did come one evening. With an overflowing heart, Ratan rushed into the room with her. "Were you calling me, Dada?" The postmaster said, "I am going away tomorrow, Ratan." "Where are you going, Dada?" "I am going home." "When will you come back?" "I am not coming back." Ratan asked no other question. The postmaster, of his own accord, went on to tell her that his application for a transfer had been rejected. So he had resigned his post and was going home. For a long time neither of them spoke another word. The lamp went on dimly burning, and from a leak in one corner of the thatch water dripped steadily into an earthen vessel on the floor beneath it. After a while Ratan rose and went off to the kitchen to prepare the meal, but she was not so quick about it as on other days. Many new things to think of had entered her little brain. When the postmaster had finished his supper, the girl suddenly asked him, "Dada, will you take me to your home?" The postmaster laughed. "What an idea," said he, but he did not think it necessary to explain to the girl wherein lay the absurdity. The whole night, in her waking and in her dreams, the postmaster's laughing reply haunted her. What an idea! On getting up in the morning, the postmaster found his bath ready. He had stuck to his Calcutta habit of bathing in water drawn and kept in pitchers, instead of taking a plunge in the river, as was the custom of the village. For some reason or other, the girl could not ask him about the time of his departure, so she had fetched the water from the river long before sunrise, that it should be ready as early as he might want it. After the bath came a call for Ratan. She entered noiselessly and looked silently into her master's face for orders. The master said, "You need not be anxious about my going away, Ratan. I shall tell my successor to look after you." These words were kindly meant, no doubt, but inscrutable are the ways of a woman's heart. Ratan had borne many a scolding from her master without complaint, but these kind words she could not bear. She burst out weeping and said, No, you need not tell anybody anything at all about me. I don't want to stay on here." The postmaster was dumbfounded. He had never seen Ratan like this before. The new incumbent duly arrived, and the postmaster, having given over charge, prepared to depart. Just before starting, he called Ratan and said, "Here is something for you. I hope it will keep you for some little time." He brought out from his pocket the whole of his month's salary, retaining only a trifle for his travelling expenses. Then Ratan fell at his feet and cried, "Oh Dada, I pray you, don't give me anything. Don't in any way trouble about me." And then she ran away out of sight. The postmaster heaved a sigh, took up his carpet bag, put his umbrella over his shoulder, and, accompanied by a man carrying his many-coloured tin trunk, he slowly made for the boat. When he got in and the boat was under way, and the rain-swollen river, like a stream of tears welling up from the earth, swirled and sobbed at her bows, then he felt a pain at heart. The grief-stricken face of a village girl seemed to represent for him the great unspoken pervading grief of Mother Earth herself. At one time he had an impulse to go back and bring away along with him that lonesome waif forsaken of the world. But the wind had just filled the sails, and the boat had got well into the middle of the turbulent current, and already the village was left behind, and its outlying burning ground came in sight. So the traveller, born on the breast of a swift-flowing river, consoled himself with philosophical reflections on the numberless meetings and partings going on in the world, on death, the great parting from which none returns. But Ratan had no philosophy. She was wandering about the post office in a flood of tears. It may be that she had still a lurking hope in some corner of her heart that her Dada would return, and that is why she could not tear herself away. Alas for our foolish human nature! Its own mistakes are persistent. The dictates of reason take a long time to assert their own sway. The surest proofs meanwhile are disbelieved. False hope is clung to with all one's might and main, till a day comes when it has sucked the heart dry and it forcibly breaks through its bonds and departs. After that comes the misery of awakening, and then once again the longing to get back into the maze of the same mistakes. End of The Postmaster by Rabindranath Tagore.
Captain Sharkey, How the Governor of St. Kitts Came Home by Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Captain Sharkey, How the Governor of St. Kitts Came Home. When the great wars of the Spanish succession had been brought to an end by the Treaty of Utrecht, the vast number of privateers which had been fitted out by the contending parties found their occupation gone. Some took to the more peaceful but less lucrative ways of ordinary commerce. Others were absorbed into the fishing fleets, and a few of the more reckless hoisted the Jolly Roger at the mizzen and the bloody flag at the main, declaring a private war upon their own account against the whole human race. With mixed crews, recruited from every nation, they scoured the seas, disappearing occasionally to careen in some lonely inlet, or putting in for a debauch at some outlying port, where they dazzled the inhabitants by their lavishness and horrified them by their brutalities. On the Coromandel coast, at Madagascar, in the African waters, and above all in the West Indian and American seas, the pirates were a constant menace. With an insolent luxury they would regulate their depredations by the comfort of the seasons, harrying New England in the summer and dropping south again to the tropical islands in the winter. They were the more to be dreaded because they had none of that discipline and restraint which made their predecessors, the buccaneers, both formidable and respectable. These Ishmaels of the sea rendered an account to no man, and treated their prisoners according to the drunken whim of the moment. Flashes of grotesque generosity alternated with longer stretches of inconceivable ferocity, and the skipper who fell into their hands might find himself dismissed with his cargo after serving as boon companion in some hideous debauch, or might sit at his cabin table with his own nose and his lips served up with pepper and salt in front of him. It took a stout seaman in those days to ply his calling in the Caribbean Gulf. Such a man was Captain John Scarrow of the ship Morning Star, and yet he breathed a long sigh of relief when he heard the splash of the falling anchor and swung at his moorings within 100 yards of the guns of the citadel of Basseterre. St. Kitts was his final port of call, and early next morning his bowsprit would be pointed for Old England. He had had enough of those robber-haunted seas. Ever since he had left Maracaibo upon the Main, with its full landing of sugar and red pepper, he had winced at every topsail which glimmered over the violet edge of the tropical sea. He had coasted up the Windward Islands, touching here and there, and assailed continually by stories of villainy and outrage. Captain Sharkey of the 20-gun pirate bark Happy Delivery had passed down the coast and had littered it with gutted vessels and with murdered men. Dreadful anecdotes were current of his grim pleasantries and of his inflexible ferocity. From the Bahamas to the Main, his coal-black bark, with the ambiguous name, had been freighted with death and many things which are worse than death. So nervous was Captain Scarrow with his new full-rigged ship and her full and valuable lading that he struck out to the west as far as Bird's Island to be out of the usual track of commerce. And yet even in those solitary waters he had been unable to shake off sinister traces of Captain Sharkey. One morning they had raised a single skiff adrift upon the face of the ocean. Its only occupant was a delirious seaman, who yelled hoarsely as they hoisted him aboard, and showed a dried-up tongue like a black and wrinkled fungus at the back of his mouth. Water and nursing soon transformed him into the strongest and smartest sailor of the ship. He was from Marblehead in New England, it seemed, and was the sole survivor of a schooner which had been scuttled by the dreadful Sharkey. For a week Hiram Evanson, for that was his name, had been adrift beneath the tropical sun. Sharkey had ordered the mangled remains of his late captain to be thrown into the boat as provisions for the voyage, but the seaman had at once committed them to the deep, lest the temptation should be more than he could bear. He had lived upon his own huge frame until, at the last moment, the Morning Star had found him in that madness which is the precursor of such a death. It was no bad find for Captain Scarrow, for, with a short-handed crew, such a seaman as this big New Englander was a prize worth having. He vowed that he was the only man whom Captain Sharkey had ever placed under an obligation. Now that they lay under the guns of the Basseterre, all danger from the pirate was at an end, and yet the thought of him lay heavily upon the seaman's mind as he watched the agent's boat shooting out from the custom-house quay. "I'll lay you a wager, Morgan," said he to the first mate, "that the agent will speak of Sharkey in the first 100 words that pass his lips." "Well, Captain, I'll have you a silver dollar and chance it," said the rough old Bristol man beside him. The negro rower shot the boat alongside, and the linen-clad steersman sprang up the ladder. "Welcome, Captain Scarrow," he cried. "Have you heard about Sharkey?" The captain grinned at the mate. "What devilry has he been up to now?" he asked. "Devilry? You've not heard, then? Why, we've got him safe under lock and key here at Basseterre. He was tried last Wednesday, and he is to be hanged tomorrow morning." Captain and mate gave a shout of joy, which an instant later was taken up by the crew. Discipline was forgotten as they scrambled up through the break of the poop to hear the news. The New Englander was in the front of them, with a radiant face turned up to heaven, for he came of the Puritan stock. "Sharkey to be hanged!" he cried. "You don't know, Master Agent, if they lack a hangman, do you?" "Stand back!" cried the mate, whose outraged sense of discipline was even stronger than his interest at the news. "I'll pay that $1, Captain Scarrow, with the lightest heart that I ever paid a wager yet. How came the villain to be taken?" "Why, as to that, he became more than his own comrades could abide, and they took such a horror of him that they would not have him on the ship. So they marooned him upon the little Mangles to the south of the Misterioso Bank, and there he was found by a Portobello trader, who brought him in. There was talk of sending him to Jamaica to be tried, but our good little governor, Sir Charles Ewan, would not hear of it. 'He's my meat,' said he, 'and I claim the cooking of it. If you can stay till tomorrow morning at 10, you'll see the point swinging.'" "I wish I could," said the captain wistfully, "but I am sadly behind time now. I should start with the evening tide." "That you can't do," said the agent with decision. "The governor is going back with you." "The governor?" "Yes, he had a dispatch from government to return without delay. The flyboat that brought it has gone on to Virginia, so Sir Charles has been waiting for you, as I told him you were due before the rains." "Well, well," cried the captain in some perplexity, "I'm a plain seaman, and I don't know much of governors and baronets and their ways. I don't remember that I ever so much as spoke to one. But if it's in King George's service, and he asks a cast in the Morning Star as far as London, I'll do what I can for him. There's my own cabin he can have and welcome. As to the cooking, it's lobscouse and salmagundy 6 days in the week, but he can bring his own cook aboard with him if he thinks our galley is too rough for his taste." "You need not trouble your mind, Captain Scarrow," said the agent. "Sir Charles is in weak health just now, only clear of a quartan ague, and it is likely he will keep his cabin most of the voyage. Dr. Leroux said he would have sunk had the hanging of Sharkey not put fresh life in him. He has a great spirit in him, though. You must not blame him if he is somewhat short in his speech." "He may say what he likes and do what he likes, so long as he does not come athwart my horse when I am working the ship," said the captain. "He is governor of St. Kitts, but I am governor of the Morning Star, and by his leave I must weigh with the first tide, for I owe a duty to my employer, just as he does to King George. He can scarce be ready tonight, for he has many things to set in order before he leaves." "The early morning tide, then." "Very good. I shall send his things aboard tonight, and he will follow them tomorrow early, if I can prevail upon him to leave St. Kitts without seeing Sharkey do the rogue's hornpipe. His own orders were instant, so it may be that he will come at once. It is likely that Dr. Leroux may attend him upon the journey." Left to themselves, the captain and mate made the best preparations which they could for their illustrious passenger. The largest cabin was turned out and adorned in his honour, and orders were given by which barrels of fruit and some cases of wine should be brought off to vary the plain food of an ocean-going trader. In the evening the governor's baggage began to arrive, great iron-bound and ant-proof trunks, and official tin packing-cases, with other strange-shaped packages, which suggested the cocked hat or sword within. And then there came a note, with a heraldic device upon the big red seal, to say that Sir Charles Ewan made his compliments to Captain Scarrow, and that he hoped to be with him in the morning as early as his duties and his infirmities would permit. He was as good as his word, for the first grey of dawn had hardly begun to deepen into pink when he was brought alongside and climbed with some difficulty out the ladder. The captain had heard the governor was an eccentric, but he was hardly prepared for the curious figure who came limping feebly down his quarter-deck, his step supported by a thick bamboo cane. He wore a Ramillies wig, all twisted into little tails like a poodle's coat, and cut so low across his brow that the large green glasses which covered his eyes looked as if they were hung from it. A fierce beak of a nose, very long and very thin, cut the air in front of him. His ague had caused him to swathe his throat and chin with a broad linen cravat, and he wore a loose damask powdering gown secured by a cord round the waist. As he advanced he carried his masterful nose high in the air, but his head turned slowly from side to side in the helpless manner of the purblind, and he called in a high, querulous voice for the captain. "You have my things?" he asked. "Yes, Sir Charles." "Have you wine aboard?" "I have ordered 5 cases, sir." "And tobacco?" "There is a keg of Trinidad." "You play a hand of piquet?" "Possibly well, sir." "Then off anchor and to sea." There was a fresh westerly wind, so by the time the sun was fairly through the morning haze, the ship was hull down from the islands. The decrepit governor still limped the deck, with one guiding hand upon the quarter rail. "You are on government service now, Captain," said he. "They are counting the days till I come to Westminster, I promise you. Have you all that she will carry?" "Every inch, Sir Charles." "Keep her so if you blow the sails out of her. I fear, Captain Scarrow, that you will find a blind and broken man a poor companion for your voyage." "I am honoured in enjoying your Excellency's society," said the captain, "but I am sorry that your eyes should be so afflicted." "Yes, indeed. It is the cursed glare of the sun on the white streets of Basseterre which has gone far to burn them out." "I heard also that you had been plagued by a quartan ague." "Yes, I have a pyrexy which has reduced me much." "We had set aside a cabin for your surgeon." "Ah, the rascal! There was no budging him, for he has a snug business amongst the merchants. But hark!" He raised his ring-covered hand in the air. From far astern there came the low, deep thunder of cannon. "It's from the island!" cried the captain in astonishment. "Can it be a signal for us to put back?" The governor laughed. "You have heard that Sharkey, the pirate, is to be hanged this morning. I ordered the batteries to salute when the rascal was kicking his last, so that I might know of it out at sea." "There's an end of Sharkey!" cried the captain, and the crew took up the cry as they gathered in little knots upon the deck and stared back at the low, purple line of the vanishing land. It was a cheering omen for their start across the Western Ocean, and the invalid governor found himself a popular man on board, for it was generally understood that, but for his insistence upon an immediate trial and sentence, the villain might have played upon some more venal judge and so escaped. At dinner that day Sir Charles gave many anecdotes of the deceased pirate, and so affable was he, and so skilful in adapting his conversation to men of lower degree, that captain, mate, and governor smoked their long pipes and drank their claret as 3 good comrades should. "And what figure did Sharkey cut in the dock?" asked the captain. "He is a man of some presence," said the governor. "I had always understood that he was an ugly, sneering devil," remarked the mate. "Well, I dare say he could look ugly upon occasions," said the governor. "I've heard a New Bedford whaleman say that he could not forget his eyes," said Captain Scarrow. "They were of the lightest flimsy blue with red-rimmed lids. Was that not so, Sir Charles?" "Alas, my own eyes will not permit me to know much of those of others, but I remember now that the Adjutant General said that he had such an eye as you describe, and added that the jury was so foolish as to be visibly discomposed when it was turned upon them. It is well for them that he is dead, for he was a man who would have never forgotten injury, and if he had laid hands upon any one of them, he would have stuffed him with straw and hung him for a figurehead." The idea seemed to amuse the governor, for he broke suddenly into a high, neighing laugh, and the 2 seamen laughed also, but not so heartily, for they remembered that Sharkey was not the last pirate who sailed the western seas, and that as grotesque a fate might come to be their own. Another bottle was broached to drink for a pleasant voyage, and the governor would drink just one other on top of it, so that the seamen were glad at last to stagger off, the one to his watch and the other to his bunk. But when after his 4-hour spell the mate came down again, he was amazed to see the governor in his Ramillies wig, his glasses, and his powdering gown still seated sedately at the lonely table with his reeking pipe and 6 black bottles by his side. "I have drunk with the governor of St. Kitts when he was sick," said he, "and God forbid that I should ever try to keep pace with him when he is well." The voyage of the Morning Star was a successful one, and in about 3 weeks she was at the mouth of the British Channel. From the first day the infirm governor had begun to recover his strength, and before they were halfway across the Atlantic he was, save only for his eyes, as well as any man upon the ship. Those who uphold the nourishing qualities of wine might point to him in triumph, for never a night passed that he did not repeat the performance of his first one, and yet he would be out upon deck in the early morning as fresh and brisk as the best of them, peering about with his weak eyes, and asking questions about the sail and the rigging, for he was anxious to learn the ways of the sea. And he made up for the deficiency of his eyes by obtaining leave from the captain that the New England seaman, he who had been cast away in the boat, should lead him about, and above all that he should sit beside him when he played cards and count the number of the pips, for unaided he could not tell the king from the knave. It was natural that this Evanson should do the governor's willing service, since the one was the victim of the vile Sharkey, and the other was his avenger. One could see that it was a pleasure to the big American to lend his arm to the invalid, and at night he would stand with all respect behind the chair in the cabin and lay his great stub-nailed forefinger upon the card which he should play. Between them there was little in the pockets either of Captain Scarrow or of Morgan, the first mate, by the time they sighted the Lizard. And it was not long before they found that all they had heard of the high temper of Sir Charles Ewan fell short of the mark. At a sign of opposition or a word of argument, his chin would shoot out from his cravat, his masterful nose would be cocked at a higher and more insolent angle, and his bamboo cane would whistle up over his shoulder. He cracked it once over the head of the carpenter when the man had accidentally jostled him on the deck. Once, too, when there was some grumbling and talk of mutiny over the state of the provisions, he was of the opinion that they should not wait for the dogs to rise, but that they should march forward and set upon them until they had trounced the devilment out of them. "Give me a knife and a bucket," he cried with an oath, and could hardly be withheld from setting forth alone to deal with the spokesman of the seamen. Captain Scarrow had to remind him that though he might be only answerable to himself at St. Kitts, killing became murder upon the high seas. In politics he was, as became his official position, a stout prof of the House of Hanover, and he swore in his cups that he had never met a Jacobite without pistoling him where he stood. Yet for all this vapouring and his violence, he was so good a companion, with such a stream of strange anecdote and reminiscence, that Scarrow and Morgan had never known a voyage pass so pleasantly. And then at length came the last day, when after passing the island they had struck land again at the high white cliffs of Beachy Head. As evening fell, the ship was rolling in an oily calm, a league off from Winchelsea, with the long dark snout of Dungeness jutting out in front of her. Next morning they would pick up their pilot at the Foreland, and Sir Charles might meet the King's ministers at Westminster before the evening. The boatswain had the watch, and the 3 friends were met for a last turn of cards in the cabin, the faithful American still serving as eyes to the governor. There was a good stake upon the table, for the sailors had tried on this last night to win their losses back from their passenger. Suddenly he threw all his cards down and swept all the money into his long-flapped silken waistcoat. "The game's mine," said he. "Hey, Sir Charles, not so fast," cried Captain Scarrow. "You have not played out the hand, and we are not the losers." "Sink you for a liar," said the governor. "I tell you that I have played out the hand, and that you are a loser." He whipped off his wig and his glasses as he spoke, and there was a high, bald forehead and a pair of shifty blue eyes with the red rims of a bull terrier. "Good God!" cried the mate. "It's Sharkey!" The two sailors sprang from their seats, but the big American castaway had put his huge back against the cabin door, and he held a pistol in each of his hands. The passenger had also laid a pistol upon the scattered cards in front of him, and he burst into his high, neighing laugh. "Captain Sharkey is the name, gentlemen," said he, "and this is Roaring Ned Galloway, the quartermaster of the Happy Delivery. We made it hot, and so they marooned us, me on a dry Tortuga Cay, and him on an oarless boat. You dogs, you poor, fond, water-hearted dogs, we hold you at the end of our pistols." "You may shoot or you may not," cried Scarrow, striking his hand on the breast of his frieze jacket. "It's my last breath, Sharkey. I tell you that you are a bloody rogue and a miscreant, with a halter and a hellfire in store for you." "There's a man of spirit, and one of my own kidney, and he's going to make a pretty death of it," cried Sharkey. "There's no one aft save the man at the wheel, so you may keep your breath, for you'll need it soon. Is the dinghy astern, Ned?" "Aye, aye, Captain." "And the other boat scuttled?" "I board them all in 3 places." "Then we shall have to leave you, Captain Scarrow. You look as if you hadn't quite got your bearings yet. Is there anything you'd like to ask me?" "I believe you're the devil himself," cried the captain. "Where is the governor of St. Kitts?" "When I last saw him, His Excellency was in bed with his throat cut. When I broke prison, I learned from my friends, for Captain Sharkey has those who love him in every port, that the governor was starting for Europe under a master who had never seen him. I climbed his veranda and paid him the little debt that I owed him. Then I came aboard to you, with such of his things as I had need of, and a pair of glasses to hide these telltale eyes of mine, and I have ruffled it, as a governor should. Now, Ned, you can go to work upon them." "Help, help, watch ahoy!" yelled the mate, but the butt of the pirate's pistol crashed down on his head, and he dropped like a pithed ox. Scarrow rushed for the door, but the sentinel clasped his hand over his mouth and threw his other arm round his waist. "No use, Master Scarrow," said Sharkey. "Let us see you go down on your knees and beg for your life." "I'll see you," cried Scarrow, shaking his mouth clear. "Twist his arm round, Ned. Now will you?" "No, not if you twist it off. Put an inch of your knife into him. You may put 6 inches, and then I won't." "Sick me, but I like his spirit," cried Sharkey. "Put your knife in your pocket, Ned. You've saved your skin, Scarrow, and it's a pity so stout a man should not take to the only trade where a pretty fellow can pick up a living. You must be born for no common death, Scarrow, since you have lain at my mercy and lived to tell the story. Tie him up, Ned. To the stove, Captain?" "Tut, tut, there's a fire in the stove. None of your rover tricks, Ned Galloway, unless they are called for, or I let you know which one of us two is captain and which is quartermaster. Now make him fast to the table." "Nay, I thought you meant to roast him," said the quartermaster. "You surely do not mean to let him go?" "If you and I were marooned on a Bahama Cay, Ned Galloway, it is still for me to command and for you to obey. Sink you for a villain. Do you dare to question my orders?" "Nay, nay, Captain Sharkey, not so hot, sir," said the quartermaster, and lifting Scarrow like a child, he laid him on the table. With the quick dexterity of a seaman, he tied his spread-eagled hands and feet with a rope which was passed underneath, and gagged him securely with the long cravat which used to adorn the chin of the governor of St. Kitts. "Now, Captain Scarrow, we must take our leave of you," said the pirate. If I had half a dozen of my brisk boys at my heels, I should have had your cargo and your ship. But Roaring Ned could not find a foremast hand with the spirit of a mouse. I see there are some small craft about, and we shall get one of them. When Captain Sharkey has a boat, he can get a smack. When he has a smack, he can get a brig. When he has a brig, he can get a bark. And when he has a bark, he will soon have a full-rigged ship of his own. So make haste into London town, or I may be coming back after all for the Morning Star. Captain Scarrow heard the key turn in the lock, and they left the cabin. Then, as he strained at his bonds, he heard their footsteps pass up the companion, and along the quarter-deck to where the dinghy hung in the stern. Then, still struggling and writhing, he heard the creak of the falls and the splash of the boat in the water. In a mad fury he tore and dragged at his ropes until at last, with flayed wrists and ankles, he rolled from the table, sprang over the dead mate, kicked his way through the closed door, and rushed hatless onto the deck. "Ahoy! Peterson, Armitage, Wilson!" he screamed. "Cutlasses and pistols! Clear away the longboat! Clear away the gig! Sharkey the pirate is in yonder dinghy. Whistle up the larboard watch, boatswain, and tumble into the boats all hands." Down splashed the longboat and down splashed the gig, but in an instant the coxswains and crews were swarming up the falls onto the deck once more. "The boats are scuttled," they cried. "They are leaking like a sieve." The captain gave a bitter curse. He had been beaten and outwitted at every point. Above was a cloudless starlit sky, with neither wind nor the promise of it. The sails flapped idly in the moonlight. Far away lay a fishing smack, with the men clustering over their net. Close to them was a little dinghy, dipping and lifting over the shining swell. "They are dead men," cried the captain. "A shout all together, boys, to warn them of their danger." But it was too late. At that very moment the dinghy shot into the shadow of the fishing boat. There were two rapid pistol shots, a scream, and then another pistol shot, followed by silence. The clustering fishermen had disappeared. And then, suddenly, as the first puffs of a land breeze came out from the Sussex shore, the boom swung out, the mainsail filled, and the little craft crept out with her nose to the Atlantic. End of Captain Sharkey by Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Subha by Rabindranath Tagore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ChinmayHota, Bhubaneswar, India. Subha. When the girl was given the name of Subhasini, who could have guessed that she would prove dumb? Her two elder sisters were Sukesini and Suhasini, and for the sake of uniformity, her father named his youngest girl Subhasini. She was called Subha for short. Her two elder sisters had been married with the usual cost and difficulty, and now the youngest daughter lay like a silent weight upon the heart of her parents. All the world seemed to think that because she did not speak, therefore she did not feel. It discussed her future and its own anxiety freely in her presence. She had understood from her earliest childhood that God had sent her like a curse to her father's house. So she withdrew herself from ordinary people and tried to live apart. If only they would all forget her, she felt she could endure it. But who can forget pain? Night and day her parents' minds were aching on her account. Especially her mother looked upon her as a deformity in herself. To a mother, a daughter is a more closely intimate part of herself than a son can be, and a fault in her is a source of personal shame. Banikantha, Subha's father, loved her rather better than his other daughters. Her mother regarded her with aversion, as a stain upon her own body. If Subha lacked speech, she did not lack a pair of large dark eyes, shaded with long lashes, and her lips trembled like a leaf in response to any thought that rose in her mind. When we express our thought in words, the medium is not found easily. There must be a process of translation, which is often inexact, and then we fall into error. But black eyes need no translating. The mind itself throws a shadow upon them. In them, thought opens or shuts, shines forth or goes out in darkness, hangs steadfast like the setting moon, or like the swift and restless lightning illuminates all quarters of the sky. They who from birth have had no other speech than the trembling of their lips learn a language of the eyes, endless in expression, deep as the sea, clear as the heavens, wherein play dawn and sunset, light and shadow. The dumb have a lonely grandeur like nature's own. Wherefore the other children almost dreaded Subha and never played with her. She was silent and companionless as noontide. The hamlet where she lived was Chandipur. Its river, small for a river of Bengal, kept to its narrow bounds like a daughter of the middle class. This busy streak of water never overflowed its banks, but went about its duties as though it were a member of every family in the villages beside it. On either side were houses and banks shaded with trees. So, stepping from her queenly throne, the river goddess became a garden deity of each home, and forgetful of herself, performed her task of endless benediction with swift and cheerful foot. Banikanta's house looked out upon the stream. Every hut and stack in the place could be seen by the passing boatman. I know not if amid these signs of worldly wealth anyone noticed the little girl who, when her work was done, stole away to the waterside and sat there. But here nature fulfilled her want of speech and spoke for her. The murmur of the brook, voice of the village folk, the songs of the boatmen, the crying of the birds and rustle of trees mingled and were one with the trembling of her heart. They became one vast wave of sound which beat upon her restless soul. This murmur and movement of nature were the dumb girl's language. That speech of the dark eyes, which the long lashes shaded, was the language of the world about her. From the trees where the cicalas chirped to the quiet stirs that were nothing but signs and gestures, weeping and sighing. And in the deep mid-noon, when the boatmen and fisher folk had gone to their dinner, when the villagers slept and birds were still, when the ferry boats were idle, when the great busy world paused in its toil and became suddenly a lonely, awful giant, then beneath the vast impressive heavens there were only dumb nature and a dumb girl, sitting very silent, one under the spreading sunlight, the other where a small tree cast its shadow. But Subha was not altogether without friends. In the stall were two cows, Sarbasi and Panguli. They had never heard their names from her lips, but they knew her footfall. Though she had no words, she murmured lovingly, and they understood her gentle murmuring better than all speech. When she fondled them or scolded or coaxed them, they understood her better than men could do. Subha would come to the shed and throw her arms around Sarbasi's neck. She would rub her cheek against her friend's, and Pangoli would turn her great kind eyes and lick her face. The girl paid them 3 regular visits every day, and others that were irregular. Whenever she heard any words that hurt her, she would come to these dumb friends out of due time. It was as though they guessed her anguish of spirit from her quiet look of sadness. Coming close to her, they would rub their horns softly against her arms and in dumb, puzzled fashion try to comfort her. Besides these two, there were goats and a kitten, but Subha had not that same equality of friendship with them, though they showed the same attachment. Every time it got a chance, night or day, the kitten would jump into her lap and settle down to slumber, and so its appreciation of an aid to sleep as Subha drew her soft fingers over its neck and back. Subha had a comrade also among the higher animals, and it is hard to say what were the girl's relations with him, for he could speak, and his gift of speech left them without any common language. He was the youngest boy of the Gosais, Pratap by name, an idle fellow. After long effort, his parents had abandoned the hope that he would ever make his living. Now Lozils have this advantage that though their own folk disapprove of them, they are generally popular with everyone else. Having no work to chain them, they become public property. Just as every town needs an open space where all may breathe, so a village needs 2 or 3 gentlemen of leisure who can give time to all. Then, if we are lazy and want a companion, one is to hand. Pratap's chief ambition was to catch fish. He managed to waste a lot of time this way, and might be seen almost any afternoon so employed. It was thus most often that he met Subha. Whatever he was about, he liked a companion, and when one is catching fish, a silent companion is best of all. Pratap respected Subha for her taciturnity, and as everyone called her Subha, she showed his affection by calling her Su. Subha used to sit beneath a tamarind, and Pratap, a little distance off, would cast his line. Pratap took with him a small allowance of betel, and Subha prepared it for him. And I think that, sitting and gazing a long while, she desired ardently to bring some great help to Pratap, to be of real aid, to prove by any means that she was not a useless burden to the world. But there was nothing to do. Then she turned to the Creator in prayer for some rare power, that by an astonishing miracle she might startle Pratap into exclaiming, "My, I never dreamt our Su could have done this." Only think, if Subha had been a water nymph, she might have risen slowly from the river, bringing the gem of a snake's crown to the landing place. Then Pratap, leaving his poultry fishing, might dive into the lower world and see there, on a golden bed in a palace of silver, whom else but dumb little Su, Banikanta's child? Yes, our Su, the only daughter of the king of that shining city of jewels. But that might not be, it was impossible. Not that anything is really impossible, but Su had been born, not into the royal house of Patalpur, but into Banikanta's family, and she knew no means of astonishing the Gosai's boy. Gradually she grew up. Gradually she began to find herself. A new inexpressible consciousness, like the tide from the central places of the sea when the moon is full, swept through her. She saw herself, questioned herself, but no answer came. that she could understand. Once upon a time, late on a night of full moon, she slowly opened her door and peeped out timidly. Nature, herself at full moon, like lonely Subha, was looking down on the sleeping earth. Her strong young life beat within her. Joy and sadness filled her being to its brim. She reached the limits even of her own illimitable loneliness, nay, passed beyond them. Her heart was heavy, and she could not speak. At the skirts of this silent, troubled mother, there stood a silent, troubled girl. The thought of her marriage filled her parents with an anxious care. People blamed them and even talked of making them outcasts. Banikanta was well off. They had fish curry twice daily, and consequently he did not lack enemies. Then the women interfered and Bani went away for a few days. Presently he returned and said, "We must go to Calcutta." They got ready to go to this strange country. Subha's heart was heavy with tears, like a mist-wrapped dawn. With a vague fear that had been gathering for days, she dogged her father and mother like a dumb animal. With her large eyes wide open, she scanned their faces as though she wished to learn something. But not a word did they vouchsafe. One afternoon, in the midst of all this, as Pratap was fishing, he laughed. "So, then, Sue, they have caught your bridegroom, and you are going to be married? Mind you, don't forget me altogether." Then he turned his mind again to his fish, as a stricken doe looks into the hunter's face, asking in silent agony, "What have I done to you?" So Subha looked at Pratap. That day she sat no longer beneath her tree. Banikanta, having finished his nap, was smoking in his bedroom when Subha dropped down at his feet and burst out weeping as she gazed towards him. Banikanta tried to comfort her, and his cheek grew wet with tears. It was settled that on the morrow they should go to Calcutta. Subha went to the cowshed to bid farewell to her childhood's comrades. She fed them with her hand, she clasped their necks, she looked into their faces, and tears fell fast from the eyes which spoke for her. That night was the 10th of the moon. Subha left her room and flung herself down on a grassy couch beside her dear river. It was as if she threw her arms about earth, her strong silent mother, and tried to say, "Do not let me leave you, mother. Put your arms about me as I have put mine about you, and hold me fast." One day in a house in Calcutta, Subha's mother dressed her up with great care. She imprisoned her hair, knotting it up in laces. She hung her about with ornaments and did her best to kill her natural beauty. Subha's eyes filled with tears. Her mother, fearing they would grow swollen with weeping, scolded her harshly, but the tears disregarded the scolding. The bridegroom came with a friend to inspect the bride. Her parents were dizzy with anxiety and fear when they saw the god arrive to select the beast for his sacrifice. Behind the stage, the mother called her instructions aloud and increased her daughter's weeping twofold before she sent her into the examiner's presence. The great man, after scanning her for a long time, observed, "Not so bad." He took special note of her tears and thought she must have a tender heart. He put it to her credit in the account, arguing that the heart which today was distressed at leaving her parents would presently prove a useful possession. Like the oyster's pearls, the child's tears only increased her value, and he made no other comment. The almanac was consulted, and the marriage took place on an auspicious day. Having delivered over their dumb girl into another's hands, Subha's parents returned home. Thank God! Their caste in this and their safety in the next world were assured. The bridegroom's work lay in the west, and shortly after the marriage he took his wife thither. In less than 10 days everyone knew that the bride was dumb. At least, if anyone did not, it was not her fault, for she deceived no one. Her eyes told them everything, though no one understood her. She looked on every hand, she found no speech. She missed the faces, familiar from birth, of those who had understood a dumb girl's language. In her silent heart there sounded an endless, voiceless weeping, which only the searcher of hearts could hear. End of Subha by Rabindranath Tagore.
Suicides by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Suicides by Guy de Maupassant. To Georges Legrand. Hardly a day goes by without our reading a news item like the following in some newspaper. On Wednesday night, the people living at number 40 Rue de were awakened by 2 successive shots. The explosions seemed to come from the apartment occupied by Monsieur X. The door was broken in and the man was found bathed in his blood, still holding in one hand the revolver with which he had taken his life. Monsieur X was 57 years of age, enjoying a comfortable income, and had everything necessary to make him happy. No cause can be found for his action. What terrible grief, what unknown suffering, hidden despair, secret wounds drive these presumably happy persons to suicide? We search, we imagine tragedies of love, we suspect financial troubles, and as we never find anything definite, we apply to these deaths the word mystery. A letter found on the desk of one of these suicides without cause, and written during his last night, beside his loaded revolver, has come into our hands. We deem it rather interesting. It reveals none of those great catastrophes which we always expect to find behind these acts of despair, but it shows us the slow succession of the little vexations of life, the disintegration of a lonely existence, whose dreams have disappeared. It gives the reason for these tragic ends, which only nervous and high-strung people can understand. Here it is. It is midnight. When I have finished this letter, I shall kill myself. Why? I shall attempt to give the reasons, not for those who may read these lines, but for myself, to kindle my waning courage, to impress upon myself the fatal necessity of this act which can, at best, be only deferred. I was brought up by simple-minded parents who were unquestioning believers, and I believed as they did. My dream lasted a long time. The last veil has just been torn from my eyes. During the last few years, a strange change has been taking place within me. All the events of life, which formerly had to me the glow of a beautiful sunset, are now fading away. The true meaning of things has appeared to me in its brutal reality, and the true reason for love has bred in me disgust even for this poetic sentiment. We are the eternal toys of foolish and charming illusions, which are always being renewed. On growing older, I had become partly reconciled to the awful mystery of life, to the uselessness of effort. when the emptiness of everything appeared to me in a new light, this evening, after dinner. Formerly I was happy. Everything pleased me, the passing women, the appearance of the streets, the place where I lived, and I even took an interest in the cut of my clothes. But the repetition of the same sights has had the result of filling my heart with weariness and disgust, just as one would feel were one to go every night to the same theatre. For the last 30 years I have been rising at the same hour, and at the same restaurant for 30 years I have been eating at the same hours, the same dishes brought me by different waiters. I have tried travel. The loneliness which one feels in strange places terrified me. I felt so alone, so small on the earth, that I quickly started on my homeward journey. But here the unchanging expression of my furniture, which has stood for 30 years in the same place, the smell of my apartments, for with time each dwelling takes on a particular odour, each night these and other things disgust me and make me sick of living thus. Everything repeats itself endlessly. The way in which I put my key in the lock, the place where I always find my matches, the first object which meets my eye when I enter the room, make me feel like jumping out of the window and putting an end to those monotonous events from which we can never escape. Each day when I shave, I feel an inordinate desire to cut my throat, and my face, which I see in the little mirror, always the same, with soap on my cheeks, has several times made me weak from sadness. Now I even hate to be with people whom I used to meet with pleasure. I know them so well. I can tell just what they are going to say and what I am going to answer. Each brain is like a circus where the same horse keeps circling around eternally. We must circle around always, around the same ideas, the same joys, the same pleasures, the same habits, the same beliefs, the same sensations of disgust. The fog was terrible this evening. It enfolded the boulevard, where the street lights were dimmed and looked like smoking candles. A heavier weight than usual oppressed me. Perhaps my digestion was bad. For good digestion is everything in life. It gives the inspiration to the artist, amorous desires to young people, clear ideas to thinkers, the joy of life to everybody, and it also allows one to eat heartily, which is one of the greatest pleasures. A sick stomach induces scepticism, unbelief, nightmares, and a desire for death. I have often noticed this fact. Perhaps I would not kill myself if my digestion had been good this evening. When I sat down in the armchair where I had been sitting every day for 30 years, I glanced around me, and just then I was seized by such a terrible distress that I thought I must go mad. I tried to think of what I could do to run away from myself. Every occupation struck me as being worse even than inaction. Then I bethought me of putting my papers in order. For a long time I have been thinking of clearing out my drawers, for the last 30 years I have been throwing my letters and bills pell-mell into the same desk, and this confusion has often caused me considerable trouble. But I feel such moral and physical laziness at the sole idea of putting anything in order that I have never had the courage to begin this tedious business. I therefore opened my desk, intending to choose among my old papers and destroy the majority of them. At first I was bewildered by this array of documents, yellowed by age. Then I chose one. Oh, if you cherish life, never disturb the burial place of old letters. And if, perchance, you should take the contents by the handful, close your eyes that you may not read a word, so that you may not recognize some forgotten handwriting which may plunge you suddenly into a sea of memories. Carry these papers to the fire, and when they are in ashes, crush them to an invisible powder, or otherwise you are lost, just as I have been lost for an hour. The first letters which I read did not interest me greatly. They were recent and came from living men whom I still meet quite often, and whose presence does not move me to any great extent. But all at once one envelope made me start. My name was traced on it in a large, bold handwriting, and suddenly tears came to my eyes. That letter was from my dearest friend, the companion of my youth, the confidant of my hopes, and he appeared before me so clearly, with his pleasant smile and his hand outstretched, that a cold shiver ran down my back. Yes, the dead come back, for I saw him. Our memory is a more perfect world than the universe. It gives back life to those who no longer exist. With trembling hand and dimmed eyes I reread everything that he told me, and in my poor sobbing heart I felt a wound so painful that I began to groan as a man whose bones are slowly being crushed. Then I travelled over my whole life, just as one travels along a river. I recognized people so long forgotten that I no longer knew their names. Their faces alone lived in me. In my mother's letters I saw again the old servants, the shape of our house, and the little insignificant odds and ends which cling to our minds. Yes, I suddenly saw again all my mother's old gowns, the different styles which she adopted, and the several ways in which she dressed her hair. She haunted me, especially in a silk dress, trimmed with old lace, and I remembered something she said one day when she was wearing this dress. She said, "Robert, my child, if you do not stand up straight, you will be round-shouldered all your life." Then, opening another drawer, I found myself face to face with the memories of tender passions, a dancing pump, a torn handkerchief, even a garter, locks of hair and dried flowers. Then the sweet romances of my life, whose living heroines are now white-haired, plunge me into the deep melancholy of things. Oh, the young brows where blonde locks curl, the caress of the hands, the glance which speaks, the hearts which beat, that smile which promises the lips, those lips which promise the embrace, and the first kiss, that endless kiss which makes you close your eyes, which drowns all thought in the immeasurable joy of approaching possession. Taking these old pledges of former loves in both my hands, I covered them with furious caresses, and in my soul, torn by these memories, I saw them each again at the hour of surrender, and I suffered a torture more cruel than all the tortures invented in all the fables about hell. One last letter remained. It was written by me and dictated 50 years ago by my writing teacher. Here it is. My dear little Mama, I am 7 years old today. It is the age of reason. I take advantage of it to thank you for having brought me into this world. Your little son who loves you, Robert. It is all over. I had gone back to the beginning, and suddenly I turned my glance on what remained to me of life. I saw hideous and lonely old age, and approaching infirmities, and everything over and gone, and nobody near me. My revolver is here on the table. I am loading it. Never reread your old letters. And that is how many men come to kill themselves, and we search in vain to discover some great sorrow in their lives. End of Suicides by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time Enough at Last. For a long time, Henry Bemis had had an ambition: to read a book, not just the title or the preface or a page somewhere in the middle. He wanted to read the whole thing, all the way through, from beginning to end. A simple ambition, perhaps, but in the cluttered life of Henry Bemis, an impossibility. Henry had no time of his own. There was his wife Agnes, who owned that part of it that his employer, Mr. Carsville, did not buy. Henry was allowed enough to get to and from work, that in itself being quite a concession on Agnes's part. Also, nature had conspired against Henry by handing him with a pair of hopelessly myopic eyes. Poor Henry literally couldn't see his hand in front of his face. For a while, when he was very young, his parents had thought him an idiot. When they realized it was his eyes, they got glasses for him. He was never quite able to catch up. There was never enough time. It looked as though Henry's ambition would never be realized. Then something happened which changed all that. Henry was down in the vault of the East Side Bank and Trust when it happened. He had stolen a few moments from the duties of his teller's cage to try to read a few pages of the magazine he had bought that morning. He'd made an excuse to Mr. Carswell about needing bills in large denominations for a certain customer, and then, safe inside the dim recesses of the vault, he had pulled from inside his coat the pocket-sized magazine. He had just started a picture article cheerfully entitled, "The New Weapons and What They'll Do to You," when all the noise in the world crashed in upon his eardrums. It seemed to be inside of him and outside of him all at once. Then the concrete floor was rising up at him, and the ceiling came slanting down toward him, and for a fleeting second, Henry thought of a story he had started to read once, called The Pit and the Pendulum. He regretted in that insane moment that he had never had time to finish that story to see how it came out. Then all was darkness and quiet and unconsciousness. When Henry came to, he knew that something was desperately wrong with the East Side Bank and Trust. The heavy steel door of the vault was buckled and twisted, and the floor tilted up at a dizzy angle, while the ceiling dipped crazily toward it. Henry gingerly got to his feet, moving arms and legs experimentally. Assured that nothing was broken, he tenderly raised a hand to his eyes. His precious glasses were intact, thank God. He would never have been able to find his way out of the shattered vault without them. He made a mental note to write Dr. Torrance to have a spare pair made and mailed to him. Blasted nuisance not having his prescription on file locally, but Henry trusted no one but Dr. Torrance to grind those thick lenses into his own complicated prescription. Henry removed the heavy glasses from his face. Instantly, the room dissolved into a neutral blur. Henry saw a pink splash that he knew was his hand, and a white blob come up to meet the pink as he withdrew his pocket handkerchief and carefully dusted the lenses. As he replaced the glasses, they slipped down on the bridge of his nose a little. He had been meaning to have them tightened for some time. He suddenly realized, without the realization actually entering his conscious thoughts, that something momentous had happened. Something worse than the boiler blowing up, something worse than a gas main exploding, something worse than anything that had ever happened before. He felt that way because it was so quiet. There was no whine of sirens, no shouting, no running, just an ominous and all-pervading silence. Henry walked across the slanting floor. Slipping and stumbling on the uneven surface, he made his way to the elevator. The car lay crumpled at the foot of the shaft, like a discarded accordion. There was something inside of it that Henry could not look at, something that had once been a person, or perhaps several people. It was impossible to tell now. Feeling sick, Henry staggered toward the stairway. The steps were still there, but so jumbled and piled back upon one another that it was more like climbing the side of a mountain than mounting a stairway. It was quiet in the huge chamber that had been the lobby of the bank. It looked strangely cheerful, with the sunlight shining through the girders where the ceiling had fallen. The dappled sunlight glinted across the silent lobby, and everywhere there were huddled lumps of unpleasantness that made Henry sick as he tried not to look at them. "Mr. Carswell?" he called. It was very quiet. Something had to be done, of course. This was terrible, right in the middle of a Monday, too. Mr. Carswell would know what to do. He called again, more loudly, and his voice cracked hoarsely. "Mr. Carswell?" And then he saw an arm and shoulder extending out from under a huge fallen block of marble ceiling. In the buttonhole was the white carnation Mr. Carswell had worn to work that morning, and on the third finger of that hand was a massive signet ring, also belonging to Mr. Carswell. Numbly, Henry realized that the rest of Mr. Carswell was under that block of marble. Henry felt a pang of real sorrow. Mr. Carswell was gone, and so was the rest of the staff. Mr. Wilkinson, and Mr. Emery, and Mr. Prithard, and the same with Pete, and Ralph, and Jenkins, and Hunter, and Pat the guard, and Willie the doorman. There was no one to say what was to be done about the East Side Bank and Trust except Henry Bemis. And Henry wasn't worried about the bank. There was something he wanted to do. He climbed carefully over piles of fallen masonry. Once he stepped down into something that crunched and squashed beneath his feet, and he set his teeth on edge to keep from retching. The street was not much different from the inside, bright sunlight and so much concrete to crawl over, but the unpleasantness was much, much worse. Everywhere there were strange, motionless lumps that Henry could not look at. Suddenly he remembered Agnes. He should be trying to get to Agnes, shouldn't he? He remembered a poster he had seen that said, "In event of emergency, do not use the telephone. Your loved ones are as safe as you." He wondered about Agnes. He looked at the smashed automobiles, some with their four wheels pointing skyward like the stiffened legs of dead animals. He couldn't get to Agnes now anyway. If she was safe, then she was safe. Otherwise... Of course, Henry knew Agnes wasn't safe. He had a feeling that there wasn't anyone safe for a long, long way. Maybe not in the whole state, or the whole country, or the whole world. No, that was a thought Henry didn't want to think. He forced it from his mind and turned his thoughts back to Agnes. She had been a pretty good wife, now that it was all said and done. It wasn't exactly her fault if people didn't have time to read nowadays. It was just that there was the house, and the bank, and the yard. There were the Joneses for bridge, and the Graysons for canasta and charades with the Bryants, and the television Agnes loved to watch but would never watch alone. He never had time to read even a newspaper. He started thinking about last night, that business about the newspaper. Henry had settled into his chair quietly, afraid that a creaking spring might call to Agnes's attention the fact that he was momentarily unoccupied. He had unfolded the newspaper slowly and carefully. The sharp crackle of the paper would have been a clarion call to Agnes. He had glanced at the headlines of the first page. "Collapse of Conference Imminent." He didn't have time to read the article. He turned to the second page. "Solon predicts war only days away." He flipped through the pages faster, reading brief snatches here and there, afraid to spend too much time on any one item. On a back page was a brief article entitled, "Prehistoric Artifacts Unearthed in Yucatan." Henry smiled to himself and carefully folded the sheet of paper into fourths. That would be interesting. He would read all of it. Then it came, Agnes's voice. "Henry!" And then she was upon him. She lightly flicked the paper out of his hands and into the fireplace. He saw the flames lick up and curl possessively around the unread article. Agnes continued, "Henry, tonight is the Joneses' bridge night. They'll be here in 30 minutes, and I'm not dressed yet, and here you are, reading." She had emphasized the last word as though it were an unclean act. "Hurry and shave. You know how smooth Jasper Jones's chin always looks, and then straighten up this room." She glanced regretfully toward the fireplace. "Oh dear, that paper, the television schedule. Oh, well, after the Jones leave, there won't be time for anything but the late movie, and... Don't just sit there, Henry. Hurry!" Henry was hurrying now, but hurrying too much. He cut his leg on a twisted piece of metal that had once been an automobile fender. He thought about things like lockjaw and gangrene, and his hand trembled as he tied his pocket handkerchief around the wound. In his mind, he saw the fire again, licking across the face of last night's newspaper. He thought that now he would have time to read all the newspapers he wanted to, only now there wouldn't be any more. That heap of rubble across the street had been the Gazette building. It was terrible to think there would never be another up-to-date newspaper. Agnes would have been very upset. No television schedule, but then, of course, no television. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. That wouldn't have been fitting. Not at all. He could see the building he was looking for now, but the silhouette was strangely changed. The great circular dome was now a ragged semicircle, half of it gone, and one of the great wings of the building had fallen in upon itself. A sudden panic gripped Henry Bemis. What if they were all ruined, destroyed, every one of them? What if there wasn't a single one left? Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he painfully fought his way over and through the twisted fragments of the city. He thought of the building when it had been whole. He remembered the many nights he had paused outside its wide and welcoming doors. He thought of the warm nights when the doors had been thrown open, and he could see the people inside, see them sitting at the plain wooden tables with the stacks of books beside them. He used to think then what a wonderful thing a public library was, a place where anybody at all, could go in and read. He had been tempted to enter many times. He had watched the people through the open doors, the man in greasy work clothes who sat near the door night after night, laboriously studying. A technical journal, perhaps, difficult for him, but promising a brighter future. There had been an aged scholarly gentleman who sat on the other side of the door, leisurely paging, moving his lips a little as he did so. A man having little time left, but rich in time, because he could do with it as he chose. Henry had never gone in. He had started up the steps once, got almost to the door, but then he remembered Agnes, her questions and shouting, and he had turned away. He was going in now, though, almost crawling, his breath coming in stabbing gasps, his hands torn and bleeding. His trouser leg was sticky red where the wound in his leg had soaked through the handkerchief. It was throbbing badly, but Henry didn't care. He had reached his destination. Part of the inscription was still there, over the now doorless entrance. P-U-B-C-L-I-B-R. The rest had been torn away. The place was in shambles. The shelves were overturned, broken, smashed, tilted, their precious contents spilled in disorder upon the floor. A lot of the books, Henry noted gleefully, were still intact, still whole, still readable. He was literally knee-deep in them. He wallowed in books. He picked one up. The title was Collected Works of William Shakespeare. Yes, he must read that sometime. He laid it aside carefully. He picked up another, Spinoza. He tossed it away, seized another, and still another. Which to read first? There were so many. He had been conducting himself a little like a starving man in a delicatessen, grabbing a little of this and a little of that in a frenzy of enjoyment. But now he steadied away. From the pile about him, he selected one volume, sat comfortably down on an overturned shelf, and opened the book. Henry Bemis smiled. There was the rumble of complaining stone, minute in comparison with the epic complaints following the fall of the bomb. This one occurred under one corner of the shelf upon which Henry sat. The shelf moved, threw him off balance. The glasses slipped from his nose and fell with a tinkle. He bent down, clawing blindly, and found, finally, their smashed remains. A minor, indirect destruction stemming from the sudden, wholesale smashing of a city. But the only one that greatly interested Henry Bemis. He stared down at the blurred page before him. He began to cry. End of Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. Recording by Jeremy Clark.
Two Friends by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Two Friends. Besieged Paris was in the throes of famine. Even the sparrows on the roofs and the rats in the sewers were growing scarce. People were eating anything they could get. As Monsieur Morisot, watchmaker by profession and idler for the nonce, was strolling along the boulevard one bright January morning, his hands in his trouser pockets and stomach empty, he suddenly came face to face with an acquaintance, Monsieur Sauvage, a fishing chum. Before the war broke out, Morisot had been in the habit, every Sunday morning, of setting forth with a bamboo rod in his hand and a tin box on his back. He took the Argenteuil train, got out at Colombes, and walked thence to Ile Marante. The moment he arrived at this place of his dreams, he began fishing, and fished till nightfall. Every Sunday he met in this very spot Monsieur Sauvage, a stout, jolly little man, a draper in the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette, and also an ardent fisherman. They often spent half the day side by side, rod in hand, and feet dangling over the water, and a warm friendship had sprung up between the two. Some days they did not speak, at other times they chatted, but they understood each other perfectly without the aid of words, having similar tastes and feelings. In the spring, about 10 o'clock in the morning, when the early sun caused a light mist to float on the water and gently warmed the backs of the two enthusiastic anglers, Morisot would occasionally remark to his neighbour, "My, but it's pleasant here," to which the other would reply, "I can't imagine anything better." And these few words sufficed to make them understand and appreciate each other. In the autumn, toward the close of day, when the setting sun shed a blood-red glow over the western sky, and the reflections of the crimson clouds tinged the whole river with red, brought a glow to the faces of the two friends, and gilded the trees, whose leaves were already turning at the first chill touch of winter, Monsieur Sauvage would sometimes smile at Morisot and say, "What a glorious spectacle!" And Morisot would answer, without taking his eyes from his float, "This is much better than the boulevard, isn't it?" As soon as they recognized each other, they shook hands cordially, affected at the thought of meeting under such changed circumstances. Monsieur Sauvage, with a sigh, murmured, "These are sad times." Morisot shook his head mournfully. "And such weather! This is the first fine day of the year." The sky was, in fact, of a bright cloudless blue. They walked along side by side, reflective and sad. "And to think of the fishing," said Morisot. "What good times we used to have." "When shall we be able to fish again?" asked Monsieur Sauvage. They entered a small café and took an absinthe together, then resumed their walk along the pavement. Morisot stopped suddenly. "Shall we have another absinthe?" he said. "If you like," agreed Monsieur Sauvage. And they entered another wine shop. They were quite unsteady when they came out, owing to the effect of the alcohol on their empty stomachs. It was a fine, mild day, and a gentle breeze fanned their faces. The fresh air completed the effect of the alcohol on Monsieur Sauvage. He stopped suddenly, saying, "Suppose we go there." "Where?" "Fishing." "But where?" "Why, to the old place. The French outposts are close to Colombe. I know Colonel Dumoulin, and we shall easily get leave to pass." Morisot trembled with desire. "Very well, I agree." And they separated to fetch their rods and lines. An hour later they were walking side by side on the high road. Presently they reached the villa occupied by the colonel. He smiled at their request and granted it. They resumed their walk, furnished with a password. Soon they left the outpost behind them, made their way through deserted colombes, and found themselves on the outskirts of the small vineyards which border the Seine. It was about 11 o'clock. Before them lay the village of Argenteuil, apparently lifeless. The heights of Orgamont and Sanois dominated the landscape. The great plain, extending as far as Nanterre, was empty, quite empty, a waste of dun-coloured soil and bare cherry trees. Monsieur Sauvage, pointing to the heights, murmured, "The Prussians are up yonder," and the sight of the deserted country filled the two friends with vague misgivings. The Prussians! They had never seen them as yet, but they had felt their presence in the neighbourhood of Paris for months past, ruining France, pillaging, massacring, starving them, and a kind of superstitious terror mingled with the hatred they already felt towards this unknown victorious nation. "Suppose we were to meet any of them," said Morisot. "We'd offer them some fish," replied Monsieur Sauvage, with that Parisian light-heartedness which nothing can wholly quench. Still, they hesitated to show themselves in the open country, overawed by the utter silence which reigned around them. At last Monsieur Sauvage said boldly, "Come, we'll make a start. Only let us be careful." and they made their way through one of the vineyards, bent double, creeping along beneath the cover afforded by the vines, with eye and ear alert. A strip of bare ground remained to be crossed before they could gain the river bank. They ran across this, and, as soon as they were at the water's edge, concealed themselves among the dry reeds. Morisot placed his ear to the ground to ascertain, if possible, whether footsteps were coming their way. He heard nothing. They seemed to be utterly alone. Their confidence was restored, and they began to fish. Before them the deserted Ile Marante hid them from the farther shore. The little restaurant was closed, and looked as if it had been deserted for years. Monsieur Sauvage caught the first gudgeon, and Monsieur Morisot the second, and almost every moment one or other raised his line, with a little glittering silvery fish wriggling at the end. They were having excellent sport. They slipped their catch gently into a closed mesh bag lying at their feet. They were filled with joy, the joy of once more indulging in a pastime of which they had long been deprived. The sun poured its rays on their backs. They no longer heard anything or thought of anything. They ignored the rest of the world. They were fishing. But suddenly a rumbling sound, which seemed to come from the bowels of the earth, shook the ground beneath them. The cannon were resuming their thunder. Morisot turned his head and could see toward the left, beyond the banks of the river, the formidable outline of Mont Valérien, from whose summit arose a white puff of smoke. The next instant a second puff followed the first, and in a few moments a fresh detonation made the earth tremble. Others followed, and minute by minute the mountain gave forth its deadly breath, and a white puff of smoke, which rose slowly into the peaceful heaven and floated above the summit of the cliff. Monsieur Sauvage shrugged his shoulders. "They are at it again," he said. Morisot, who was anxiously watching his float bobbing up and down, was suddenly seized with the angry impatience of a peaceful man toward the madmen who were firing thus, and remarked indignantly, "What fools they are to kill one another like that!" "They're worse than animals," replied Monsieur Sauvage. And Morisot, who had just caught a bleak, declared, "And to think that it will be just the same so long as there are governments." "The Republic would not have declared war," interposed Monsieur Sauvage. Morisot interrupted him. "Under a king we have foreign wars. Under a republic we have civil war." And the two began placidly discussing political problems with the sound common sense of peaceful, matter-of-fact citizens, agreeing on one point, that they would never be free. And Mont Valérien thundered ceaselessly, demolishing the houses of the French with its cannonballs, grinding lives of men to powder, destroying many a dream, many a cherished hope, many a prospective happiness, ruthlessly causing endless woe and suffering in the hearts of wives, of daughters, of mothers in other lands. "Such is life," declared Monsieur Sauvage. "Say, rather, such is death," replied Morisot, laughing. But they suddenly trembled with alarm at the sound of footsteps behind them, and, turning round, they perceived close at hand 4 tall, bearded men, dressed after the manner of livery servants and wearing flat caps on their heads. They were covering the 2 anglers with their rifles. The rods slipped from their owner's grasp and floated away down the river. In the space of a few seconds they were seized, bound, thrown into a boat, and taken across to the Ile Marante. And behind the house they had thought deserted were about a score of German soldiers. A shaggy-looking giant, who was bestriding a chair and smoking a long clay pipe, addressed them in excellent French with the words, "Well, gentlemen, have you had good luck with your fishing?" Then a soldier deposited at the officer's feet the bag full of fish, which he had taken care to bring away. The Prussian smiled. "Not bad, I see, but we have something else to talk about. Listen to me and don't be alarmed. You must know that in my eyes you are two spies sent to reconnoitre me and my movements. Naturally I capture you and I shoot you. You pretended to be fishing, the better to disguise your real errand. You'll fall into my hands and must take the consequences. Such is war. But as you came here through the outpost, you must have a password for your return. Tell me that password, and I will let you go." The two friends, pale as death, stood silently side by side, a slight fluttering of the hands alone betraying their emotion. "No one will ever know," continued the officer. "You will return peacefully to your homes, and the secret will disappear with you. If you refuse, it means death, instant death. Choose." They stood motionless and did not open their lips. The Prussian, perfectly calm, went on, with hand outstretched toward the river. "Just think that in 5 minutes you will be at the bottom of that water. In 5 minutes! You have relations, I presume?" Mont Valérien still thundered. The two fishermen remained silent. The German turned and gave an order in his own language. Then he moved his chair a little way off, that he might not be so near the prisoners, and a dozen men stepped forward, rifle in hand, and took up a position 20 paces off. "I give you 1 minute," said the officer, "not a second longer." Then he rose quickly, went over to the two Frenchmen, took Morisot by the arm, led him a short distance off, and said in a low voice, "Quick, the password. Your friend will know nothing. I will pretend to relent." Morisot answered not a word. Then the Prussian took Monsieur Sauvage aside in like manner and made him the same proposal. Monsieur Sauvage made no reply. Again they stood side by side. The officer issued his orders. The soldiers raised their rifles. Then by chance Morisot's eyes fell on the bag full of gudgeon lying in the grass a few feet from him. A ray of sunlight made the still quivering fish glisten like silver, and Morisot's heart sank. Despite his efforts at self-control, his eyes filled with tears. Goodbye, Monsieur Sauvage," he faltered. "Goodbye, Monsieur Morisot," replied Sauvage. They shook hands, trembling from head to foot, with a dread beyond their mastery. The officer cried, "Fire!" The 12 shots were as one. Monsieur Sauvage fell forward instantaneously. Morisot, being the taller, swayed slightly and fell across his friend, with face turned skyward, and blood oozing from a rent in the breast of his coat. The German issued fresh orders. His men dispersed and presently returned with ropes and large stones, which they attached to the feet of the two friends. Then they carried them to the river bank. Mont Valérien, its summit now enshrouded in smoke, still continued to thunder. 2 soldiers took Morisot by the head and the feet. 2 others did the same with Sauvage. The bodies, swung lustily by strong hands, were cast to a distance and, describing a curve, fell feet foremost into the stream. The water splashed high, foamed, eddied, then grew calm. Tiny waves lapped the shore. A few streaks of blood flecked the surface of the river. The officer, calm throughout, remarked with grim humour, "It's the fish's turn now." Then he retraced his way to the house. Suddenly he caught sight of the net full of gudgeons lying forgotten in the grass. He picked it up, examined it, smiled, and called, "Wilhelm!" A white-aproned soldier responded to the summons, and the Prussian, tossing him the catch of the 2 murdered men, said, "Have these fish fried for me at once, while they are still alive. They'll make a tasty dish." Then he resumed his pipe. End of Two Friends by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. A Wedding Gift by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. A Wedding Gift by Guy de Maupassant. For a long time Jacques Baudelaire had sworn that he would never marry, but he suddenly changed his mind. It happened suddenly one summer at the seashore. One morning as he lay stretched out on the sand, watching the women coming out of the water, a little foot had struck him by its neatness and daintiness. He raised his eyes and was delighted with the whole person, although in fact he could see nothing but the ankles and the head emerging from a flannel bathrobe carefully held closed. He was supposed to be sensual and a fast liver. It was therefore by the mere grace of the form that he was at first captured. Then he was held by the charm of the young girl's sweet mind, so simple and good, as fresh as her cheeks and lips. He was presented to the family and pleased them. He immediately fell madly in love. When he saw Bertha Lannis in the distance on the long yellow stretch of sand, he would tingle to the roots of his hair. When he was near her, he would become silent, unable to speak or even to think, with a kind of throbbing at his heart, and a buzzing in his ears, and a bewilderment in his mind. Was that love? He did not know or understand, but he had fully decided to have this child for his wife. Her parents hesitated for a long time, restrained by the young man's bad reputation. It was said that he had an old sweetheart, one of these binding attachments which one always believes to be broken off, and yet which always hold. Besides, for a shorter or longer period, he loved every woman who came within reach of his lips. Then he settled down and refused, even once, to see the one with whom he had lived for so long. A friend took care of this woman's pension and assured her an income. Jacques paid, but he did not even wish to hear of her, pretending even to ignore her name. She wrote him letters which he never opened. Every week he would recognize the clumsy writing of the abandoned woman, and every week a greater anger surged with him against her, and he would quickly tear the envelope and the paper without opening it, without reading one single line, knowing in advance the reproaches and complaints which it contained. As no one had much faith in his constancy, the test was prolonged through the winter, and Bertha's hand was not granted him until the spring. The wedding took place in Paris at the beginning of May. The young couple had decided not to take the conventional wedding trip, but after a little dance for the younger cousins, which would not be prolonged after 11 o'clock, in order that this day of lengthy ceremonies might not be too tiresome, the young pair were to spend the first night in the parental home, and then, on the following morning, to leave for the beach so dear to their hearts, where they had first known and loved each other. Night had come, and the dance was going on in the large parlour. The two had retired into a little Japanese boudoir hung with bright silks and dimly lighted by the soft rays of a large coloured lantern hanging from the ceiling like a gigantic egg. Through the open window the fresh air from outside passed over their faces like a caress, for the night was warm and calm, full of the odour of spring. They were silent, holding each other's hands, and from time to time squeezing them with all their might. She sat there with a dreamy look, feeling a little lost at this great change in her life, but smiling, moved, ready to cry, often also almost ready to faint from joy, believing the whole world to be changed by what had just happened to her, uneasy, she knew not why, and feeling her whole body and soul filled with an indefinable and delicious lassitude. He was looking at her persistently with a fixed smile. He wished to speak, but found nothing to say, and so sat there, expressing all his ardour by pressures of the hand. From time to time he would murmur, "Bertha," and each time she would raise her eyes to him with a look of tenderness. They would look at each other for a second, and then her look, perceived and fascinated by his, would fall. They found no thoughts to exchange. They had been left alone, but occasionally some of the dancers would cast a rapid glance at them, as though they were the discreet and trusty witnesses of a mystery. The door opened and a servant entered, holding on a tray a letter which a messenger had just brought. Jacques, trembling, took the paper, overwhelmed by a vague and sudden fear, the mysterious terror of swift misfortune. He looked for a long time at the envelope, the writing on which he did not know, not daring to open it, not wishing to read it, with a wild desire to put it in his pocket and say to himself, "I'll leave that till tomorrow, when I'm far away." But on one corner 2 big words underlined, "Very urgent," filled him with terror. Saying, "Please excuse me, my dear," he tore open the envelope. He read the paper, grew frightfully pale, looked over it again, and slowly he seemed to spell it out word for word. When he raised his head, his whole expression showed how upset he was. He stammered, "My dear, it's from my best friend, who has had a very great misfortune. He has need of me immediately for a matter of life or death. Will you excuse me if I leave you for half an hour? I'll be right back." Trembling and dazed, she stammered, "Go, my dear," not having been his wife long enough to dare to question him, to demand to know. He disappeared. She remained alone, listening to the dancing in the neighbouring parlour. He had seized the first hat and coat he came to and rushed downstairs 3 steps at a time. As he was emerging into the street, he stopped under the gas jet of the vestibule and re-read the letter. This is what it said. "Sir, a girl by the name of Reve, an old sweetheart of yours, it seems, has just given birth to a child that she says is yours. The mother is about to die and is begging for you. I take the liberty to write and ask you if you can grant this last request to a woman who seems to be very unhappy and worthy of pity. Yours truly, Dr. Bonnard." When he reached the sick room, the woman was already on the point of death. He did not recognize her at first. The doctor and 2 nurses were taking care of her, and everywhere on the floor were pails full of ice and rags covered with blood. Water flooded the carpet. 2 candles were burning on a bureau. Behind the bed, in a little wicker crib, the child was crying, and each time it would moan, the mother, in torture, would try to move, shivering under her ice bandages. She was mortally wounded, killed by this birth. Her life was flowing from her, and notwithstanding the ice and the care, the merciless hemorrhage continued, hastening her last hour. She recognized Jacques and wished to raise her arms. They were so weak that she could not do so, but tears coursed down her pallid cheeks. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, seized one of her hands and kissed it frantically. Then, little by little, he drew close to the thin face, which started at the contact. One of the nurses was lighting them with a candle, and the doctor was watching them from the back of the room. Then she said in a voice which sounded as though it came from a distance, "I am going to die, dear. Promise to stay to the end. Oh, don't leave me now. Don't leave me in my last moments." He kissed her face and her hair, and weeping, he murmured, "Do not be uneasy. I will stay." It was several minutes before she could speak again. She was so weak. She continued, "The little one is yours. I swear it before God and on my soul. I swear it as I am dying. I have never loved another man but you. Promise to take care of the child." He was trying to take this poor pain-racked body in his arms. Maddened by remorse and sorrow, he stammered, "I swear to you that I will bring him up and love him. He shall never leave me." Then she tried to kiss Jacques. Powerless to lift her head, she held out her white lips in an appeal for a kiss. He approached his lips to respond to this piteous entreaty. As soon as she felt a little calmer, she murmured, "Bring him here and let me see if you love him." He went and got the child. He placed him gently on the bed between them, and the little one stopped crying. She murmured, "Don't move any more." And he was quiet, and he stayed there, holding in his burning hand this other hand, shaking in the chill of death, just as, a while ago, he had been holding a hand trembling with love. From time to time he would cast a quick glance at the clock, which marked midnight, then 1 o'clock, then 2. The physician had returned. The two nurses, after noiselessly moving about the room for a while, were now sleeping on chairs. The child was asleep, and the mother, with eyes shut, appeared also to be resting. Suddenly, just as pale daylight was creeping in behind the curtains, she stretched out her arms with such a quick and violent motion that she almost threw her baby on the floor. A kind of rattle was heard in her throat, and she lay on her back motionless, dead. The nurses sprang forward and declared, "All is over." He looked once more at this woman whom he had so loved, then at the clock, which pointed to 4, and he ran away, forgetting his overcoat, in the evening dress, with the child in his arms. After he had left her alone, the young wife had waited, calmly enough at first, in the little Japanese boudoir. Then, as she did not see him return, she went back to the parlour with an indifferent and calm appearance, but terribly anxious. When her mother saw her alone, she asked, "Where is your husband?" She answered, "In his room. He is coming right back." After an hour, when everybody had questioned her, she told about the letter, Jacques' upset appearance, and her fears of an accident. Still they waited. The guests left. Only the nearest relatives remained. At midnight the bride was put to bed, sobbing bitterly. Her mother and 2 aunts, sitting around the bed, listened to her crying, silent and in despair. The father had gone to the commissary of police to see if he could obtain some news. At 5 o'clock a slight noise was heard in the hall. A door was softly opened and closed. Then suddenly a little cry, like the mewing of a cat, was heard throughout the silent house. All the women started forward, and Bertha sprang ahead of them all, pushing her way past her aunts, wrapped in a bathrobe. Jacques stood in the middle of the room, pale and out of breath, holding an infant in his arms. The 4 women looked at him, astonished, but Bertha, who had suddenly become courageous, rushed forward with anguish in her heart, exclaiming, "What is it? What's the matter?" He looked about him wildly and answered shortly, "I have a child, and the mother has just died." And with his clumsy hands he held out the screaming infant. Without saying a word, Bertha seized the child, kissed it and hugged it to her. Then she raised her tear-filled eyes to him, asking, "Did you say that the mother was dead?" He answered, "Yes, just now, in my arms. I had broken with her since summer. I knew nothing. The physician sent for me." Then Bertha murmured, "Well, we will bring up the little one." End of A Wedding Gift by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.